The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Sea Scenery. Facing the siege of 6 supernatural beings, Shen Feng retreated completely. Lu Xian killed 1 supernatural being, while Shen Feng killed 5. Shen Feng caused fatal injuries to these people. However, he didn't appreciate the bad taste of others struggling to the death, so he almost solved the robbery this time and left. Lu Xian offered his flattery at the right time. The city lord is amazing. You single-handedly eliminated 5 people. In my opinion, you are the best in the world. 4. This flattery, Shen Feng is still very useful, and said while walking, when we return to Yazhou, I rewarded some evolution potions to let you evolve to the 3rd level, because your abilities are quite useful. Maybe there will be better performances in the future. City Lord, you are so wise and powerful. It's absolutely right for me to follow you. Lu Xian was even happier. If he could become a 3rd level supernatural user, or even a 4th level supernatural user, his strength would definitely increase. In the future, I can better adapt to life in the doomsday. On many tall buildings in the distance, many people put down their binoculars helplessly. There are indeed many people who have thoughts about the evolutionary base in Shen Feng's hands, because they all know that if they want to become stronger and break through the barriers of evolution, they can only do so. Only Shen Feng can use the evolutionary base, and apart from the official possession of the evolutionary base, only Shen Feng has it. These people didn't dare to confront Shen Feng head-on, because what they were most worried about was causing Shen Feng's displeasure, and they weren't sure about taking Shen Feng down, so they hid in the dark to observe, trying to figure out Shen Feng's combat power. Attacking Shen Feng by a person with supernatural powers can force Shen Feng to use some real skills, but the result turned out to be one-sided. During the battle, Shen Feng's figure was erratic, as fast and bizarre as a ghost. He didn't suffer the slightest damage, but he successfully defeated the 5 supernatural beings, especially him. The Dog Fang Mighty used, even if everyone is 200 meters away, they can still feel the strong wind force. Such a violent natural phenomenon is actually used by humans, not to mention 5 supernatural beings. Even if there are 5 more, they may not be able to defeat Shen Feng. Everyone thought silently. However, at this moment, after seeing this scene in the distance, Wang Aoi slowly put down the binoculars, turned his head and said to the 2 behind him, "Let's go, now it's our turn to pick up the leak." Of the 2 people behind Wang Aoi, one of them is naturally his loyal younger brother Yizing Zhang, and the other is a strange woman who did not appear in the hall. Her name is Gu Su, and she was the first person to follow Wang Aoi. At this time, a charming smile appeared on her face. She looked at Wang Aoi and said, "Honey, whatever you say is what you say." Wang Aoi then led the 2 to the place where the battle took place. At this time, the 6 of them still had their last breath. When they arrived, these people were still alive. Wang Aoi looked at these people who were dying, crawling on the ground with both hands and feet, and blood flowed all over the ground. Even if ants are stealing their lives, let alone human beings, there is no hospital around here. If you want to survive, you might as well ask me, maybe I can save you. But the price is that you will follow me in the future. Wang Aoi looked at these survivors and said lazily, Wang Aoi didn't need to rescue them first. These people are all supernatural beings, their vitality is tenacious enough, even if they are fatally injured, they won't die for a while, and even if they die, there is no loss for him, and he can get it. A few subordinates are enough, not all of them need to be their subordinates. After Wang Aoi finished saying these words, several people present hurriedly called for help. "Help me, save me quickly, I am willing to hang out with you." Wang Aoi nodded in satisfaction, and said to Gu Su beside him, "You can save them now, but it's best to leave some countermeasures." Gu Su nodded, and said seriously, "No problem. When saving them, I will also impose some restrictions on them so that they cannot escape from our palms." After finishing speaking, Gu Su first walked up to a person, bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood from the fingertip, and then said with a smile, "From now on, you will be my slaves. If you want to betray me, you will die on the spot." I saw fresh blood dripping on the wound of the dying person, and the wound suddenly changed dramatically. Short granulations suddenly grew out of the wound, and it started to heal. Quickly closed. In just a few tens of seconds, the wound on this person's body has recovered perfectly. In fact, This is Gusu's ability. She can quickly heal the opponent's wound through her own blood. The essence is to promote cell division, so that the wounded cell regeneration ability will rise to a new level in a short period of time, as long as she does not die on the spot. Basically survived for Gusu. As long as these people are not cut off their heads or their hearts are pierced, they can all be saved. Of course, if they are chopped into pieces, they will really be powerless. Fortunately, Shen Feng doesn't have the habit of making up swords, otherwise, Wang Aoi wouldn't have the chance to miss it. At the same time, Shen Feng had brought Lu Xian back to the camp. Seeing Shen Feng returning slowly with blood on his body, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help frowning and asked, "Where did you go tonight? Also, why did you take some evolutionary genes away halfway? Did you give them away?" Shen Feng pointed to the refrigerator in Lu Xian's hand, and said, "Keep this box safe, and remember to charge it at any time. As for what happened tonight, it's better if you don't know." Chu Qiaoyan was very dissatisfied with Shen Feng's attitude. She was clearly caring about Shen Feng, but Shen Feng's appearance made people angry. She didn't tell herself any news. Hundreds of millions of zombies are fighting, but his mysterious attitude is too much. In fact, the government does not allow private fights between supernatural beings or evolutionaries, because once private fighting is allowed, it will definitely bring hatred and cause internal fighting among human beings. The most important task now is to kill all the zombies, and then to rebuild a peaceful and prosperous world. The behavior of consuming one's own people like private fighting must be stopped. Therefore, Shen Feng is very clear that it is fine for everyone to spread the matter tonight in private, but it should not be too big, otherwise the headquarters may have opinions, and his thunderous means can probably deter some people below. Shen Feng is not worried that the group of spectators tonight will go out to publicize with great fanfare, because Shen Feng also took advantage of these people. If he dares to report himself, he will report these guys for smuggling. It depends on what the authorities want to deal with. One question. After Shen Feng took a nap here, he learned about the ship the next day. At noon, a ship will come to receive reinforcements, and finally land in Jinmen, and then, everyone will take the train to Yanjing. It's strange to say that the zombies seem to be unaware of the relationship between Jinmen and Yanjing, so they don't cut off contact with such a nearby city, but just ignore it. When Shen Feng heard about this, he immediately frowned, and said to himself, "What are these corpse kings thinking? Why don't they cut off Yanjing's connection with the outside world? Could it be that there are three missing one? But that's not right. The zombies have such a great advantage now. Isn't it the most beneficial to surround them? The intelligence of the Corpse King is definitely not inferior to that of humans, especially the Corpse King will retain a lot of memories about life, which makes the Corpse King's way of thinking very similar to that of humans. Yanjing can keep increasing its troops through the railway with Jinmen, but they don't care about it. This approach is completely unreasonable. Could it be that there is a deeper conspiracy? But it won't take too long for the snow to fall. Doesn't the Corpse King know about this?" The more Shen Feng thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. What is it? Is it just a simple crowd tactics? Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Qiaoyan had to shake his head, and urged Shen Feng, "City Lord, don't hurry up and issue orders. Without your orders, everyone doesn't know what to do." Only then did Shen Feng come to his senses, found a few key personnel, and began to issue orders for everyone to pack up and prepare to board the ship at noon. 5,000 people is still quite a lot, and will definitely occupy many ships by then, and the team and the management during the boat ride is full of problems. Shen Feng can only let the main personnel manage it, otherwise, it must be a mess. At noon, the ship arrived at the port. Tens of thousands of reinforcements were already preparing to board the ship. This was the first time for Shen Feng to sail on the sea. Even if you are sailing in the middle of the Yangtze River, you can see the end to some extent, but it is different on the sea. Looking into the distance, even if you stare out your eyes, you can't see the end. In the distance, it seems that the sky and the ocean blended together. This is the real water and sky. After boarding the boat, Shen Feng stared at the sea in a daze, because he suddenly thought of the Corpse King he saw in Rongcheng. According to the Corpse King, there are more terrifying things in the ocean, but at this moment, the ocean is very calm. This is not right. Shen Feng was wondering if what a Corpse King said at that time lied to himself. There is something more terrifying in the ocean. What is it? Can't you see it near the sea? Shen Feng thought while Shen Feng was looking at the ocean and meditating. Chu Qiaoyan also walked onto the deck. The ship was relatively stable, as long as it didn't encounter too much wind and waves. It wouldn't shake violently. Yan Shixing of Chuzhou came to Shen Feng's side, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Every time I see the sea, my heart will be filled with infinite emotion. The surface area of the land is already so vast and boundless, but the ocean is even more unfathomable." Shen Feng was concentrating on thinking about what the Corpse King said at the beginning, trying to figure out what the Corpse King meant, but he didn't care much about what Chu Chaoyan said, and only said this sentence, "Oh, Chu." Chaoyan frowned, and continued, "Don't you feel anything when you see the ocean? Faced with such a vast and magnificent scene, don't you want to say a word, oh?" Shen Feng still ignored Chu Chaoyan at this time. Shen Feng just lay on the railing beside the ship and watched, but his consciousness is no longer here. He is still thinking about what kind of dangers there are in the ocean. Even if it is a whale, it is not impossible to deal with it. Then, could the danger be something you don't know about? Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Chaoyan immediately became angry. "Isn't it too much for you to be so perfunctory? I'm talking to you, can you answer me well?" Shen Feng came back to his senses, shrugged, and replied, "What questions can I answer? If you want to discuss literature, I'm afraid I can't help you. Except for the works I saw in textbooks, the rest of literature I don't know about the work at all. If it's about comics, I can chat with you, but if you want me to express my feelings, then I can't do it. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'll find someone I can talk to." Chu Chaoyan gave up. She regretted why she wanted to chat with Shen Feng, since she didn't have any similar majors, so she talked to Shen Feng by herself. "Don't you play the piano to the cow?" "Wait a minute, I still thought of those two poems. I can't remember who wrote them. The Journey of the Sun and the Moon. If you come out of it, the stars are shining. If you come out of it." "How?" "Although I didn't say it, but the momentum got it." Shen Feng replied. Chu Chaoyan nodded and walked towards her room on the vast sea. A number of ships are driving in an orderly manner, but the final destination of everyone is still far away. It is conservatively estimated that they can arrive in the middle of the night. During this period, the people on board can only stay on board to rest. If they bring playing cards with them, they can also have a little entertainment. Chapter 202: The Indestructible Line of Defense. In the middle of the night, Shen Feng and his group arrived in Jinmen. Everyone took the time to disembark and rest, because everyone was going to leave Jinmen by train at dawn. In an hour's time, they will take the train to set off again, and what greets everyone is the battle. Shen Feng suddenly felt a chill hide him. He couldn't help rubbing his hands, and said in his heart, "If I knew it, I would have worn thicker clothes." It seems that it will snow sooner or later. It is now late November. In some areas in the north, it has already started to snow. The temperature in Jinmen is also continuing to drop, but there is still some time before it snows. The cold current in the north is continuing to move south. And in the following days, the temperature will only get lower day by day. Chu Chaoyan looked back at the seaside at the port, and could only see the dark ocean and the bright stars in the sky. It was indeed as said in the poem, the stars were brilliant, as if they were out of them. Was there something in the sea just now? Chu Chaoyan seemed to have seen something flashing by in the sea, and couldn't help but observe carefully. Just now, a light green light suddenly appeared in the sea, but she took a closer look, but found nothing. If I read correctly just now, it was a flash of light at this time. Chu Chaoyan could only wonder whether he had misread it, or perhaps misread the reflection of the starlight imprinted in the sky on the water. After all, it is very common for him to be wrong. I'm too nervous. How can there be things in the sea? This is the port. Chu Chaoyan said to himself, no longer caring about the things in the sea at dawn. Shen Feng brought people to the train station, and everyone left Jinmen for Yanjing in batches, and when everyone saw the costumes on the trains, they were shocked at that time, because these trains were the result of transformation, and there were black pipes protruding from the trains. Obviously, these pipes were the barrels for firing cannonballs. It can be said that these trains are steel dragons originally. The train was made of steel, and ordinary animals could not break through it. Now there are many gun barrels installed on the train, so that it is a sharp weapon for both offense and defense. No matter what kind of zombies or mutated beasts, they can't hold so many shells and shoot at the same time. Taking a train that has been modified like this, let alone how much peace of mind it is. Unless a monster with a body length of several hundred meters appears, otherwise, no animal can overturn the train. The person connecting with Shen Feng was a young man. When he saw Shen Feng, a smile appeared on his face, and he said to Shen Feng, Mr. Shen, I have known you for a long time. More than a month ago, you and the Corpse King. I happened to see the battle at the time, and I can only say that Mr. Shen is really strong. I hope you can fight bravely and stick with us until victory comes." On Shen Feng's side, he could only be polite. "I'm sorry, my skills are just the same. Anyone else can defeat the Corpse King as well. I didn't ask for advice, you are." The young man patted his head and said, "Look at me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shu Daping, Shu, and Ping of Duckweed. Since Mr. Shen is a non-governmental organization, I came here specially to meet you. Today, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the situation on the battlefield, and when you arrive at the destination, you will know that our defense line is absolutely impenetrable." Shen Feng shrugged non-committally, got on the train, and headed toward Yanjing. Shen Feng also remembers the battle in Rongcheng. Everyone thought so at the time. There were 7 lines of defense to stop the zombies, and they would definitely win in the end. It's a pity that the line of defense was broken through one after another, and finally got the support of Guansong. Relying on Yunbang. After a while, the Corpse King was killed and the rest of the zombies were dispersed. Therefore, Shen Feng didn't think there was any impenetrable line of defense. Perhaps Yanjing's side just had a relatively complete line of defense, but when Shen Feng arrived in Yanjing, he was shocked at that time, because a huge city wall had been built outside Yanjing City, and the city wall was built in a hurry because many places were not smooth enough. But you must know that this city wall has already been built, including Yanjing, which has been expanded several times. It can be said that this is the largest city wall in the world. The train entered the city wall from the viaduct. The moment Shen Feng entered the city wall, Shen Feng saw densely packed soldiers on the city wall. Shen Feng understood that his previous views were still too superficial. What does it mean that there is no defense line that is absolutely impossible to break through? Isn't the defense line in front of you impossible to break through? Seeing the astonishment on Shen Feng's face, Shu Daping said proudly, "Mr. Shen, do you believe what I said now? Yanjing is absolutely impenetrable. As long as there is a city wall, no matter what kind of zombies are there, they will not be killed. Maybe come in." And the city wall was built by the people of Yanjing for more than half a month. There are no stones in the surrounding quarries, and all of them are used to build the city wall. With the existence of this city wall, how many zombies can come, how many dead? Shen Feng didn't speak. He just remembered what K. Yiming said before. At that time, K. Yiming firmly believed that building the city wall was completely unnecessary and a waste of manpower. But now it seems that the simplest method is to build the city wall, and the city wall built by Yanjing is many times larger than that of Jiangyang. After getting off the train, Shu Daping led Shen Feng and his party to the area to be defended, introducing them as they walked. Mr. Shen, Yanjing already has millions of soldiers. Therefore, referring to the experience of the battle in Rongcheng, the soldiers cannot always defend on the defensive line. Therefore, we are working in 3 shifts. You and your soldiers, you only need to defend an area for 8 hours, and during this period, there are absolutely enough guns and ammunition," Shu Daping said with a smile. Shen Feng kept watching along the direction of his finger, and found that there were many tents at a distance behind the city wall. At this time, there were still soldiers resting in the tents. There was intense gunfire in the distance, but after a while it is no longer heard. Shen Feng nodded, and said to himself, 8 hours a day? It's not a bad job. Shen Feng thought that the war in Yanjing must be a non-stop battle. The 2 sides competed for endurance and willpower, but now it seems that 8 hours a day may not be found even before the end of the day, let alone now. It's really good, and the defensive pressure will certainly not be too great before coming to Yanjing. Shen Feng thought that if he defends an area, he must defend until the end. Now it seems that everyone does not always fight on the front line, but has a rotation system, so the battle is much easier. You only need to kill the zombies that rush to the front of the city wall, and then the task is completed. The city wall is 12 meters high, and there is still space inside the city wall. Small windows are opened on the outer city wall. Soldiers can shoot and kill zombies from inside the city wall through the small windows. Even if the zombies swarm up to the bottom of the city wall, what you will face will be the attack of shells. Compared with bullets, shells are much more terrifying. One shell will take away the lives of dozens of zombies at least. After Shen Feng got under the city wall, he suddenly saw a strange instrument under the city wall. There was such an instrument every 10 meters, standing on the ground like this, and all kinds of lights on it were still flashing. Shen Feng didn't know this. What is the instrument for? Shen Feng asked suddenly, What is this instrument for, Shu? Daping introduced, Mr. Shen. This instrument is used to detect underground conditions. As far as I know, several defense lines in Rongcheng were breached by zombies digging tunnels at that time, so this instrument is specially used to detect underground conditions. Through the transmission and feedback of sound waves, we can discover the underground situation, and if there are zombies digging tunnels underground, we will know as soon as possible. Shen Feng nodded. With the existence of this instrument, the zombies digging tunnels would not pose too much of a threat. Then, it would be impossible for the zombies to enter the city wall, because the situation underground has already been fully controlled by their own side. Chu Qiaoyan pointed to the electric poles on the city wall, and said, there are street lights and monitors on the city wall, which is amazing. Shen Feng also looked up, and sure enough, he found the electric poles on the city wall. There were electric poles every few meters. What bike do you want? Shu Daping explained. This is a reference to Zhang Yang's previous city defense battle. The Corpse King likes to fight unprepared battles, especially night attacks. In this case, we installed street lights and infrared surveillance on the city walls. Once zombies are approaching, and they can fight smoothly even at night. Do you even know about Zhang Yang's battle? Shen Feng frowned. He didn't expect that his family background had already been figured out by others. From this point of view, what Yu and Shu said before leaving was true. Shu Daping nodded with a smile, and said seriously, it can be said that we know the situation of each city. After all, after the zombies are eliminated, the world needs peace. Shen Feng heard what this guy meant, and when the zombies are eliminated and the danger that threatens human beings is eradicated, the next thing to deal with is the so-called bandits. People like Shen Feng, if they are sensible, make plans as soon as possible. Well, where should we be stationed? Can you introduce me? Shen Feng hurriedly interrupted. He didn't want to spend too much time on this matter. If he continued to talk, it might end in a bad mood. So, now still think about the things in front of you. Shu Daping didn't get too entangled in the city situation, but took Shen Feng to the station, pointed to the tent that had been set up in the distance and said, the tent has been set up. This is where you will be stationed in the future. You can't leave without order. Shen Feng nodded to show that he understood, but Shu Daping didn't leave, and said, until the victory, I will always be by your side, Mr. Shen, for the convenience of communication, so we are colleagues during this time. Please take care of me. Shu Daping is the person responsible for contacting Shen Feng. In other places, some civil forces also have their own contacts. Shen Feng nodded, shook hands with Shu Daping and left. Chu Qiaoyan and found a tent that belonged to him, threw his luggage into the tent, and then laid down in it, stretching and saying, I really hope the war ends sooner, so that we can go home, and the snow will snow sooner. Come on, freeze these goddamn zombies to death, and victory will come. Shen Feng glanced at Chu Qiaoyan, thinking in his heart, it would be great if it was really that simple, but the zombie is obviously planning some kind of plan. It's impossible for the Corpse King to not know about the snow, but why is the Corpse King like this? Calm down. Shen Feng went to the monitoring site under the city wall to observe. On the screen, he could see the scene outside the city. He saw zombies rushing up like a tide, and then receding like a tide. They kept repeating this kind of situation for a whole day. Behavior: when the zombies retreat, the surviving zombies will drag away the same kind on the ground. This is not brotherly love, but the zombies are looking for dry food. After all, zombies can't give birth. Reach out to the companions around you, as long as you can eat enough, who cares if they are companions? The brain circuit of zombies is that simple. If the zombies have always used this kind of refueling tactics, it seems impossible to break into the city after a year. Why don't the zombies build a human wall? Shen Feng thought with a frown. Back then, when Zhang Yang faced 300,000 zombies, the zombies finally climbed up the city wall. It was because the zombies piled up a gentle slope under the city wall with the accumulation of human life, which gave the mutated zombies a way to climb the city wall. Now, Yanjing is facing hundreds of millions of zombies. If a human wall is built to form a gentle slope under the city wall, there is definitely a chance, but why didn't the Corpse King do this? Shen Feng was even more puzzled. It seems that the Corpse King is not in a hurry to attack at all, as if he doesn't know that the crisis is coming, and he is completely muddling along. If I were the Corpse King, what would I do? Shen Feng wondered in his heart. Shen Feng began to think differently. If he was the Corpse King, if he was under pressure to attack, then the best thing he could do was to attack day and night until he built a gentle slope on the city wall and attacked a little bit. Whether it is a missile or a cloud bomb, it is a disaster for large-scale zombies. However, as long as the road into Yanjing City can be successfully built, no matter how many ordinary zombies are sacrificed, it is worthwhile, unless the Corpse King has other ways to enter Yanjing. Shen Feng was taken aback by his speculation. Under the current circumstances, could the Corpse King have a better way to enter the city wall? However, if there is such a method, why has it not been used? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Uncontrollable Abilities. Just as Shen Feng couldn't figure out what the Corpse King was thinking, the top officials in Yanjing couldn't figure out what kind of thoughts were in the Corpse King's mind. There are at least 200 of them. There are so many highly intelligent Corpse Kings, it is impossible that there is nothing they can do. Experiments have proved that the Corpse King has memories of his life, which means that the Corpse King's way of thinking is very similar to that of humans, and it is impossible for the Corpse King not to know what humans can think of. Therefore, Yanjing started a multi-party investigation, trying to find out what the Corpse King was going to do, but everyone was in vain. The area occupied by the zombies was too large. Forests or swamps, zombies are not picky. As long as there are places to stay, zombies will occupy these places. The vast number of zombies gathered, occupying an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers outside the city of Yanjing. The number and scope were so large that it was unheard of in the end. The higher-ups can only think that the zombie king must be reluctant to bear his zombies. With so many zombies, it is not worth paying a huge price to break into the city wall, especially if the weaker Corpse King consumes all the zombies under his command, will be slaughtered in the end, so the zombie side has not launched a general attack for a long time. Shen Feng didn't care about these, and after arriving in Yanjing, he could only fight patiently. The task of defending Yanjing was still very simple. For Shen Feng, the soldiers under his hands had enough ammunition, which happened to be able to use marksmanship on this day. Shen Feng was standing on the city wall. The city wall was very tall, and there were many cameras at the head of the city, so that he could watch the situation outside the city wall without any blind spots. There was still a lot of gunpowder smoke under the city wall. But the wave of corpses has receded, and now there are several waves of zombies attacking the city wall every day, and these attacks will be stopped without exception, and the zombies will not force them. They will retreat after a wave. There is no endless attack. This level of attack is more like testing the defensive ability of the city wall, and also testing the organization ability of the zombies. Looking at the scenery outside the city, Shen Feng suddenly lay down on the wall, and murmured, "I really hope that the zombies will keep acting like this, then Yanjing will be fine for a year." However, at this moment, Chu Chaoying walked over with arms folded, and said, "Shen Feng, pay attention. There is a tier 3 evolutionary in the nearest city who has been challenging people with supernatural powers. I heard that there are many supernatural powers. Those who have been defeated, maybe you will be the next one to be challenged." Shen Feng heard the news, but asked in surprise, "Isn't the government prohibiting private fights? How has it changed now?" Chu Chaoying said in a low voice, "It is said that it is not a private fight. The evolutionary is actually a person from Yanjing Laboratory. The official has always supported various researches of the laboratory, so the official will not care about this matter." Shen Feng shrugged and said indifferently, "It's okay. I'm a 4th-level supernatural user, and I'm just a 3rd-level evolutionary to challenge. I don't care. I'm the fastest man in the world." Lu Xian heard Shen Feng say this from the side, and couldn't help reminding, "Master, the faster the better for a man. Sometimes the slower the better. Do you understand what I mean?" Shen Feng nodded with a smile and said, I understand. Lu Xian also explained at this time, especially at work, you can't go as fast as possible, because the upper management will continue to compress your working time. If you want to fish, you can only do it as slowly as possible. Let's do it together. This is the optimal solution for the fish to hang out for a long time. I see. Shen Feng nodded. Shen Feng almost misunderstood. While Shen Feng was chatting with the people around him, someone suddenly came to pass a message. "City Master, some people with supernatural powers came to you. And they said they were your friends. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, don't talk nonsense. Where do I, an otaku, have any friends? Especially in Yanjing, I have never been here, so what kind of friends would come to me? Chu. Chaoyan said nervously, don't forget, Shu belongs to Yanjing. What if she returns to Yanjing? Didn't she just find out about you and come to you? Shen Feng thought for a while, and it was indeed possible, so he shouted to Yang Chang and Guo Pinming, Yang Chang, and Lao Guo, you guard the city wall, I have something to leave, thinking that it might be Shu who came to look for him. Shen Feng's heart immediately warmed up. It's been a long time since I saw Shu, and I don't know what happened to Shu. Do not, however, when Shen Feng came to the city wall, he found a circle of bodyguards standing below a few people, at least a dozen bodyguards, and Shen Feng could also see that the surrounded people were protected by the bodyguards. The people who got up were a few people from the Ability Administration Bureau, who had met them when they were in Rongcheng at this time. The bodyguards on the periphery were still chasing away the surrounding soldiers. Stay away, this is not a place for you to stay. Seeing Shen Feng appearing, Xiao Sheng couldn't help his eyes light up, and he greeted enthusiastically, Shen Feng, we are here, come quickly. Shen Feng frowned, and said, wild pigs can't eat fine chaff, you guys are very noble at first glance, I can't afford to provoke you, goodbye, see you again. Originally, Shen Feng didn't think there was anything wrong. Didn't the people from the Ability Management Bureau come to find him? But when Shen Feng saw the many bodyguards around these people, he couldn't help feeling disgusted. Could it be that becoming a supernatural person is superior to others? Ordinary people are not even allowed to approach, which is extremely honorable. Xiao Sheng became anxious when he heard this, and quickly shouted, Shen Feng, you misunderstood, you really misunderstood, come back quickly, brother-in-law, come back quickly. Shen Feng frowned, and was about to walk away, but he didn't expect Xiao Sheng to humiliate himself so much. He drew his sword and walked forward, asking, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm the one who dares to take advantage of me? Easy to talk? Keep your mouth clean, Xiao Sheng said with a smile, you really misunderstood, we have so many bodyguards, we are not playing big names, but have something to hide. Besides, I know your sister Shen Yu, and we are already boyfriend and girlfriend. If everything goes well, we will get married next year. Married? Shen Feng was taken aback, and asked, why haven't I heard of it? Besides, why are you looking for me? Shen Feng has never heard of this matter from his family. He has not heard that his sister has a boyfriend when he went to Rongcheng before, but he heard that she is getting married in a blink of an eye. Not real. Feng Qinghao also explained at this time, Shen Feng, we came to you because we really have something important to do. If it's convenient, let's find a quiet place to talk. Shen Feng nodded and said, okay, go to the nearby open space to talk. I can still talk to you when there are no zombies attacking the city. When the tide of zombies appears, I will go to fight again. Afterwards, Shen Feng followed the crowd to the open space, and the bodyguards dispersed immediately, clearing an area for everyone to talk. Except for Shen Feng, all 6th 5th level power users from the Power Management Bureau appeared here. And at this time, Shen Feng was attracted by the strangeness around them. It's been a long time since they've seen each other. The changes in these people's bodies are really too big, right? Besides Xiao Sheng, there were clusters of blue flames circling. Feng Qinghao was surrounded by a stream of water, and Jin Ziju's body burst out with electric arcs from time to time, and crackling sounds kept appearing, and then looked around Zhangzi. Although there is nothing unusual, but looking down, you can see that every time she takes a step, there will be a footprint after the ice condenses under her feet. As for the remaining two people, there is no abnormality around them, but as long as they get close, they will suddenly feel two heavy footsteps in sunken ground. You. 6. I know that you are very talented, and I also know that you are the strongest people in the Ability Management Bureau, but, I want to say, you don't need to show off your abilities, just put them away. Is it? Shen Feng was a little upset. This group of people appeared in front of him, as if they were showing off that they had become 5th-order superhumans. Shen Feng felt uncomfortable. Shen Feng also had enough evolutionary agents in his hand, but he didn't use them in a hurry, otherwise, he would also be a 5th-level superhuman right now. Xiao Sheng explained, brother-in-law, it's not that we don't want to put away our abilities, but that we can't do it. Since we became 5th-level abilities a few days ago, we can't control our abilities, so, We had to evacuate the people around to prevent anyone from being accidentally injured by us, so it is what you saw just now. Don't use this address. You and my sister are not married yet, so just call me by my name. As for the way you are now, I don't understand why. Shen Feng spread his hands helplessly, expressing that there was nothing he could do at this time. Zhang Zi opened her mouth, and she asked nervously, Shen Feng, why don't you advance? You obviously have a lot of evolutionary bases in your hand, and you can definitely evolve to the 5th level. Do you know something? It's dangerous, so you haven't evolved to the 5th level. Don't talk nonsense. I don't advance because I have to wait until I am in danger before using the evolutionary base. You are all supernatural beings who grew up in the greenhouse. You must not know how ordinary people like us evolve. We all wait until we are on the verge of death. Use it when you die, because it can save a life. Shen Feng quickly defended. Obviously, this group of people suspected that there was something wrong with the evolutionary base, so they came here to talk about it. Qin Kui frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly said to his companions, I think we may have evolved too fast, which is why this happens. After all, we can only, from the 3rd level evolve to the 4th level, and then evolve to the 5th level. You. Hengai shook his head helplessly, and asked, but, is there anything wrong with our evolution? The laboratory poured the most resources into us, so we evolved to the 5th stage in the shortest time. Who would have thought that in the shortest possible time? This kind of thing will happen in the process. Jin Ziju simply lay on the ground, the electric arc crackling on his body. Life is always so unexpected. I thought we were the first to break through to the 5th level of supernatural powers. Who would have thought that such a problem would occur? At this time, Shen Feng also suddenly had an idea, and quickly asked, have you not been on the battlefield these days, Zio? Sheng replied directly, no, isn't the battlefield full of guns now? How could we go to the battlefield? And there is no enemy for us to single out. Shen Feng clapped his hands suddenly, affirming his own thoughts, this must be the reason. You didn't go to the battlefield, so you didn't exercise your abilities, at least the time to use them was shortened, so you suddenly gained stronger abilities. Strength, but you don't exercise your abilities, which makes your level not match your powerful abilities. The 6 people glanced at each other, and they all saw doubts in each other's eyes. It seemed that what they said made sense. Could it be the reason Shen Feng said, do you have evidence? Zhang Zi asked first. No. Shen Feng smiled, however, I read a lot of you who said that, your strength has skyrocketed but your mood can't keep up. Many of you wrote like this, so, I think this is also the reason. Damn, you kid is fooling us with the stuff in it, don't you often exercise your abilities? Zio Sheng couldn't help asking. When Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't help sitting on the ground, leaning back, and said confidently, what is the world's 1st and 4th level supernatural power? I run dozens of kilometers every day with supernatural powers. This kind of exercise is enough, right, Zio? Sheng nodded, and said to the people around him, according to what Shen Feng said, it must be that we use lesser abilities. It seems that we have to use more abilities, hoping to control ourselves of supernatural powers. Jin Ziju glanced at Shen Feng, sat up suddenly from the ground, and asked, Shen Feng, have you gotten any good things recently? Good things need to be shared. Jin Ziju thinks that Shen Feng must have eaten something good, otherwise, he wouldn't be in his current performance. Perhaps, besides the evolutionary base, he needs something else to cooperate. Seeing Jin Ziju questioning like this, Shen Feng was a little upset. Be careful, it won't be good if I catch you. Hearing Shen Feng say this, Jin Ziju immediately recalled the humiliation he experienced in Rongcheng, when he almost became a eunuch. But now Shen Feng actually wants to bring up the old matter again in front of his companions. It is embarrassing to talk about this fact. Jin Ziju thought for a while, stood up and said to Shen Feng, let's compete, just try to see who has the stronger ability. It turned out that Jin Ziju was ready to fight when he saw that he couldn't say no to Shen Feng. Anyway, he is a 5th level supernatural user, so he can't be worse than Shen Feng in battle, right? Chapter 204 The Assemblage of Zombies. Seeing Jin Ziju's behavior, Shen Feng guessed Jin Ziju's purpose, and just wanted to use his strength to teach himself a lesson in time, but Shen Feng was unwilling to fight. Don't force me to stand on the moral high ground to face you, pointing fingers. As for sparring or something, I won't do it. At this time, Shen Feng felt that he was not sure of winning, and he didn't want to fight at all. Otherwise it would be really embarrassing to make a fool of himself in public. Jin Zijil became angry when he heard this, and said, I am a person who walks upright and sits upright. How can you point me out? Don't talk nonsense. Just say it when you are afraid. Don't make these excuses. Shen Feng glanced at Jin Zijil, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Then I'll just say it straight. You have shortcomings in life. First of all, you are not polite, and you came to me today under the banner of friends, but I don't even understand the most basic etiquette, so I questioned me when I came up. If this is a friend, my friends are all over the world. Jin Zijil just wanted to defend himself, but Shen Feng spoke again. Secondly, this is my residence. If you come to see me, I, the master, shouldn't refuse. But you don't even bring basic gifts. Is our relationship so good? It's so good that you forgot to go to someone else's house. I am not picky about the most basic etiquette for visiting. Even if you show up with a book, it is considered a good gift, but you are empty-handed. Are you going to come to my place for dinner? Shen Feng has already targeted the 6 people here at this time. Although he may be at a disadvantage in a fight, he will not be at a disadvantage in a verbal fight. After all, he has been a keyboard warrior for many years. Even if it is rude, as long as you can find an excuse, you can turn passivity into initiative. As the big sister, Qin Qi stood up in embarrassment at this time, and explained, it's not that we don't want to bring gifts, we came in a hurry, and we just want to find out why the ability is out of control. As for the gifts, we will wait, it will be delivered in a moment. Shen Feng was not forgiving at this time, snorted coldly, turned his head and said, besides, knowing that we are guarding the city wall, if you insist on coming to me at this time, you obviously don't know how to advance or retreat, because personal matters interfere with the defense calculated in this way. Not only do you not know how to advance or retreat, but also you don't know the priorities. Do you know how much you will be guilty of if I am distracted by your arrival and the defense line is breached by the corpse tide? Jin Zijil trembled all over, and was very angry at Shen Feng's words. At this time, the electric arcs all over his body were throbbing, obviously furious, and he wanted to go forward and fix Shen Feng with his fists, but his reason told him, absolutely can't do this, otherwise, Shen Feng will magnify this matter in Shen Feng's mouth. These supernatural beings who came to the door have all become despicable people who don't know etiquette, don't know the world, don't know how to be grateful, and deliberately interfere with Yanjing's defense plan. Anyway, swearing as always, there is a reason, seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides was not right at this time. Xiao Sheng hurriedly smoothed things over. You two, don't hurt your peace. Everyone is a supernatural person, and it will be a loss if you hurt anyone. Shen Feng, put aside today's matter for now. We will all come to you again when I have time. We'd better go first. The 6 people then left the station under the protection of the bodyguards. Shen Feng looked at the backs of the few people leaving, with an uncontrollable smile on the corner of his mouth, and said in his heart, you are still too young to be surprised by my few words. I was forced to go away. It seems that language is still attractive. Long before the doomsday came, Shen Feng was often pissed off on the internet, because often a single word from a netizen could raise his blood pressure, and many of the confusing remarks would make Shen Feng angry as soon as they appeared. But any time with the passage of time, Shen Feng found that his level of speaking on the internet is also constantly rising. Now he can no longer use dirty words when swearing. He thought that his ability to speak fragrantly would be useless after the end, the place of martial arts, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. When encountering similar situations in the future, you can still spray at first. Shen Feng thought in his heart at this moment. Shu Daping from a distance ran over panting, holding a document in his hand. Mr. Shen, come and take a look at these documents. Something bad will happen. You have to be mentally prepared and don't be afraid. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, I will be afraid? I haven't seen any big scenes. I think I went deep into the enemy's rear many times alone. Now, what am I afraid of? Shu Daping hurriedly said seriously. Mr. Shen, stop joking. The degree of danger this time is unprecedented, because the zombies are about to officially attack the city. Shen Feng became nervous when he heard this, and immediately took a file in the other party's hand, and began to look at the contents of the file. It turned out that the satellite found that zombies began to gather in many places around Yanjing, and every place where they gathered, there are at least hundreds of thousands of zombies, and the place where the most zombies gather is actually 10 million zombies. The final document said, it is speculated that the Corpse King has also discovered the problem of temperature drop, So the Corpse King will make a final onslaught before the snow falls. We can win the final victory, the final onslaught. Is the Corpse King going to jump over the wall in a hurry? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart at this time. Shen Feng suddenly had a question, and quickly asked, can't a headquarters conduct airstrikes on the places where the zombies gather? Since these zombies still dare to gather, then we can't let this opportunity go. As long as the zombies gather, a little onslaught will definitely cause a lot of casualties. Even, we can use nuclear bombs. No matter how many zombies there are, we can kill them. Shu Daping shook his head helplessly, and replied, no, there are too many gathering places of zombies, thousands of gathering places, each place has at least hundreds of thousands of zombies, and the Corpse King has learned to be smart, and has been hiding underground. Ordinary zombies will not stop gathering unless you kill the Corpse King. Ammunition is not rich enough to cover tens of thousands of square kilometers, so airstrikes can only wait until the critical moment. You can't just watch the zombies come to attack the city, can you? Hundreds of millions of zombies attack day and night, who can withstand it? Shen Feng said with a frown, ahem, although some things have been decided, people with insufficient authority cannot know about them. This is the so-called non-compliance with others. Mr. Shen is a guest soldier, understand? Shu Daping said at this time. Mystery began at this time. Shen Feng also understood what Shu Daping meant. It was nothing more than that the headquarters did have an airstrike plan, but this plan cannot be told to others casually, especially the guest army like myself, which is different from the headquarters. The information will naturally not let oneself know. Shu Daping continued, Mr. Shen, the headquarters asked me to inform the people below that the next crucial battle is expected to take only a day or two, and the zombies will appear on a large scale. It will definitely be a hard battle. When the time comes, please do your best. Shen Feng nodded and replied, of course there is no problem. The reason why we came to support Yanjing is to defend the capital. Now that the danger is coming, we will naturally help each other in the same boat, and we must last until the moment of victory. In fact, Shen Feng is not very worried about the upcoming battle. After all, he has experienced a battle in Rongcheng before and saw the scene of zombies attacking the city. I think the situation in Yanjing is similar to that in Rongcheng. There are enough bullets. As long as there is enough food and grass, Yanjing will be fine even if it lasts for a year. After all, in the era of cold weapons, siege is not an easy task. Now the Corpse King zombies can't even catch up with the level of the era of cold weapons. It is simply impossible to break through the city wall outside Yanjing. While Shen Feng was thinking about the upcoming battle, the sound of fighter planes piercing the air suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up to watch, only to find that dozens of fighter planes flew out of the city and flew out of the city. The scene was watched by many people, and they were fascinated immediately. Everyone was dreaming of flying in the sky, and now humans have already accomplished this. The moment Shen Feng saw the fighter planes appear, he instantly understood that the airstrike had already begun, and these fighter planes were going to attack the gathering point of the zombies. I hope it goes well. Shen Feng prayed in his heart. Shen Feng only saw dozens of fighter planes here, but in fact Yanjing has dispatched hundreds of fighter jets at one time. And the purpose of these fighter jets is just a preliminary test, mainly to check the casualties that the air attack can cause to the zombies. If the Corpse King can be successfully killed, then the next airstrike will be carried out in an all-round way. Hundreds of fighter planes came directly to the gathering point dozens of kilometers outside Yanjing City, and then dropped cloud bombs and white phosphorus bombs. But in just an instant, blue and white flames burned on the ground, and countless zombies fell down in the sea of flames. It is impossible for the white phosphorus bomb to be extinguished before the flames burn out. Even if it is poured with water, it will not be extinguished. So, the zombies could only howl in the sea of flames. Every white phosphorus bomb will cause the death of hundreds of zombies, but for the hundreds of thousands of corpses at every turn, such a reduction in staff is still difficult to shake the root cause. Zombies in the distance are still rushing to the gathering point. Obviously, the white phosphorus bomb. It is impossible to stop the gathering of zombies. The cloud bomb also fell at this time, falling towards the center of the zombie gathering point. As soon as the cloud bomb landed, a violent explosion occurred in an instant, and after the explosion, endless heat hit. Located in the explosion center of the cloud bomb, the zombies in the area were wiped out in an instant. This is in the physical sense, because when the cloud bomb exploded, it began to burn violently. The temperature in the central area rose to thousands of degrees in an instant, and the zombies in the central area instantly disappeared, accompanied by the explosion of the cloud bomb. Mushroom clouds rose slowly, and the dust on the ground mixed with the ashes of the zombies flew into the sky and spread towards the sky. In this case, even the pilot of a fighter plane, the members also felt the horror. Such a violent explosion, even the dinosaurs would be killed. The cloud bomb does not just rely on heat to kill zombies, because the cloud bomb is loaded with fuel, which can evacuate the surrounding oxygen at the moment of explosion, and the high temperature area and overpressure area generated at the same time. Even if you are hiding in a house, it is also impossible to survive. As long as it is within the killing range, even if it is not killed by heat, it will be shocked to death by strong pressure. In the peripheral explosion area of the cloud bomb, many zombies have no scars on their bodies, but their mouths and noses are bleeding. Obviously, these zombies were killed by the shock. The killing range of the white phosphorus bomb is very large, but the cloud bomb is even more terrifying, because each cloud bomb can kill at least thousands of zombies, and the cloud bomb that explodes in a crowded place of zombies can even kill tens of thousands of zombies. If it weren't for the small number of cloud bombs carried by the fighters, I am afraid that a small wave of zombies would be killed or injured by the terrifying killing of cloud bombs. However, zombies are still gathering at this time. Even if the casualties of the corpse tide have exceeded 100,000, even if there will continue to be the danger of air raids in the future, the zombie tide is still gathering, and they are still preparing for the attack. Seeing this scene, many pilots looked gloomy. They have never encountered such a terrifying scene. Generally speaking, as long as the fighter plane flies around in the air, the enemy can only flee, but these zombies are not at all backing down and gathering against the pressure from the air. This practice really shocked the pilot. Let's go back. It seems that the Corpse King is hiding deep underground, and the cloud bomb can't kill the Corpse King. The captain said to the team members around him, and then led everyone back to Yanjing. There is a very strange thing to say. It seems that all the Corpse Kings know the horror of the cloud bomb, and they hide in the ground unanimously. As long as there are digging zombies, then the burrow is also very simple. Just dig 3 times into the ground. 10 meters, then all attacks above the head cannot hurt the Corpse King. And the cloud bomb was used on the battlefield, and it was only used once in the defense of Rongcheng. Yanjing and Rongcheng are thousands of miles away, but the Corpse King on Yanjing's side seems to know about the battle that took place in Rongcheng, hiding in the ground but not coming out, and has been instructing ordinary zombies to attack Yanjing city wall. This incident was observed by some mythologists in the laboratory, and they were immediately puzzled. Could it be that there is a special communication channel between Corpse Kings that can communicate across thousands of miles? No, human beings can communicate across thousands of miles, and the only way is to rely on the internet. If there is no satellite, everyone will never even think about cross-regional contact, but the Corpse King is different. The Corpse King seems to have mastered other means of communication. Rely on the means of satellite can contact. However, at this time, the laboratory has no chance or time to study this matter, because the zombies are about to launch their final attack before the snow falls, and the Corpse King also understands that once it snows, the temperature will drop sharply, and ordinary zombies will be frozen to death, and without ordinary zombies, the Corpse King will also lose the biggest barrier. The human beings are thinking, hurry up to snow, hurry up to cool down, but the Corpse King was thinking, is it snowing? The later the better. Chapter 205 The Last Crazy One. 2 days later, the general attack of the zombies began, and a black wave of corpses rushed towards the city wall. Standing on the city wall, Shen Feng looked at the scene in front of him, took a deep breath, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. Obviously, he had never encountered such a scene, even if he claimed to be experienced in many battles, even if he thought I often go deep into the hinterland of zombies, and seeing the scene at this time, the shock in my heart is beyond words. Standing on the city wall and looking into the distance, all he could see was the darkness. A zombie walked toward Yanjing in a daze. Although his movements were slow, his footsteps never stopped. 2 zombies, a 3rd zombie, and countless zombies. Boundless zombies were advancing toward Yanjing, and these zombies did not push, fight or scold in the process of advancing. They only marched silently, except for the sound of footsteps. They could not hear any other sounds. Standing on the top of the wall and looking down, no matter how tall human beings are, they are as weak as ants, and the zombies are the same. Even a 5-meter high tank-shaped zombie is no match for a tall city wall. Therefore, It is boundless. The tide of corpses seemed to be the size of an ant, but when thousands of ants surround the boa constrictor, even the boa constrictor cannot ignore it, because the consequence of ignoring it is that it will be eaten up by the tiny ants, and in the end only the white bones will remain in place. The fact that ants kill elephants is not just talk, but a real fact. Shen Feng let out a long breath, and sighed. The real battle has begun, and it's no longer the small fights before. The next thing is the scene of endless death. Jianyi was also frightened by the scene in front of him. Now he finally understands the description of the ancients. Cars are like water and horses are like dragons. This is not an exaggeration, it is obviously realistic. Jianyi sneaked out of his busy schedule, took out a notebook on his body, and wrote down the record. Today, I participated in the Battle of Yanjing, and saw a shocking scene. Millions of zombies pulled down mountains and felled trees. One day, I saw people's heads like flowing water, and zombies rubbed against their shoulders. Thinking about it, this is an unprecedented scene. For the current plan, we can only barely fight it, and there is no other way. Shen Feng can barely stabilize his figure, but the soldiers below are different. Shen Feng used the evolutionary base to get 2,000 evolutionary soldiers before, but this time there are only 5,000 soldiers. Most of them are ordinary people. When they saw the tide of zombies surrounding them, the fear in their hearts was constantly amplifying before today's decisive battle. For more than half a month, the zombies just routinely attacked Yanjing every day. And now the weather continues to cool down, and now the third wave of cold waves is also moving southward on a large scale. The Corpse King seems to have discovered the weather factor, and now he is finally ready to fight hard. At this time, when people's hearts were fluctuating, the superior announced something. From today on, everyone on the battlefield will have more meals, and everyone will have meat to eat, and everyone will be given 2 cigarettes a day, but among the soldiers no alcohol allowed. Shen Feng also understands. It seems that the people above are also worried about the collapse of the army's morale, so they have specially increased the combat treatment of soldiers. Whether they are soldiers in the headquarters or civilian soldiers, they can get good treatment. Obviously, it is through rewards. Exciting, after all, as the old saying goes, there must be brave men under great rewards. Shen Feng is not very good at smoking, but after the apocalypse, in order to relieve the pressure, he would sometimes smoke one. Chang Jianyi didn't care about this. As long as Shen Feng was not addicted to smoking, she would not care too much. After all, Shen Feng also needs his own freedom. At the same time, the zombies began to attack the city. Countless zombies began to charge towards the city wall. The dust flew all over the sky and swept to the city wall. Shen Feng also ordered to shoot. The soldiers started shooting at the zombies with red eyes. The zombies are very dense, and any shot can hit the zombies. The gun barrel on the top of the city wall was also aiming at the group of zombies below. The shells were shot out one after another. Once the shells hit the ground, they exploded in an instant. Within a few meters around, the zombies would fall down instantly. Within the range of the zombie, even if it is not dead, the zombies will break their hands and feet. The shrapnel after the explosion is still very powerful, and these shrapnel can easily break the bones after a zombie is hit by a bullet or shrapnel. It's fine if it dies on the spot, because it's just a temporary relief from the pain, and it's easy to leave this world. But if the zombie is only wounded, then the treatment is different, because after falling down, the companions behind will step on the body, and countless zombies will step on the fallen zombies, causing the injured zombies to die under the trample. The injured zombie began to howl the moment he fell to the ground, as if begging his companions behind him to treat him gently, but unfortunately such pleadings were destined not to be heard by his companions. And his companions would just step on them and charge towards him again. For the city wall, there seems to be only one thing left in their minds, and that is to rush up. As long as they can enter behind the city wall, then their victory will come. As a result, the injured zombies have only one fate, which is to die under the footsteps of their own people. Perhaps, after the charge is over, the dead zombies will become the rations of the rest of their companions, and at this time, they have lost their use value. There are small windows on the city wall, through which the soldiers shoot continuously. The machine guns are the most eye-catching ones, because the machine guns can shoot continuously as long as the bullets are sufficient, and they will not stop until the barrel is overheated. After the bullets are fired, the zombies will fall down in the direction the machine gun is pointing at. The muzzle of the gun draws a curve in the air, and the zombies outside the city will fall down row by row like wheat harvesting. Shen Feng also participated in the battle. Before that, he could at most stand on the wall and fire the first shot, because he was more of a commander than a fight, and even if it was a fight, there was no chance for him to show up, because now the mainstream of China is guns, not personal power. Shen Feng held his own barrett and aimed at the mutated zombies. Many of these mutated zombies were holding the stone slabs as cover. It was really impossible for ordinary bullets to pass through the stone slabs and kill the mutated zombies behind them. And it would be wasteful to kill these mutated zombies with shells, so the action against the mutated zombies is the job of snipers. Shen Feng held barrett and aimed at a strong zombie hiding behind the stone slab. This kind of zombie is the most powerful. If he allowed it to get close to the city wall, he would probably throw some zombies directly onto the city wall from below the city wall. Come on, if a self-explosive zombie is thrown on the city wall, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the soldiers on the city wall. Bang! A light flashed across the muzzle of Barrett's gun, and Shen Feng's shoulder shook at this time. The bullet instantly passed through the head of the strong zombie, and then the head of the strong zombie exploded like a watermelon, and all the white ones were scattered on the ground. The strong zombie fell to the ground, and the stone slab stood right in front of him. It's easy, you even bring your own tombstone. Shen Feng half-jokingly said. Chu Chaoyan is also carefully aiming with a sniper rifle. Now her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Both her physical strength and eyesight have been strengthened. It can be said that she is completely qualified as a sniper. After aiming at the mutant zombie, she can shoot going out. There is a 90% chance of killing zombies. Boom. Chu Chaoyan was a little excited when she saw the mutated zombie died under her gun through a high-power lens. The tide of corpses didn't stop charging because of the casualties. Instead, they attacked even more desperately, as if life and death were ignored. At the beginning, there were no zombies who survived within 50 meters, but the front of the zombies also constantly advancing. As time went by, the battle line was also approaching the city wall, 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, until 20 meters. At this point, the zombies could no longer move forward even a single step. Time passed by every minute and every second, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and the zombies were still attacking the city frantically, as if they wanted to pile up the city wall with corpses. But the ideal is full, and the reality is very skinny. Zombies attack the city wall from all directions. It seems that all sections of the city wall are the targets of the zombies to kill. In the past half a day, at least 2 million zombies have died, and there are only this number of zombies in a large zombie wave. That is to say, one day's fighting in Yanjing has solved a zombie wave. If this continues, more than 100 million zombies want to be eliminated. It is only a matter of time. Shen Feng only needs to defend the 500-meter-long city wall, and the further places are not within the range he needs to defend. Suddenly, Shu Daiping patted Shen Feng's shoulder lightly, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Shen Feng, the time is up, it's time to hand over." After being reminded by Shu Daiping, Shen Feng came back to his senses and found that the soldiers who were about to hand over the defense task had already arrived at the top of the wall. He seemed to have forgotten the time. During the defense, the only thought in everyone's mind was killing the zombies. On the contrary, I forgot the passage of time, even when it was time to change shifts. After a while, I realized that the exam was almost over. Shen Feng took a deep breath and said to his subordinates on the city wall, "Yang Chang, led someone to throw white phosphorus bombs, and prepare to hand over quickly, and complete the task of handing over within 3 minutes." Yang Chang nodded to express his understanding, and then came to the thrower, put away the carefully stored white phosphorus bombs, and then quickly threw them out. It is not an easy task to have a smooth handover during the battle. Only by setting up obstacles to prevent the zombies from advancing can we exchange time for the handover, and white phosphorus bombs are the most suitable weapon. The white phosphorus bombs were thrown out one by one, and they exploded everywhere the moment they hit the ground, and then the blue-white flames burned, burning all the zombies in the area to death. Turned into ashes, the white phosphorus bomb will not be extinguished at will until the fuel is exhausted. The wall of fire created by the white phosphorus bomb makes it difficult for the zombies to break through the blockade of the flames. Even if the zombies barely rush over, all the clothes on their bodies will start to burn. One by one, the firemen are running on the ground. Before running a few steps, the zombies will fall to the ground. It is difficult to stand up again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng hurriedly led people to hand over, but he discovered another dangerous thing. That is, the eyes of the soldiers under him were red and bloodshot, which didn't just happen after staying up too late. The scene is a phenomenon that only occurs when the emotions are extremely tense. Thinking about today's battle, Shen Feng understands that such a long and high-intensity battle has already caused mental problems in the soldiers. Now they are very excited. If you are not careful, you will go wrong at this time. Shen Feng understood why the upper management gave out cigarettes. It was all for the sake of the soldiers. If they didn't smoke for a while, they would really suffer from psychological problems. Everyone go back to eat, and then everyone smokes and sleeps. It is forbidden to walk around, you just lie in the tent. Shen Feng immediately said to the soldiers under his command. Shen Feng doesn't want all his subordinates to become lunatics after the battle is over, so sleep is very important. He just hopes that everyone can adjust themselves during sleep. If something goes wrong, it will be bad seeing everyone like this. Shu Daiping couldn't help but whisper to Shen Feng, Mr. Shen Feng, they are not professional soldiers, and their behavior is inevitable now, so don't criticize them. Shen Feng nodded and rubbed his eyes. It seems that he also had this state before. After killing too many zombies, his eyes would be red, but after obtaining the power, this situation is less, unless it is when desperate, otherwise his mood will not fluctuate too much. Chapter 206 The Last Madness II. Shen Feng took the people back to the station. After eating and seeing that it was still early in the sky, he took out a comic book and started to read it. If it weren't for the current conditions, he still wanted to lie on the sofa and watch TV. There is a bottle of Coke. If there are spicy potato chips, it will be perfect. It's a pity that these can only be Shen Feng's wishes. Now that he is fighting thousands of miles away, it is already very good to be able to carry comics in his hand. How can he ask for more? The soldiers did not have Shen Feng's mood. After a whole day of fighting, everyone was very tired. Although the body was very tired, but the spirit was surprisingly excited. The matter of shooting is left. For human beings, killing is still too sinful. Chu Chaoyan is still concentrating on recording what happened today. She wants to write down what she saw and heard today. Moreover, this is a battle she has never experienced before, but now she is standing on the wall like a hero to defend the city. This experience is completely different. Standing on the city wall, I am like a hero, scorning the tide of zombies below. At this time, I am the legendary Valkyrie, leading my soldiers to fight together. Although I can't see the end of the zombies, even if I don't know when will the war end, but there is no doubt that the final victory will definitely come. Shen Feng is also very calm today, and he is very reliable in combat. It must not be difficult. Chu Chaoyan was seriously recording what he saw and heard today, and it was winter, and the sky was gradually getting dark. Shen Feng casually threw the manga into the tent, rubbed his eyes, and then saw people who were chattering in twos and threes in the station. The soldiers who were chatting, the tense expressions of everyone relaxed at this time. It's a pity that I can't walk around freely now, otherwise, I really want to walk around. Shen Feng sat on the ground and thought, so there were newspapers on the floor, which he used as a cushion after reading the newspapers. As for the contents of the newspaper, it is natural to report the good news and not the bad news. If you ask, the situation is very good, and it means that I have the advantage. Apart from the occasional bad news, there is no problem at this moment. A tall woman came to Shen Feng's side. There was a sign on her chest that said Yanjing Laboratory, Experimenter Li Qi. Obviously, this woman should be from the laboratory. People, but now they appear on the front line at this time, which is rather weird. Li Qi was wearing a windbreaker, jeans on her lower body, and a tight-fitting sweater under the windbreaker. According to her height, she was over 1.8 meters tall. She walked towards Shen Feng, exuding a heroic aura all over her body. This is the momentum of a confident person. When walking, he is not in a hurry, but the goal is very clear at this moment. Chu Chaoyan sensed that something was wrong, put away the notebook in an instant, squinted at the situation on Shen Feng's side, and the corners of his mouth were pulled down, thinking in his heart, I just came to Yanjing for a few days, and I will be here soon. It's disgusting that a beautiful woman came to look for Shen Feng. Chu Chaoyan compared herself with the other party, but suddenly found that this woman who just appeared was fairer than herself, and her figure was taller, especially her proud chest, which had already defeated 90% of the women. At that time, Chu Chaoyan suddenly became worried, and said to himself, why is this woman looking for Shen Feng? Could it be that she is planning to use her body as a bargaining chip to seduce Shen Feng? Who made Shen Feng so dazzling now? At This time, Li Qiyi walked up to Shen Feng, gave a thumbs up and pointed behind him. Shen Feng, come with me. Director Yang from the laboratory is looking for you. Seeing the other party's attitude, Shen Feng showed a mocking smile on his face. What if I don't leave? Are you going to arrest me? Li Qiyi frowned, and said seriously, Shen Feng, we researched the Luzhou Corpse King and found that the Corpse King had a conversation with you before he was killed by you. This is very important information that can be used for our follow-up. The research provides ideas, so please come with me. As long as you say what you talked about before, that's enough. Shen Feng waved his hand and said, what are you talking about? Now is the time when the zombies are launching a general attack. As a member of the guard in the city wall, I cannot leave my post without permission. Besides, I have never talked to the Corpse King. You are looking for the wrong person. I won't go to the laboratory or something. Anyway, you are full of talents. What kind of ideas do you need me to provide? Seeing Shen Feng's attitude, Li Qiyi remembered the content of the previous investigation. Shen Feng is approachable, but when it comes to the exchange of interests, he will be haggard. At the beginning, Rong Chang was there to learn about the situation of the evolutionary base. With a lot of equipment in exchange, nowadays, it is obviously not so easy to get more information from Shen Feng. Thinking of this, Li Qiyi showed a smile on his face, bent down and said to Shen Feng, then, let's play a game. You can't use abilities. We have a fair fight. As long as I win, you follow me, and tell me all the conversations you had with the Corpse King before. Then, what if I win? Shen Feng asked indifferently. Li Qiyi shook his head confidently. Impossible. It is impossible for me to lose. I have never lost since I became an evolutionary. To tell you the truth, I am not only an experimenter, but also I have learned various methods since I was a child. Martial arts, I am confident no one can beat me. What? If you lose? You can't bet nothing at all, otherwise, I won't have any motivation. Shen Feng said half-jokingly. He certainly didn't think he would lose to an ordinary supernatural user, but now this kind of under the circumstances, he also wanted to try his own level. The corner of Li Qiyi's mouth rose. You can choose whatever you want. I will accompany you for any bet you want. Well, I want you. Shen Feng pointed at Li Qiyi instantly, as if he was about to make an excessive decision in the next second. But at this time, Chu Chaoyan suddenly coughed. Ahem, I seem to be going home. I want to go to Chang Jianyi to tell about what I have seen and heard about Yanjing. Shen Feng quickly changed his words. If I win, I want you to leave here smoothly. Li Qiyi saw that Shen Feng changed his words under the persecution of Chu Chaoyan, and his face showed thoughtfulness. It turned out that Shen Feng, a powerful supernatural being, also had scruples. Okay, let me try your level. Don't let me down. Li Qiyi is confident that she will not lose, and now she is working hard to get Shen Feng to follow her to the laboratory. Even if you want to leave in front of everyone disheartened, you must try it out. Seeing Shen Feng's performance, Chu Chaoyan nodded with satisfaction at this time, stepped forward and said, Shen Feng, don't go up, let me try. I want to tell her that even if she becomes an evolutionary, there is also a gap between people with supernatural powers. At this time, Chu Chaoyan moved her shoulders and walked towards Li Qiyi. In fact, she thought this way in her heart, even if I am not as good as her in figure and temperament, I will use my strength to defeat her with dignity. Shen Feng, you can see clearly, I am also very good. Shen Feng looked at Chu Chaoyan worriedly, and asked, can you? Absolutely. No problem, I will definitely win. Chu Chaoyan raised her eyebrows and said, she believes that as a third-order supernatural being, her physical fitness is dozens of times stronger than before the doomsday, and now one punch can kill a cow. Even if he meets this woman who claims to have practiced martial arts since childhood, it won't be too bad. What about the bet? Li Qiyi didn't care about Chu Chaoyan's challenge, she cared more about the bet. The bet remains the same. Chu Chaoyan will fight for me. If you win, I will go with you. Shen Feng said with a smile. Chu Chaoyan moved her body a little bit, then walked up to Li Qiyi, looked up at him. Even if she felt that she had lost psychologically, but she couldn't lose her momentum, she also tried her best to stand up to her chest. Do you want to go to Shen Feng? Ask me first. I exist as the person who supervises Shen Feng, according to the order of Chang Jianyi, Deputy City Lord, forbidding him to contact other women, including you. You are doomed to fail this time and returned. In this way, you are like a housekeeper. Li Qiyi asked narrowly. Nonsense. Hurry up and start the fight. Chu Chaoyan blushed and was ready to strike immediately. The term housekeeper is generally not used casually, because it has two meanings. Either it refers to a woman who is particularly strict with a housekeeper, or it means a woman whose relationship is close enough to be a housekeeper. When Chu Chaoyan heard this name, she immediately having been punctured, he immediately wanted to interrupt. The area around the station is full of yellow land. At most, it has been rolled over by road rollers a few times. All the buildings have been demolished, so there are many open spaces. Now the two are going to fight. It is not difficult to find an open space. Li Qi and Chu Chaoyan found an open space and began to confront each other. A circle of soldiers surrounded them. No one thought that they were about to go to sleep, and now they could still see the fun. Shen Feng also stood aside. If any danger appeared during the battle, he would stop it in time. Chu Chaoyan looked at Li Qi, who was standing not far away, and shouted, "Take the move." After finishing speaking, Chu Chaoyan stepped forward quickly and punched straight. She was already a supernatural person, and this punch was really powerful. If it hit the opponent, it could cause huge damage. However, Li Qi seemed to have seen through Chu Chaoyan's movements, and dodged the punch sideways. His right foot stuck out between Chu Chaoyan's legs, and his shoulders pushed hard on her. It was only a split second. Chu Chaoyan lost his balance and fell to the ground, still on his back. "Give up. I'm a professional. It's impossible for you to defeat me," Li Qi said with a smile. She knew from Chu Chaoyan's posture that the opponent had nothing but strength. Without training, to deal with this kind of person, as long as you use simple routines, you can subdue them. Chu Chaoyan didn't expect that she would be knocked down with one move, but according to the rules of the game, she would lose only if she didn't get up after falling to the ground for 10 seconds. Now she still has a chance. "I let you go just now, now I'm going to get serious." Chu Chaoyan was not convinced. Although he suffered a loss, he refused to relax. After finishing speaking, Chu Chaoyan immediately rushed towards Li Qi, still beating violently. This time Li Qi did not dodge, but suddenly grabbed Chu Chaoyan's fist, turned around to resist the opponent, exerted force with both hands, and bent at the same time, slumped at the waist, unexpectedly resorted to a throw over the shoulder. Chu Chaoyan's slim figure drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. "Oh, it hurts." Chu Chaoyan's back was in severe pain, and when she was thrown on the ground, there was a cloud of dust on the ground, and she felt like she was about to fall apart. Li Qi put his hands on his hips, made a casual pose, and said, "This beauty, I can see that you have never learned martial arts, so you don't know the skills. If this continues, even if you rush over 100 times, it is still impossible. I won. This time, I will win." Chu Chaoyan stood up slowly. At this moment she still didn't want to admit defeat. Her eyes were fixed on the other party, as if she wanted to find a flaw. Shen Feng saw the scene from the side, and wiped his sweat guiltily. At this moment, he suddenly realized that even if he didn't use the power, he might not be able to defeat the opponent, because he also didn't know the skills. Shrimp Lucian heard that there was excitement here to watch, so he also walked over, stood beside Shen Feng and said, "City Master, I think Miss Chu will definitely lose in such a serious competition. If you want to win, you can only fight." "What is nagging?" Shen Feng asked quickly. Puzzled Lucian didn't hide anything, and directly expressed his thoughts. "Look, the opponent is a professional martial arts practitioner. If this fights, he will definitely have the upper hand. So, why not use some low-level methods, such as pulling hair, tearing clothes, grabbing breasts and so on. You can use whatever tricks you want. If you do it in public, even if you can't win, it will make her lose face." Chu Chaoyan is already a supernatural being, and her hearing is extremely sharp. When she didn't know what to do, when she heard Lucian's explanation, she immediately felt blessed, and she understood everything in an instant. Looking at Li Qi with a proud figure, he wiped the corners of his mouth and said, "You're doomed." Li Qi said quickly, "We are fighting fairly. Please don't mess around." Naturally, Li Qi didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of these people. If Chu Chaoyan really rushed forward desperately, once he was entangled, the only way to make a fool of himself was. Chu Chaoyan nodded, and said, "Of course I won't use such low-level methods, but I haven't eaten enough today. I suggest that the battle between us be held another day. How about it? This is more fair." Li Qi looked at Shen Feng with some reluctance, but she had to take the risk of being ugly in front of everyone to fight. Once her clothes were torn, her reputation would be ruined, So she had no choice but to say, then tomorrow night we will officially fight, and the stakes will remain the same. How about it, Chu? Chaoyan took advantage and nodded quickly. I've said it, we'll continue fighting tomorrow. Li Qi turned around and left. She had already decided that when she came tomorrow, she must wear a leather jacket. Clothes made of this material were very strong and could not be torn apart easily. And Chu Chaoyan had already thought about it, and within a day, she would find a way to defeat the opponent. Chapter 207 The Last Madness Part 3. Chu Chaoyan ate 10 steamed buns just for dinner. Of course, she couldn't beat Li Qi because she was hungry. In fact, she was just delaying time and couldn't admit defeat in public. Chu Chaoyan returned to her tent dejectedly. She regretted it a little. Why did she stand out at that time? She wanted to defeat the opponent to prove her strength, but now she was fine. But Li Qi fell down twice in a row in front of her subordinates. Losing all face, a formal martial arts competition will be held one day later. How can it be possible to win? At the critical moment, Shen Feng brought Lucian and Guo Pinming to come. If the three of them come up with an idea together, they can help Chu Chaoyan. Shen Feng first said, Chu Chaoyan, tomorrow you will propose a weapon for competition, and I will teach you a trick. Have you heard of the sword drawing technique? It is to use the shortest time to draw the sword to fight. Once the sword is drawn, the opponent will surely fall. Chu Chaoyan lifted his spirits and asked, you know how to draw a sword? How come I don't know? Shen Feng coughed and said seriously, I don't know how to draw a knife, but I still know a little bit about the same type. This move is called a gun drawing technique. I will lend you the Desert Eagle, and you can practice it the next day. Just draw the gun, and promise to defeat the enemy without fighting. Do you know what I mean? While speaking, Shen Feng pointed to the Desert Eagle pinned to his waist. His meaning was obvious. It was nothing more than a trick for Li Qi. As long as the opponent agreed to compare weapons, he would use the Desert Eagle to meet the enemy. Anyway, this is also a weapon. What's the difference? Chu Chaoyan rolled her eyes at Shen Feng, and said angrily, you are the only one who is smart. Could it be that Li Qi can't use a gun? You are such a bad idea, Guo Pinming came over at this time, frowned and said, I can grasp hands. In fact, it's mainly joint skills, but it only takes one day, so I'm afraid it's difficult to learn, but if Miss Chu wants to learn, I will definitely pour all my money into it. Granted, Chu Chaoyan shook his head, looked at Lucian, and asked, what's your idea, Lu? Xian thought about it carefully, and replied, in short, we can only want to win in a short period of time. It is definitely impossible to do it in a normal way. For the present plan, the only way is to take advantage of it. Tricks? What does this mean? Is there such a thing as tricks in battle? Besides, I'm not as skilled as Li Qi. Chu Chaoyan was very puzzled, and didn't understand what this so-called tricks meant. Lucian looked around and made sure no one was watching him, so he said in a low voice, to put it bluntly, it's cheating. I have a set of miniature microphones here, and I can predict the other party's movements, so when the time comes, I will secretly remind you, you pay attention to the opponent's attack, and besides, let Loud Guo make a weapon for you on the spot. Can't he manipulate steel? Let him also help secretly, so that you will have an advantage. When Chu Chaoyan heard this suggestion, her heart was moved immediately. She nodded quickly and said, this idea is good. I will definitely win tomorrow, and I must let her have a taste of the embarrassment I made today, otherwise, I won't be able to swallow it. This breath. Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and said, what's the matter with your inexplicable desire to win? It was originally my battle, but you forced me to replace me, and now you have to win even if you are cheating. It won't happen. Otherwise, I will fight against you. Make peace. Everyone laughs it off. As for me, I go to the laboratory. That's enough. No, who do you think I'm working so hard for? Chu Chaoyan refused to admit defeat and firmly disagreed with Shen Feng's proposal. Up to now, it is no longer a problem that Shen Feng can solve by going to the laboratory, because Chu Chaoyan was humiliated in front of everyone today, and was thrown twice in a row. It was a woman of the same age, which made Chu Chaoyan unable to swallow this breath, and must find a way to get back the scene. At this time, Shen Feng could only shrug his shoulders and let Chu Chaoyan do it, but he also knew that even if he didn't use his powers, he might not be able to defeat Li Qi. Who made Li Qi learn martial arts since he was a child? For such a person, It is impossible to defeat without knowing the skills. Yanjing's laboratory is protected by a group of elite soldiers. Surveillance is all around the building. If someone attacks here, it will only take 20 minutes for support to arrive. It can be said that this is one of the safest places in the city. After Li Qiyi returned to the laboratory, he also faced inquiries from the director. The director was very anxious now. If he wanted to find out the Corpse King's intentions, he had to get enough information. Shen Feng must have the information I need. Although he doesn't understand the importance of this information, information is the most important thing for us. And the video shows that before Shen Feng killed the Corpse King, there was a pause of half a minute, and during this period, the two must have communicated. The director said excitedly. Li Qiyi nodded and said, "Of course I know the importance of the information in Shen Feng's hands, but if I want to get Shen Feng to tell the truth, I can't do it alone, unless you contact the director. Ability Management Bureau, send someone here, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to win." The director fell silent when he heard this, because he knew that this matter was unusual. He was silent for a long time, and then replied, "The Ability Management Bureau doesn't have much contact with us, and the people in the Ability Management Bureau are very dislike us, because our experiments often require their cooperation, which makes them feel like guinea pigs, and I don't guarantee successful communication." Li Qiyi frowned, and said with displeasure, "This group of people with supernatural powers always look superior. If they don't use supernatural powers, no one will be my opponent. Is it because they are lucky that they are naturally superior? If I had known earlier, I would have tried to get in the rain." "Don't talk nonsense. The person who can survive after being exposed to the rain is completely 1 in a million. If you want to obtain supernatural powers, you have to consider the risks. If you are exposed to the rain, you probably won't survive." Angry, in order to obtain supernatural powers, he didn't take his own life seriously. "This is too much." Li Qiyi is still complaining at this time, "But we have all researched the supernatural potion, but we can't use it ourselves. If I have the supernatural power, then I will be invincible in the world in the future, regardless of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Even people like Shen Feng, the so-called folk masters, can't be better than me." "Okay, it's good if you can drink the evolution potion. Besides, the supernatural potion can only be made by the head of the Corpse King. Such a precious thing must not be used casually." The director continued to comfort Li Qiyi, hoping that she could calm down. "The Corpse King's head is not something that can be picked up casually. Even if there are many zombies outside Yanjing City, there are only 200 Corpse Kings now. This is because most of the zombies in the north have gathered here." However, Li Qiyi heard other meanings from the director's words, and asked quickly, "Director, do you mean that as long as I can get the Corpse King's head, I can get the evolution potion? If you can get it, go find it. Anyway, you know how to make potions yourself, but the only one who killed the Corpse King in the duel process is Shen Feng. It's not that I look down on you. You are just an evolutionary, you can't kill the Corpse King." The director couldn't help hitting Li Qiyi at this time. Li Qiyi had a different idea in his heart. As long as he could get the head of the Corpse King, he could make the supernatural potion by himself, and then he could become a supernatural person himself. "The Corpse King? It's really not easy to get it," Li Qiyi said to himself, but his eyes kept rolling, as if he was thinking about something. As night fell, the tide of corpses outside Yanjing City had not yet receded. The zombies seemed to have really begun to fight for their lives, attacking continuously like a tide. Even in the dark, they were still charging crazily. It brought huge pressure, because the general zombies died when they died. It was nothing more than adding a corpse, but the soldiers were fighting continuously. Their spirits were always tense, and it was difficult to fight for a long time. In fact, even with a Verdun meat grinder, the result of the battle is not as good as Yanjing's defensive battle, because millions of zombies were killed in one day, and with the charge of the zombies, the number of dead zombies it is still rising, and everyone is numb to such a number. Humans will surrender, because if they cannot bear the casualties, surrender can save their strength, but zombies will not retreat or surrender. So, the two sides can only fight to the death. There are many searchlights placed on the city wall, and the searchlights are continuously shining towards the bottom of the city wall, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. The zombies may want to attack in the dark, but with the searchlights, the zombies' intentions can only be defeated. As for the combatants, is also constantly changing, and the zombie wheel battle is also unable to work in Yanjing City. There are several power stations that are generating electricity day and night. Before the zombies surrounded Yanjing, Yanjing had already hoarded enough coal. There is so much coal that is enough for the thermal power plant to generate electricity day and night. It can be said that, fighting logistics zombies are completely inferior to humans. The Bureau of Meteorology has also received exciting news. The cold wave from Siberia is still going southward. In 5 days, this wave of cold wave will arrive. By then, the temperature will be lower and the conditions for snow will be ripe. Yes, by then, the vicinity of Yanjing will be covered in ice and snow for thousands of miles. Human beings will be at risk of freezing to death if they don't keep warm well. It's absolutely impossible for zombies to survive in such a low temperature. 10. Isn't it easy to persist for 5 days? Today's zombies are impossible to rush to the foot of the city wall. As long as there are enough bullets, let alone 5 days, even 50 days can hold it. Headquarters. Everyone laughed when they heard the exciting news. The actions of the zombies were all within everyone's expectations. In this way, as long as there is heavy snowfall, victory will come. However, the people from the Meteorological Bureau also had a different opinion. He frowned and thought about it, and said, "It seems that the temperature this year is much lower than last year and the millennium. If the temperature continues to drop, it will be bad." The concern of meteorologists is not unfounded, but based on data speculation. The temperature of the Earth is also cyclical, and when the temperature drops, it will usually affect human farming. It is also common to reduce production, and sometimes even cause particles. No harvest, and this extreme climate phenomenon is called the Little Ice Age. Calculating the time, the Little Ice Age is almost here. If the temperature in the next few years is also dropping, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Because the Northeast Plain has become a granary in the past few decades, but once the Little Ice Age arrives, production will be reduced. It is almost a foregone conclusion that the future North will become the real doomsday. We don't need to worry about this. The primary goal now is to kill all the zombies. As long as the zombies in the whole country are killed, the remaining land will be enough to feed the people who survived. Moreover, the Little Ice Age cannot come quickly. We have enough response time, isn't it? After all, we can wipe out most of the zombies in only 5 years. The people in the headquarters are very optimistic. As long as they kill the zombies, there's hope for everything. So the best way to deal with the zombie attack. Important things. The fact is that 90% of the human race has turned into zombies, causing a huge crisis to the rest of the human race. Once the response is insufficient, it will be a catastrophe for mankind. Some small countries have already perished in this situation. Yes, but if you think about it carefully, 90% of humans have become zombies. So after the zombies are eliminated, there will be enough resources to support humans. The way of heaven is to make up for what is lacking. The emergence of zombies makes the human situation precarious, but once the crisis is over, then perhaps human beings can take this opportunity to evolve successfully and reach a new peak in human history. Think about it carefully. After the zombies appeared, human beings discovered evolutionary potions, and they also discovered supernatural potions. If they continue to fight, there may be more inventions. Human beings have never become the overlords on the earth by relying on strength. It relies on wisdom. When wisdom accumulates to a certain level, civilization will make a leap. Chapter 208. The Last Crazy 4. During the daytime, Shen Feng continued to fight with his people. Facing the powerful attack of zombies, the front-line defense was very firm. At most, the zombies were killed after rushing to the bottom of the city wall. After fighting for a day and a night, there was not a single zombie that could rush to the top of the city wall. However, at this moment, Shen Feng received an order from his superior: prepare to fight outside the city gate, push the defense line 300 meters away, then there will be artillery cover, and organize a defense line 300 meters outside the city. Shen Feng doesn't know, so, isn't it good to guard the city wall now? Why push the line of defense outward? Is it to test the soldiers' ability to fight in the wild? At this time, it was Shu Daping who stood up and explained the reason for the battle. Mr. Shen, we referred to Zhang Yang's defense at the time. At that time, the only time the zombies rushed to the top of the city was through a dense formation of zombies to form a gentle slope, which was successful. Therefore, we will not give the zombies a chance to make a gentle slope, and the purpose of advancing the front line is to allow people to dispose of the corpses of the zombies. I see. Shen Feng nodded, as if he understood the superior's order. However, Shu Daping also said seriously at this time, right now, there is another reason to clean up the corpses of the zombies, and that is the plague. Even in winter, the plague is still possible. If the corpses of the zombies are not cleaned up in time, in case if the plague appears in Yanjing, it will be really troublesome. Shen Feng was naturally aware of the plague. After all, the plague in the southwest had spread from Yazhou, and Yazhou is currently under Shen Feng's control. It can be said that if there is no plague, it is not too difficult to clean up Yazhou city. In fact, the closer to the north, the greater the risk of plague. Because there are many rats in the northern grasslands, it is easy to move around, and it is more difficult to prevent and control. Therefore, it is reasonable for Yanjing to attach so much importance. After all, once the plague breaks out, now that we are in troubled times, maybe the plague will cause huge casualties. Intense cannonballs came from Yanjing city. Boom! Bursts of loud noises appeared, and countless shells were shot out of the barrel. If you want to leave the city, you must clean up all the zombies around the city, otherwise, no matter what, whoever goes out of the city will face pressure from all directions. The shells fell from the sky and exploded outside the city. The shrapnel instantly killed the surrounding zombies. The falling of the shells did not end in a short time, but lasted for a long time. Under the covering strike, even if there were sporadic with a few zombies alive, it is impossible to cause any harm. Standing on the city wall and watching this scene, Shen Feng felt the shock in his heart beyond words. Although he was also bombarded at the time, he took advantage of it by hiding behind a towering tree and leaving quickly. He didn't know the surrounding scene, but now he was watching from the top of the wall, and he could personally feel the power of the shelling. In almost an instant, the zombies were cleaned up. The battlefield was full of limbs and arms, and the tide of corpses was driven back a large distance. No wonder you can kill 3 people. Even I can't handle such a strong lethality. Shen Feng muttered to himself, watching the war outside the city in a daze. The shells can kill the surrounding zombies instantly after they hit the ground. Even the tank-type zombies can't withstand the bombardment of the shells. Some third-tier tank-type zombies are lucky enough to survive being hit by shrapnel because their recovery ability is particularly strong. However, you can hide once, but you can't hide dozens of times. In the end, tank zombies can only die in this situation. The covering attack lasted for half an hour, and the zombies outside the city wall were basically all dead. During this period, the zombies also stopped increasing their troops. The Corpse King is also clear that under such intensive firepower, it is impossible to continue increasing troops. It's just useless to consume the number of zombies, and these cannon fodder are not even enough as a stepping stone. Finally, Shen Feng got the order to attack and rushed out of the city gate with his soldiers. First of all, he killed all the zombies that survived the artillery fire, and then quickly arrived at the predetermined area to set up a defense line. As long as the machine guns were set up, ensuring enough bullets can stop the zombies. Facts have proved that the crowd tactics are outdated and useless. Chu Chaoyan is not willing to be lonely. Her ability is originally a range attack, and if she doesn't show it at this time, wouldn't she have little chance in the future? Ever since, Chu Chaoyan asked someone to bring salt water and quickly produced chlorine gas. The salt was poured into the water bag by bag, while Chu Chaoyan stretched out one hand in the water and pointed the other at the zombies in front of him. Green gas was released continuously, and soon a cloud of smoke was formed, and Shen Feng also made a move at this time. With a thought in his mind, he instantly summoned a gust of wind to blow from behind, blowing the chlorine gas towards the zombies. If Chu Chaoyan only used poisonous gas, the ability would not be particularly strong. After all, the wind direction had to be considered. She herself could not be affected, but the soldiers couldn't. Once the wind direction changed, they might accidentally injure their teammates. But Shen Feng happens to be able to control the wind, which can maximize the power of Chu Chaoyan's abilities. After all, the direction of the wind is under Shen Feng's control. The yellow-green poisonous mist diffused towards the zombies, and after inhaling the poisonous gas, the zombies basically fell to the ground and convulsed. These zombies did not die in a short time, but in fact they inhaled a large amount of chlorine gas. They are going to be exhausted, and they won't live long, while a few zombies are blind and standing in place, constantly waving their arms. Seeing this scene, the soldiers under Shen Feng were all terrified. The supernatural beings were indeed terrifying. I had no intuitive feeling before, but now it seems that the power of the supernatural beings is unimaginable, because they are just waved. Within a short time, tens of thousands of zombies had already fallen. This kind of combat power was not even comparable to guns. Shu Daiping also stood aside. Seeing this scene, his expression changed slightly, and he said in his heart, "The physical ability is really extraordinary, It can kill zombies so easily. At this time, Shen Feng suddenly had an idea, and quickly controlled the wind to blow the poisonous mist, making the poisonous mist cover 500 meters in front, so that the zombies would never be able to cross the barrier created by the poisonous mist. And once the zombies break through the barrier, they will still face the soldiers shooting. The battle situation on Shen Feng's side was quickly discovered by the surrounding soldiers, and they couldn't help but sigh. There are supernatural beings on the battlefield. We read it right. Right, don't be envious. This is a civilian team, and it's not uncommon for people with supernatural abilities to go to the battlefield. As for us, let's shoot honestly. Why don't the people from the Ability Management Bureau let the ability users go to the battlefield? What? Do you know? All supernatural beings are treasures. How could they appear on the battlefield? These people basically perform special tasks, either as bodyguards or special envoys. It would be great if we could also become supernatural beings. After seeing Chu Qiaowen's supernatural powers, many soldiers were envious. After all, with supernatural powers, they could do many things beyond ordinary people. It's a pity that you can't do it casually if you want to become a supernatural being. Otherwise, the whole world would already be full of supernatural beings. According to statistics, there are only dozens of supernatural users in the whole country, not even 100. The ground is full of loose sand, and there are 5 supernatural beings on Shen Feng's side, which is already a lot. However, at this moment, the soldiers outside the city discovered that someone had unexpectedly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Jin Zizhu, surrounded by electric arcs, with a wicked smile on his face, and he was walking towards the city without haste. It turned out that Jin Zizhu and others reported the conjecture that the abilities were out of control, so the superiors specially approved the ability users to participate in the battle so that they could control the abilities as soon as possible. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the ability users on the battlefield also needs to be tested. Therefore, more than 30 people from the Ability Management Bureau basically all came to the front line, and Jin Zizhu is the person with the ability closest to Shen Feng. Jin Zizhu was already a 5th-level supernatural being at this time. He looked sideways at Shen Feng with a provocative look in his eyes, then he raised one hand up and shouted, "Thunderbolt!" In an instant, a strong electric current appeared in Jin Zizhu's hand, cut through the air, and went straight to the zombie in front of him. But this action was completed in an instant. The huge electric current cut through the sky and fell fiercely into the zombie, erupting. A series of electric arcs were emitted, and the zombies hit by the electric arc fell instantly. Most of the zombies died after being hit by the electric current, and a few survived, but they were paralyzed and unable to move. Many soldiers quickly praised this performance. It's a miracle. Such an easy blow can kill thousands of zombies. It's simply not something humans can do. We also have supernatural beings participating in the battle. Now we don't have to envy other people's teams having supernatural beings. We also have powerful supernatural beings here. Listening to the flattery from his subordinates, Jin Zizhu had a smug smile on his face. It was for this moment that he appeared near Shen Feng. He wanted to prove to Shen Feng with his actions that his abilities were definitely the strongest. Yes, as for Shen Feng, you should be envious by now, right? However, Lu Xian, who was standing next to Shen Feng at this time, could see the clues of Jin Zizhu. He could see the heat emitted by others, but now he found that the heat on Jin Zizhu's body had weakened a lot. Obviously, this the effect of one trick is completed after a lot of physical effort. City Master, that guy must have done this for the sake of showing his victory in front of others. In fact, he exhausted too much energy. Lu Xian explained to Shen Feng in a low voice. When Shen Feng heard about this, he suddenly became happy. Unexpectedly, Jin Zizhu would work so hard to pretend, so he stretched out his thumb and shook it at Jin Zizhu, and then pointed his thumb down, pointing to the ground. Obviously, this means that you are weak. Seeing that he could not bluff Shen Feng, Jin Zizhu stretched out his middle finger and pointed towards the sky. The two sides ignored each other and continued the next battle. The moment the front line was formed, the zombies' revenge had already arrived. Countless zombies rushed over from a distance. These zombies were dressed in ragged clothes. After all, they hadn't been washed for almost 5 months. Now they still have cloth strips hanging on their bodies. Not bad, but these zombies have only one idea in their minds, that is to rush over, must enter the city wall. As long as they enter the city wall, then victory will be at hand. Facing the endless zombies, the human defense line has already prepared machine guns to deal with them. Numerous muzzles sprayed out flames, and bullets hit the zombies, and the zombies could only fall down powerlessly, and then were trampled by the zombies behind. It was made of blood mud, and the zombies were densely packed, endless like locusts, but that was the end of it, because the tide of corpses hit the stone, leaving nothing but blood splashes. Taking advantage of the solid defense line, many workers rushed out of the city wall. These workers quickly moved the corpses of zombies outside the city to avoid the accumulation of corpses. During this period, many people were still identifying the types of zombies. If they were ordinary zombies, then transported away directly, but once it is confirmed that it is a mutant zombie, then the head must be cut off and stored separately. Yang Chang inadvertently turned his head to see this scene, hurried to Shen Feng's side, and asked in a low voice, "We killed some of those zombies, but the heads of all the mutant zombies were taken away. Isn't it unfair?" "What?" Shen Feng curled his lips and replied casually, "This is not in Yazhao. Don't think about it. Those mutated zombies must be spoils of war, and we still want to get a share?" Thinking too much? When Yang Chang heard what the city lord said, he could only turn his head helplessly, and said in a low voice, "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." In fact, Yang Chang was distressed. He had to know how many evolution potions he could make with so many mutated zombies. If he could fall into his hands, he would definitely be able to train many evolutionaries as his subordinates. It's a pity that so many mutations, none of the zombies belonged to him. Shu Daiping heard the conversation between Yang Chang and Shen Feng, couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile, and then said seriously, "The headquarters won't let you help for nothing. When the war is over, we will hold a commendation meeting, and those who perform outstandingly will have rewards. In addition, we will also give titles to the supernatural beings who participate in the war." Title: "This is okay. I have to think carefully about my title. I must think of a famous name, just like Lin Chong, the leopard head. As long as you say the title, everyone will know it." Yang Chang immediately became interested. Thinking in my heart, what kind of title do I want to have? Chapter 209, The Last Crazy Five. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Yanjing City participating in the work of cleaning up the corpses of the zombies, but even so, it took a full day to clean up, and the cleaning work was not completed until the evening, and the corpses of the zombies were transported to the city. Send it to Jinmen by train, and then throw it into the sea to feed the fish. After all, even cremation requires coal or gasoline, but it is easier to complete it by throwing it into the sea. Throwing it into the sea seems too ruthless, but this is the most suitable choice. Let the seawater take away the corpses of the zombies, and these corpses will eventually become nourishment for a fish and shrimp in the sea. This is a truly harmless treatment. Without wasting other resources in Yanjing City, the Holy Mother stepped forward to criticize. "How can you be so heartless? These zombies can be regarded as dead human beings no matter what. Throwing them into the sea like this is not in line with humanitarianism, and it is simply not a human practice. If you're so blind to BB, get out and face the zombies. Don't be weird here." Someone yelled at the Holy Mother at this time. The Holy Mother stopped talking. They would only stand on the moral high ground and criticize others, but let alone how honest they were in private. They were also afraid of being beaten among the corpses of the zombies. Everyone did not find any trace of the Corpse King, but they thought it was true. How could the Corpse King charge in person? Not long after Shen Feng returned to the residence, just after dinner, Li Qi came to the door and directly stated the purpose. "Shen Feng, if you don't want to make people under you make a fool of yourself, then come with me and go to the experiment. Once in the room, there is no trouble at all." Li Qi still hopes to take Shen Feng away easily, but he is just asking a few words, not dissecting Shen Feng, who did not expect Shen Feng to resist so much. Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan, as if he was asking about Chu Qiaoyan's attitude at this time. Chu Qiaoyan didn't feel any fear at all. She just stood up and said, "I will win first, otherwise, don't think about taking people away so easily. As for today's battle, I will not lose." Li Qi shrugged, and said to Chu Qiaoyan, "You may not know it, I have defeated nearly 20 people with supernatural powers, except for a few people from the Supernatural Management Bureau. I have not challenged them. None of the other supernatural beings are my opponents. Many of them are third-order supernatural beings, and as for you, you are no different from them." Chu Qiaoyan found an iron chain and said with a sneer, "Then let me bring you your first defeat." In order to win Li Qi, Chu Qiaoyan used special weapons, and this iron chain was made by Guo Pinming. As long as it is within a certain range, this iron chain is under the control of Guo Pinming, although it is he was cheating. But in order to win and prove his worth, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't care less about it. Li Qi didn't care about Chu Qiaoyan's actions, and then asked, "Are you going to test weapons? I happen to bring a knife, but the sword has no eyes during the test. If it hurts you, I'm sorry." Li Qi holds a horn knife in Li Qi's hand. It is about 1.2 meters long and shaped like a horn. This knife can be used for chopping or stabbing, and its streamlined design can maximize the ability to cause damage. Under the light, the blade shone with a cold light, shining like autumn water, and it was extremely sharp at first glance. Here, the soldiers who watched the excitement continued to form a circle, all watching the excitement. Shen Feng also stood aside. If there was any danger, he would take action to stop it in time to avoid irreparable consequences. As for Guo Pinming and Lu Xian, stood not far away to watch the battle together. Both of them had their own tasks in Chu Qiaoyan's ear canal. There is a miniature machine, which cannot be seen without careful observation, and Lu Xian is holding a walkie-talkie in the distance to give instructions at any time. Lu Xian himself has the ability to perceive heat, yes, so he can easily predict the enemy's movements, and now with his help, Chu Qiaoyan can make corresponding countermeasures at any time. As for Guo Pinming, he also stands within a certain range and can control the movement of the iron chain. The trajectory of the iron chain itself is elusive. Now that Guo Pinming is doing something on the iron chain, Li Qi will never find anything abnormal. Chu Qiaoyan and Li Qi stood in the center of the circle, one with a gleaming horn knife in his hand, and the other with a slender iron chain. The battle was about to break out, but neither of them moved at this time. Shen Feng suddenly discovered that Li Qi was wearing leather jacket and leather pants. In this way, her proud curves are completely displayed in front of everyone's eyes, but correspondingly, this kind of clothes are also difficult to tear off, and are relatively wearable. It could be seen that Li Qi was well prepared for coming here today, and was even on guard against Chu Qiaoyan, who had come up to play hooligans regardless of everything. Suddenly, Chu Qiaoyan took the lead, and attacked Li Qi with a flick of the iron chain in his hand. The iron chain swung rapidly in the air, and there was a pop sound. The biggest, so at this moment, there was a sonic boom, which was the sound that only appeared when the end of the iron chain exceeded the speed of sound. Li Qi quickly dodges the attack of the iron chain, and at the same time bullies herself. She is well aware of the weakness of weapons such as whips. Although the attack range is huge, there is no suitable means for melee combat. Therefore, the attack against the iron chain, she chose close combat. But just as Li Qi rushed out 2 meters away, the iron chain suddenly rolled back and got wrapped around her calf. At this moment, Li Qi couldn't help wondering what he saw. Why, after the iron chain was pulled out, it can attack again, and the attack method is so weird. No, I'm entangled. Li Qi panicked when he found that his calf was entangled. At this time, Chu Qiaoyan grabbed the iron chain and yanked it, dragging Li Qi by one leg and retreating. Li Qi had no time to react, and one leg was pulled off the ground. At this moment, her center of gravity was unstable, and she immediately fell to the ground face down. Chu Qiaoyan thought that he had the advantage, but unexpectedly, Li Qi threw a split horse on the ground. At this time, separated his legs one after the other, and sat firmly on the ground. Li Qi also became ruthless at this time, grabbed the horn knife and slashed down fiercely, cutting off a section of the iron chain on the spot. At this time, she finally broke free from the iron chain. Seeing this, Chu Qiaoyan controlled the iron chain and swept out. Li Qi was sitting on the ground now, and it was obviously not easy to dodge the sweep. Chu Qiaoyan saw this and specifically attacked Li Qi's weakness. With Guo Pinming's secret control, the iron chain will definitely be able to hit Li Qi. Li Qi had just untied the iron chain on his calf at this time, and then saw Chu Qiaoyan's attack. Before he had time to think about it, he retracted his legs sideways with a move of carp straightening, and successfully avoided the attack of the iron chain. The ground stood up. However, at this time, the iron chain that had just been dodged hit again at a strange angle, and was entangled in Li Qi's legs again. Chu Qiaoyan exerted strength again, and after pulling the iron chain, Li Qi fell down again, and this time, Li Qi fell firmly to the ground, making her face ashamed. Li Qi swung his knife to cut off the iron chain, but with a flick of Chu Qiaoyan's wrist, he untied the iron chain on Li Qi's leg and pulled it back into his hand. In the next battle, Li Qi fell into complete disadvantage, because no matter how she dodged, the iron chains would wrap around her body strangely. Li Qi had no experience in this kind of entangled fighting style. So I suffer again and again. Li Qi also knew that she couldn't distance herself from Chu Chaoyan, so she kept trying to rush forward for melee combat, but for some reason, as soon as Li Qi rushed out, Chu Chaoyan immediately retreated, without giving her the slightest chance of melee combat chance. It seemed that Chu Chaoyan had predicted Li Qi's actions. In the end, Li Qi was slapped hard, and then she shouted, "I admit defeat, stop." Chu Chaoyan grabbed the iron chain, looked at Li Qi triumphantly, and said, "Now do you know who is the best?" Li Qi patted the leather jacket on his body to make himself look cleaner, and the soldiers around him also let out disappointment when they saw that the battle was over, and then left in twos and threes. There was no battle to watch, and everyone was emotional. Chu Chaoyan walked up to Shen Feng's side, and asked with a smile, "I didn't embarrass you now, did I? This Li Qi, who claims to have never been defeated, has lost to me now. It seems that she will have no face to come back again. I'm looking for you." At this time, Chu Chaoyan looked like she was asking for credit. Obviously she was preparing to be praised by Shen Feng. She felt that she had successfully proved herself, and this must be affirmed by Shen Feng, although this was a victory obtained after cheating. But don't worry about other things, as long as you win, that's enough. However, Li Qi did not leave so easily, but walked to Shen Feng's side and said, "Shen Feng, come with me now." Chu Chaoyan became dissatisfied upon hearing this, and asked directly, "Didn't you lose all? Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? If I were you, I would have left with my tail between my legs." Li Qi smiled calmly and said, "I don't have a tail. Besides, I don't want to talk about your victory this time. Let someone else talk about it." As soon as Li Qi finished speaking, a tall, thin man walked up not far away. He wore glasses and was wearing regular uniform. It was obvious that this guy was not a soldier participating in the battle. The man came over and started to introduce himself with a smile. "My name is Lu Yizhen. If I have a supernatural power, it is visual enhancement. This supernatural power has no combat power. I am no different from ordinary evolutionists, and I am even better than them. Even weaker. The only advantage is that you can see other people's abilities, or how others use them." Hearing this, Chu Chaoyan's face changed in an instant. She knew best how she won her victory, and she didn't win by cheating. The appearance of Lu Yizhen now brought her a crisis in an instant. Li Qi walked up to Chu Chaoyan, lowered his head and lifted Chu Chaoyan's chin, and said condescendingly, "Your victory was given to you just now, but you and I know very well that the reason why I won the battle just now. What's wrong with you? I didn't expose you in public because of your face. If you still want to mess around, then I can only ask Lu Yizhen to announce your cheating. How about it?" Chu Chaoyan pouted her lips in disbelief, but she couldn't say anything. Shen Feng quickly came up to make a rescue. Okay, isn't it just a trip to the laboratory? What's the big deal? I'll just go. Everyone, don't hurt your peace. Zhao Yan, you go back to the tent and sleep. Today don't worry about what happened tonight." Li Qi pointed to the car in the distance, shrugged and said, "Let's go." Shen Feng followed Li Qi and Lu Yizhen out of the station, and this car had a special pass, so Li Qi and Lu Yizhen came to the front line unimpeded. Chu Chaoyan returned to the tent in a depressed mood. When she was lying on the floor, she blamed herself and beat the pillow vigorously. While beating, she complained to herself, Why didn't I be more careful? Why did I get caught? It must be that I am too useless. If I could beat Li Qi, I would not have cheated. Although I have won now, there is something in someone else's hands. If I had known this was the case, I would have stopped cheating, but if I don't cheat, how can I win? From this point of view, it must not be my problem, it must be Li Qi's responsibility. This despicable and cunning woman actually predicted that I would ask others for help, so I found someone who can see the supernatural power to monitor me in advance. In order to make me ugly, now I won, but in Shen Feng's eyes, my image must be very bad. Chu Chaoyan blamed herself very much at this time. She wanted to express herself, but in the end she failed to achieve anything. The only victory she achieved was accomplished with the help of others. Thinking of this, Chu Chaoyan felt very sad. If Shen Feng played at that time, maybe there would be no troubles now. In fact, it is impossible for Shen Feng to win by himself, because he cannot use supernatural powers, so he can only fight by relying on pure skills. However, Compared with Li Qi, who has practiced martial arts since childhood, Shen Feng is definitely superior. Therefore, Chu Chaoyan is equivalent to preventing disaster for Shen Feng. She made a fool of herself in exchange for Shen Feng not having to make a fool of herself. Shen Feng still knew this, so he didn't change his view of Chu Chaoyan because of this. And Chu Chaoyan's worry was just her wild imagination. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Last Crazy Six. Shen Feng sat on the special car and looked at the brilliant lights around him. For a moment he felt that he had returned to a civilized society, or in the peaceful years. He hadn't seen the neon lights on the street for a long time. At this moment, Shen Feng admired the lights suddenly. There was a deep nostalgia for the light, but less than 5 months had passed, but Shen Feng felt as if he had lived in the apocalypse for a long time. When the car drove to place, Lu Yizhong got out of the car. Before leaving, he said goodbye to Li Qi. Goodbye, we have a happy cooperation. If you need me in the laboratory, please call me at any time. Just do it. Well, if there is a chance, I will. Li Qi responded with a smile. Shen Feng sat on the co-pilot. After more than half an hour, he finally followed Li Qi to the laboratory. The laboratory here is strictly protected. Only after registration can one enter the laboratory. There are several separate buildings here, and people in white coats walk around in them. Although it is dark at night, the lights of these buildings are still on. Don't you guys sleep at night? Shen Feng couldn't help asking. Li Qi shook his head and said, how can we not sleep? We are not Iron Men, but scientific researchers. We are always very busy in this situation. We also want to make results as soon as possible, so we work harder now. If we sleep, an average of 5 hours of sleep, but many people are evolutionaries, and their bodies can barely handle it. Shen Feng nodded. Unexpectedly, not only soldiers are working hard, even scientific researchers are also working hard. Soon, Shen Feng was brought to Director Yang's office. He is in charge of researching the behavior of the Corpse King. Knowing yourself and the enemy can win 100 battles. Therefore, it is very necessary to know the enemy. Only by knowing the enemy can we make corresponding speculations. Guess the enemy's intentions. Director Yang attached great importance to Shen Feng's news, rushed to the office and asked, Shen Feng, what did you communicate with Rongcheng Corpse King? Did the Corpse King say anything special? Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and replied, the Corpse King told me his identity. He said that he has human memory, so he can speak human language. Is this important, Director? Yang shook his head and said, I know these things, it's not important, you continue to talk. Shen Feng continued to recall, saying, that's the request of the Corpse King. He asked me to kill him. He said he didn't want to experiment on humans, so I granted his wish. At that time, he also said, we must pay attention. Pay attention to what? Director Yang asked impatiently. Shen Feng replied, the Corpse King said to me, let me pay attention to the ocean. He said that there are many terrible existences in the ocean, Director. Yang slapped the table, stood up, and said excitedly, that's the sentence, that's the sentence. Now it seems that my conjecture is established. My conjecture is really established. Shen Feng looked puzzled, looked at Director Yang and said, don't be so excited. Even if there are monsters in the ocean, it has nothing to do with us. After all, our main enemies are zombies and mutant beasts. Animals in the ocean, what's the matter? It has nothing to do with us for the time being, Director Yang said seriously. You don't understand this. What I care about is not the monsters in the ocean, but the Corpse King itself. Tell me, why does a Corpse King in Rongcheng know about the ocean? He's lying. Why? Why should he lie? He's dying. Shen Feng shook his head, not knowing why. Li Qi shook his head helplessly, and said bitterly, it's so stupid. This means that the Corpse King has a special communication channel, which can be connected from Rongcheng to the ocean. You can still feel something even thousands of miles away. Shen Feng immediately became suspicious when he heard it. How is it possible? The Corpse King does not have the assistance of satellites, so how could he still be in touch with the monsters in the ocean, Director? Yang was very excited at this time, and said directly, there is nothing impossible, but my guess is more reliable. Tell me, Why did the corpse kings near Yanjing join forces? Is it really just a whim? Why? If we don't act before, isn't it the most suitable time for joint action at the beginning of the zombie outbreak? Shen Feng shook his head, not knowing what to say. He suddenly had some understanding in his mind, but he wondered if he had guessed wrong at this time. Director Yang said affirmatively, these zombies in the north started to unite after the corpse king of Rongcheng was defeated and died. Therefore, these corpse kings around know this and are afraid that they will be defeated by us one by one. In the end, under the pressure of us humans, they were forced to act together, and the purpose is also very simple, that is to break through Yanjing. As long as they break through Yanjing, then the mission of these corpse kings will be completed. When Shen Feng heard this statement, he was puzzled immediately. I don't read much, don't lie to me, there are at least 1 billion zombies in the whole country. With such a large number, you tell me that the zombies feel the pressure, so they unite and feel the pressure, isn't it us, Director? Yang waved his hand gently, and said seriously, please don't doubt the intelligence of the corpse king. The corpse king's intelligence is very high. And you also said that the corpse king has useful memories of his life, so the corpse king will definitely not be better than a human being. Benz, then, do you think that the corpse king can still sit on the Diaoyote when he finds that he does not have modern equipment? If I were the corpse king, I would definitely gather in the shortest possible time to eliminate human beings, so as to survive go down. Shen Feng suddenly realized, but then he had new doubts, but, according to what you said, the corpse kings in North China felt the pressure and were forced to join forces, so why didn't the corpse kings in Central China respond? How could the corpse kings in South China not respond? No response? The most important point is that there are more zombies in the south and in the north. Even if it is a counterattack, it is the corpse king in the south who started to fight back first, right, Director? Yang did not evade this question, and said seriously, this is because the pressure is different. If I guessed correctly, the corpse king also knows the difference in temperature between the north and the south. When the cold wave goes south, the north must be icy and snowy. If you don't fight back at this time, wait until next spring, there will be no chance, because at least half of the ordinary zombies will be frozen to death. Therefore, the zombie kings in the north are under the greatest pressure, and they are the first to take action. These zombies have spotted their targets and started to gather. The zombies gathered together. The number reached 200 million, this is their counterattack before dying, which is the last madness. Other than that, there is no chance. After Shen Feng heard this, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. He understood why the corpse king would besiege Yanjing at this time, and also understood the situation of the corpse king. Then, the corpse king is aware of the threat of the drop in temperature? Why did the corpse king launch a general attack now, and why didn't the corpse king take action before? You know, the corpse king was able to attack a month ago. Shen Feng continued to ask at this time. Director Yang spread his hands, expressing that he didn't know the reason, and after thinking about it, he replied, maybe it's because the corpse kings are not monolithic. The previous month was just arguing. Anyway, this is no longer it's important. The corpse king missed the best time to attack. Just wait for the snow to fall, and we will win. Hearing this explanation, Shen Feng's doubts eased a little. But Shen Feng's intuition felt that something was wrong. Did the corpse king really not move in the past month? Is the corpse king really so stupid, waiting for the last few days before launching a general attack? Not normal, very abnormal at this time. Shen Feng told Director Yang all the news in his hands. Director Yang sat down excitedly and began to write a report. He wanted to publish his research, so he asked Li Qi to send Shen Feng away. He nodded and agreed. When leaving the laboratory, Li Qi suddenly asked, Shen Feng, can you find the corpse king's head? Shen Feng nodded nonchalantly, and replied casually, yes, I have one in my hand. Li Qi was ecstatic in his heart immediately, and quickly asked, how much do you want? I bought it, even if it needs to be paid in gold, I will accept it, as long as you sell me the head of the corpse king. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, I won't sell it, this is my treasure. And I was expecting to get 2 supernatural beings as my subordinates. If I sell this, I will lose a lot. Li Qi showed a look of disappointment on her face. She understood that such a valuable thing cannot be easily bought and sold. Then, wouldn't it be impossible to achieve her dream of becoming a supernatural being in her lifetime? Thinking about it carefully, Li Qi felt very uncomfortable. Is it really impossible? Li Qi looked at Shen Feng expectantly. Seeing her like this, Shen Feng thought to himself, why don't you tease her? We can also avenge Chu Chaoyan. So, Shen Feng pretended to be deep, looked Li Qi up and down with presumptuous eyes, and said, unless. What? Li Qi was really fooled at this time, and asked quickly. Shen Feng suddenly stopped at this moment, stretched out one hand to support the wall, and said with an evil smile, unless you stay with me for one night. Shen Feng made a move of beaten, propped one hand on the wall to mold Li Qi. It looked like a hooligan, and this was also flawed, because Shen Feng was a little shorter than Li Qi. So, Shen Feng at this time still looking up at Li Qi a little bit, Li Qi leaned against the wall. His eyes suddenly became determined. You said it, don't go back on your word. Li Qi said quickly. Shen Feng didn't expect the other party to agree immediately, and he panicked. He wanted to tease Li Qi, because it was obviously impossible for an arrogant woman to agree to such a condition. After all, once he agrees, and he goes out to publicize after doing it, Li Qi's reputation will be completely stinky. Anyone with a bottom line will not agree to Shen Feng's conditions, but Li Qi's tone is firm, and he actually agrees. At this moment, Shen Feng panicked at the time, and quickly changed his words. I just said it casually, just kidding, who am I? I have a stronger love for my daughter-in-law, and it is impossible for me to treat other women. Let's do it, please know this. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng turned around and left. He felt a little regretful. Why did he say such a superfluous sentence, which made him unable to step down? Of course, Shen Feng also has reasons. Why did Li Qi agree to her conditions so easily? Could it be that she just wanted to become a supernatural being? Obviously, in Shen Feng's view, Li Qi is also a woman with high self-esteem. She is both civil and military. She shouldn't just agree to such a nasty condition, but it just happened like this at this time. Li Qi chased after him relentlessly, and said seriously about the deal. Why did you go back on your word? You have already stated the conditions, why do you still go back on it? Do you think I am not good enough for you? I just want to become a supernatural being, can you stop being so heartless? Shen Feng said seriously while walking, please keep yourself clean, why do you have to become a supernatural person? You are an evolutionary now, or a third-level evolutionary. The general superhumans are not your opponents. Besides, you are a scientific researcher, wouldn't it be good for you to be protected honestly and do experiments? Why do you want to fight and kill? Li Qi caught up with Shen Feng and explained, because I lack the power to protect my family, it's not enough for me to be an evolutionary now. I must become a supernatural person so that I can face danger. You are a supernatural person. You think it's nothing, but it's different for me. I want to become a supernatural being even in my dreams. Now, there are more than 100 million living people in the whole country, but what about the supernatural beings? It's not just 1 in a million? The total number of supernatural beings in the whole country is less than 100, which is less than Liangshan heroes, and there are as many evolutionaries as cow hair, but except there is nothing special other than brute force. I must become a supernatural being, and I must have enough strength. Shen Feng was too lazy to explain so much, took out the pistol he carried with him, handed it to Li Qi, and said, don't you want strength? Here you go, this gun can kill me at close range. This kind of power is enough strong. Do you understand how strong supernatural beings are? Li Qi was really angry, grabbed Shen Feng by the collar, and said directly, the power of guns has a limit, but the evolution of supernatural beings, now but there is no end in sight. Now the supernatural beings will be killed by guns, but what about in the future? How about 5, 6, or even 10 times of evolution? How strong will the supernatural beings be at that time? Have you ever imagined? Shen Feng silently took back the pistol, shook his head helplessly, turned around and left here without saying anything. In Shen Feng's view, Li Qi is crazy. This is the so-called demonism in Buddhism. What is a demon? Perseverance is a demon, and the more persistent you are, the deeper your obsession. Obviously there are so many things that need to be cherished, and it is obvious that you can protect your family without supernatural powers, but Li Qi insists on becoming a supernatural person. This is completely insane. Even if you become a supernatural person, what else can you do? Woolen cloth. Nowadays, the safest place is always in the city. As long as you stay in the city, your safety can be guaranteed. Zombies cannot enter the city, and neither can mutant beasts. People with supernatural powers often appear on the battlefield, and the battlefield is the most dangerous in this place. No one knows whether they will die in this battle, and everyone is worried about the next battle, but Li Qi didn't see this. She has been fascinated by the supernatural person. Chapter 211 The Last Crazy 7. After Shen Feng returned to the station, he fell asleep quickly. He still had to face the next battle. It was impossible to worry about Li Qi's problems all day. As for Li Qi, she was thinking, how only in this way can she get the Corpse King's head in Shen Feng's hand. Right now, only Shen Feng has a Corpse King's head in her hand. As long as she can get it, she can make supernatural potions in the next few days of fighting. The situation became extremely tense, because the number of zombies besieging the city was increasing, and mutant zombies also participated in the siege. For tank-type zombies, the stone slabs can block the bullets. For such zombies, the city wall usually uses shells to attack. The stone slabs that can block the bullets cannot block the shells. The zombies are also very good at playing east and west, and there will often be false attacks. One place is hot, and the other is a fast zombie. They took the opportunity to advance, and they actually rushed under the city wall. Although they were killed by bullets afterwards, but being able to rush to the bottom of the city wall means that there is a danger of being breached, because once the spray zombies reach the bottom of the city wall, they can spray acid to dissolve the marble. In the course of the war, the Corpse King's wisdom was also fully stimulated, because in the course of the battle, the Corpse King learned to control the regular attacks of ordinary zombies, especially when he discovered that the army on the city wall would switch defenses. Once the defenders change their defenses, the Zombie King will control the zombies to storm the city wall, and rush forward fearlessly even in the face of artillery fire during the battle. The most two-eyed zombies turned out to be digging zombies. These mutated zombies have a big upper body and a small lower body. They were born to dig the ground. These zombies dig tunnels underground and want to enter Yanjing from the ground. And the most difficult thing for zombies to break through is the city wall. Once they enter the city, it will inevitably cause huge chaos. Fortunately, there are many detectors on the city wall, some of which are specially designed to detect the shock waves in the ground. Through the changes of the shock waves, it can be inferred whether there are zombies digging the tunnel. When the detectors alarm, the headquarters has countermeasures in an instant. That's a sonic weapon. The speed of sound propagation in the air is very fast, but when it propagates in solids, the speed of sound is faster, and it can also be lethal. After the sound waves are emitted in the direction of the tunnel, the excavation type in the tunnel can be instantly destroyed. Zombies are shocked to death. Even if they are not killed by shock, they can be deafened. Once they lose their hearing in the ground, the digging zombies will lose their targets in an instant. If the sonic weapon doesn't work, then Yanjing can use drilling tools to penetrate the tunnel and directly pour water into the tunnel, and the tunnel will lose its function on the spot. Since it is impossible to dig tunnels to enter the city, the Zombie King thought of a new way, which is to dig trenches and move forward. The digging zombies were sent to work on the ground, digging trenches every 10 meters, and the zombies were advancing in the trenches. Relying on this way to advance, as long as they can reach the city wall, many zombies can quickly build a gentle slope based on the number. In exchange for a chance to rush up the city wall, it has to be said that the Zombie King has used his wisdom to the extreme, but even in the face of the way of advancing in the trenches, the defenders of the city wall still have countermeasures, that is, petrol bombs. Aren't the zombies hiding in the trenches and advancing? Then throw the petrol bomb. As long as the petrol bomb enters the trench, the entire trench will be ignited in an instant. Even if the gasoline bomb is not thrown into the trench, the gasoline will consume all the oxygen in the air, and the zombies hiding in the trench are still dead, and zombies can freely choose whether to be burned to death or suffocated to death. Of course, the result is the same for many days. The zombies have been attacking the city wall like crazy, but the city wall is impenetrable, and there is no tendency to be breached at all. If it is not possible, if the zombies approach, then the air attack will come in an instant, and a few cloud bombs will be thrown at the densely packed zombies. The zombies were defeated in an instant on this day. The temperature dropped sharply, and Shen Feng was standing on the city wall in a cotton coat, and he was sniping the mutant zombies with all his heart at this time. Chu Qiaoan also walked to Shen Feng's side. She was wearing a jacket and a sweater on her upper body, 2 layers of fleece pants on her lower body, and a scarf around her neck. Obviously Chu Qiaoan was particularly afraid of the cold, so she wore there are more clothes, and the graceful figure is also blocked by many clothes. Hey, that Li Qi comes to you every day, why on earth? Chu Qiaoyan asked directly. It turned out that in the past few days, every night, Li Qiyi would appear in front of Shen Feng, always pestering Shen Feng, forcing Shen Feng to complete the agreed deal. Chu Chaoyan felt it something was wrong, so I came directly to ask. Of course, Shen Feng was embarrassed to tell the truth. After all, Li Qiyi's entanglement was because he was talking nonsense all day long. If he had said less at that time, wouldn't this trouble be gone? It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. Shen Feng can only find an excuse, and said, Li Qiyi wants my precious treasure, and I won't exchange it, so she is pestering me. Get it? It's equivalent to I'm entangled. When Chu Chaoyan heard this, he immediately felt dissatisfied, and said, this guy is really thick-skinned. It's fine if he doesn't exchange. Is there still someone who buys and sells by force? If she comes next time, tell me, I'll go handle it personally. This time I will not show mercy. While talking, a cloud of yellow-green gas appeared in the palm of Chu Chaoyan's hand. Obviously, she was not going to keep her hand. If Li Qiyi came to make trouble again, she would just use the ability to beat her up. I don't believe it. She didn't back down. Speaking of it, it was unfair to keep herself from using her abilities. In order to avoid the escalation of the situation, Shen Feng quickly said, you don't have to worry about it. If Li Qiyi appears, I will deal with it, and I promise to let her go. Chu Chaoyan looked at Shen Feng suspiciously, feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell, and at this time the zombies started attacking the city wall again. Chu Chaoyan could only deal with it quickly after many days. The soldiers were exhausted, because the zombies were dead, but the soldiers kept fighting. Fortunately, the staff here was arranged in 3 shifts, otherwise, the soldiers would not be able to hold on, especially but in this cold weather. Standing in the wind is simply suffering. The zombies attack day and night for 6 days. During this period, the guns were never heard of, and the most serious damage on the battlefield was the barrel of the gun, especially the barrel of the machine gun. Due to too many shots, the barrel burned. You can fry eggs, just break an egg and pour the egg liquid on it, it will solidify in an instant. If you don't turn it, it will quickly become mushy. Even if the barrel is made of steel, it still has a lifespan. If it is used too many times, it will be scrapped. Fortunately, back by Yanjing, the soldiers can change the barrel at any time, and the bullets are enough, so they don't have to worry about the consumption of ammunition. When the supplies are delivered, compared to logistics, humans have already sent zombies a few blocks away. Chu Chaoyan is working hard to gather mutated zombies. Now she has become more proficient in using firearms, and the number is getting higher and higher. If honors can be awarded, she should be able to win the title of sharpshooter, and this kind of achievement in Shen Feng here, there are still many people who can get it. While Chu Chaoyan was using the scope to observe the enemy, she suddenly felt a chill on the bridge of her nose. She quickly got up to check, but suddenly found that what fell on the bridge of her nose was a snowflake. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan cheered, it's snowing, it's snowing. The soldiers also cheered together. It can be said that this is the only good news recently. They have been fighting for many days, exhausted physically and mentally. They even went out of the city gate to clean up the corpses of zombies 3 times. Now, it finally snowed now, and after the snow falls, victory is coming. The cheers of the soldiers became stronger and stronger. Soon, everyone in Yanjing knew the news. Immediately, countless people began to cheer. They all knew that when it snowed, it meant victory. Now, everyone persisted until the snow fell. When it snows, then victory is not far away. Ever since, the soldiers who started fighting again were very excited, and the previous exhaustion seemed to be swept away. They knew that victory was coming soon. On the contrary, something was wrong with the zombies. The moment it snowed, countless zombies started to roar, and more of these roars were fear. What are the zombies afraid of? What they are afraid of is not the snow itself, but after it snows, they will only have a dead end. At this time, the zombies rushed towards the city wall like crazy, as if they wanted to attack the city at this time. This kind of madness was seen by everyone, but they didn't care. Isn't it just fighting for their lives? This is just the last struggle, that's all. As long as it is what it should be after the struggle, it will remain what it is, and the situation will not change because of the anger of the zombies. Angry zombies rush towards the city wall in a steady stream. At this time, no matter whether it is the speed zombie or the strong zombie, they are all rushing forward desperately. Throwing the zombies onto the city wall seemed to pin all their hopes on their companions. It's a pity that even if the speed zombies are thrown onto the city wall, it is impossible to change the situation of the battle. Only one bullet is needed, and the speed zombies can only die horizontally above the city wall. The weather is cold, and under such a severe cold weather, people's hearts are warm, because everyone has seen hope and the dawn of victory. As long as they persevere, as long as they can block the final counterattack of the zombies, then victory will come. And after eliminating these zombies, it means that there are basically no zombies that can threaten human beings north of the Yellow River. The attack of the zombies lasted until night, and the snow was getting bigger and bigger. There was at least 20 centimeters of snow on the ground. Under such circumstances, the attack speed of the zombies became slower and weaker. At the beginning, the zombies could still rush to the bottom of the city wall, but later, the zombies could only walk up tremblingly. In such a severe cold weather, the zombies also felt the cold, and the zombies were also trembling. Now they can still walk, which is the last stubbornness. Boom! A zombie walking towards the city wall suddenly fell down, and fell straight into the snow, splashing countless snowflakes. This zombie died in the severe cold weather. After that, the second one, and the third one, until countless zombies fell down. In the years of heavy snowfall, ordinary people can hardly resist the cold even in cotton-padded clothes, but these zombies are only wearing thin summer clothes. How could it be possible to bear it? So the zombies standing on the ground fell down one by one in the middle of the night. The zombies finally stopped attacking. At this time, the ground has been covered with heavy snow. Whether it is the dirty land or the hideous corpse, they are all covered by heavy snow. The snow has no human touch, and it will not change its actions just because the corpse is a good person or not. And it is this kind of snow that brings infinite hope to everyone. The zombies retreated slowly, walking silently. The zombies who stayed in place, either sitting or lying down, were all frozen to death in this weather, and the war that lasted 6 days was considered to be over, ended with victory. The snow in the skies getting denser and faster. This is the biggest snow in recent years, covering everything on the ground, and this gives Shen Feng a great sense of security. This night, many people feel at ease. Let's go to sleep, now we have won, and everyone can sleep well. Not only the soldiers on the front line are relieved, but also the residents who are in panic all day long in the city. They know that it is snowing, zombies cannot break into the city, and everyone will not be attacked in their sleep. This is enough. Chapter 212. After dawn, Shen Feng reluctantly got out of the bed. He always felt that today's bed was particularly attractive, but he was on a mission and had to guard the city wall. He had no choice but to leave the tent and stuffed a comic in his arms. Then went outside. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, only a vast expanse of white land could be seen. Shen Feng became interested at this time, and said casually, "It's so clean, turned up in a vast expanse of whiteness." Chao Jianyi appeared. She looked at Shen Feng and asked, "This sentence does not describe Daksu, you used the wrong place. Speaking of which, do you know where this sentence came from?" "I don't know, I used it when I thought it was appropriate." Shen Feng replied honestly. Chao Jianyi sighed, and said, "Forget it, you are not a professional, so don't make mistakes. This is the words in the dream of the Red Chamber. As for me, it should be said that a beautiful face is more beautiful than a snowflake, and the fleeting years of youth are longer than life. The snow can be regarded as a background, but there will always be a day when it will melt." While talking, Chao Jianyi took out her mobile phone and started taking selfies. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. She really regarded herself as Yingxu's confidant. By the way, she took out her notebook to write what she had seen and heard. Now Chao Jianyi's notebook has its time to write the second book, and she estimates that the second book will be finished soon. After all, there are too many recent experiences. When Shen Feng heard Chao Jianyi's poem, he felt puzzled. "Who are you talking about?" "I wrote it myself." "Why? Do you have any opinions?" Chao Jianyi was very dissatisfied. Could it be that Shen Feng still has opinions on his poems? Shen Feng scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, "I think it sounds good, and I want to ask what the meaning of the whole poem is. Can you read it to me?" "Huh? Let's talk about it later. Anyway, it's useless after you listen to it." Chao Jianyi didn't bother to talk to Shen Feng. She felt that if she read her poem to someone like Shen Feng, he would definitely not understand it, and still it's better to save your tongue. If you have the opportunity in the future, it's not too late to read it. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly. He originally missed a few words about thousands of miles of ice and thousands of miles of snow drifting in his mind, but now it seems that his cultural level is no longer in the eyes of Chao Jianyi. Read comics. After Shen Feng led the people to the city wall, He found that there was nothing under the city, all he could see was the glaring white color, although it was still cloudy, but the snow on the ground was reflected on the city wall, still hurting people's eyes pain. Shen Feng didn't want to suffer from snow blindness, so he quickly put on sunglasses and began to read manga, but unfortunately, the manga he reads now has become black and white. As long as the content is interesting, Shen Feng doesn't care about it, and now he is taking a break from his busy schedule, working during the period. I fish by the way. Anyway, there are no zombies attacking the city, so it is still very leisurely. While Shen Feng was standing on the city wall reading comics, dozens of helicopters flew out of Yanjing City, and the helicopters flew towards the outside of the city, but this action did not attract everyone's attention. It was just a routine observation of the enemy's situation. Why bother? Now, the zombies are almost frozen to death, right? Basically, no one is worried about the situation of zombies, because everyone knows that zombies cannot withstand the severe cold and will only be frozen to death in the wild. At most, corpse kings and mutant zombies can survive. Ordinary zombies are impossible to survive. A heavy snowfall can directly wipe out these zombies on the city wall. Everyone can see the snow-white scene of the sky and the earth. It seems that the whole world is only white, but when the pilot looks down from the sky, the scenery he can see is even more spectacular. It is still a lake, all covered by snow, and the trees in the mountain forest are bare, but after a night of snow, the trees seem to grow white branches and leaves, and there are often melted water droplets on the trees, and these water droplets are frozen again on the tree. The pilots went to investigate the situation around the city in such a beautiful scenery. They had a special task to do, which was to check the casualties of the zombies. The satellites could indeed look down from a high altitude, but now there was heavy snow everywhere, and they couldn't see it at all. Knowing the situation of zombies in the snow, so the task of inquiring about the enemy's situation is what the pilot needs to do. The helicopter headed towards the direction where the zombies gathered on a large scale before, trying to find where the zombies were, but the pilots became confused at this time. It seemed that the number of zombies had decreased a lot, and there were still many zombies on the ground, thousands of them. There are also tens of thousands of corpses. These zombies have all been frozen to death without exception. In such a severe cold weather, these zombies have no heating facilities, and they have not been able to find a place to hide from the wind and snow. It is normal for them to freeze to death. However, the number of zombies that can be found by helicopters is really too few, that is, a few million. Compared with the previous 100 million zombies, such a few zombies are not enough to see at all, and most of the rest of the zombies are now completely. There was no trace. It seemed to disappear overnight. Could it be that the heavy snow buried all the zombies? Otherwise, these zombies wouldn't be found. One of the pilots asked. First, cannot see such a statement obviously cannot convince the rest of the people, because the simplest problem is that even if some of the zombies are buried, but there are so many zombies, even if only the corpses are left, it is impossible to completely lose sight of them. Now, there is only one explain that the zombies are not on the ground. The helicopter quickly returned to Yanjing City and reported what it had seen and heard outside the city. It seemed that all the zombies had disappeared overnight. After hearing about this incident, the headquarters immediately calmed down. Most of the people were dazzled by the joy of snowfall. Everyone thought that the heavy snowfall would wipe out the zombies, but now there is no trace of the zombies. This shows that the zombies have long been on guard against heavy snow, didn't the satellites see the movements of the zombies last night? A person from the headquarters first asked. No, when it snowed yesterday, the clouds were too thick, satellites could not see the movement of zombies through the clouds, and in the middle of the night, the heavy snow was flying and we didn't dare to take a helicopter to check the situation. So what happened last night? What? No one knows. The observer said helplessly. Quickly. Investigate. We must investigate clearly. We must find traces of zombies, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. At this time, many high-level officials became nervous. Now, if they can't find a large army of zombies, who can? Do you know if the zombies are waiting for an opportunity to attack again? Marshal He also came to the command room. He heard the news that most of the zombies had disappeared. At this time, he couldn't stabilize. The simplest point is that the headquarters can't spend a long time with the zombies, otherwise, the national plan to recover cities will be affected. Nowadays, most of the troops in the country have been mobilized to deal with the attack of the zombies in the north. That is to say, the troops in the center are already very strong, but the troops in the local areas are not enough. If the battle in Yanjing is not over, The whole country will not even think recover the city, and the national plan will also be delayed due to the change of zombies. Zombies can disappear for no reason. Moreover, it's impossible for zombies to escape here in a short time in the cold weather. In this case, the zombies can only hide in the ground. Immediately send people to the field to investigate and find the hiding place of the zombies, Marshal Lee said in a deep voice after the headquarters issued the order. The Ability Management Bureau responded first. Zhang Zi stood up excitedly. She knew that it was time for her to behave. She was originally a person with the ability to control ice and snow. Heavy snowfall, isn't this my home field? Moreover, as a woman, I have to hold up half the sky, so, Zhang Zi quickly said, I'll investigate and make sure I can complete the task. Moreover, it's snowing outside now, so it's time for me to show my strength. Zhang Zi's request was quickly approved, but it was impossible for the administration to let Zhang Zi go alone. Instead, he chose a lot of people who were convenient for investigation to go from all directions to investigate the traces of the zombies. Many of the soldiers are evolutionaries who have used evolution potions, and they can also explode with strong combat effectiveness at critical moments. Now, everyone in the headquarters is worried about the situation of zombies. If you are trying to preserve your strength, won't the battle continue? When Shen Feng was reading comics on the city wall, Chu Chaoyan was also thinking, now, let's go back to Yazhao as soon as possible, and we can celebrate the new year together, but we don't know when we can leave. It's too cold in the north now, the air is dry again. Shen Feng leaned against the city wall, ignoring Chu Chaoyan's complaints, but at this moment he caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar figure, couldn't help but put down the manga, and asked doubtfully, why did Zhang Zi leave the city? I remember, her ability, it's the one who controls the ice. Could it be that she wants to go out of the city to test her own strength? Chu Chaoyan also looked in the direction Shen Feng was looking at. Zhang Zi was sitting in a bamboo basket and was hanged from the top of the wall by the soldiers. The moment Zhang Zi's legs landed on the ground, he rushed like an arrow from the string. Going out, the snow on the ground is very fluffy, and ordinary people stepping on it will be a big hole, but at this time, Zhang Zi stood on the snow and began to slide, as if the snow was supporting her to move forward in the blink of an eye. Zhang Zi left Shen Feng's sight, and her departure did not attract too many people's attention. Chu Chaoyan couldn't help being envious. This is the so-called home court advantage. On the snow, Zhang Zi's strength is too strong. I think her current speed is not worse than yours. Shen Feng shrugged and said, maybe. Who told me to be slowed down by ice and snow? I can't stand on snow. But I will probably stay in Yazhao in the future, and it doesn't snow often there, so, as long as I am in Yazhao, my speed is still the fastest. At this time, Chu Chaoyan was a little distressed. It's a pity that my ability is of material type, and I still control chlorine gas. There is no home game at all. Shen Feng thought for a while and guessed, I think your home field should be at sea, because seawater has a lot of salt. You can make chlorine gas easily, but Yazhao is too far from the sea. You can said there was no home. Chu Chaoyan looked at Shen Feng very jealously, and said, why is your shit luck so good? Why do you have natural abilities, while I can only have a mere ability to control chlorine gas? As long as it is in an open area, it is your home field. I can't help it. I can only say that I am the proud son of heaven, so God takes special care of me. Shen Feng said with a smile after Zhang Zi left Yanjing. She used her supernatural ability to slide on the snow at high speed, and there were only shallow traces on the snow where she left. It can be said that this is the legendary treading snow without trace. Decades of internal strength, what can only be done by a master. Now Zhang Zi can easily do it. Zhang Zi's speed in the snow is extremely fast. Even a snowmobile can't match her speed at this time, and she rushed directly into the forest outside the city, and then saw zombies staggering in the forest. Stiff and motionless, now frozen to death, Zhang Zi slowed down his speed and began to carefully observe the surroundings. There were indeed no zombies alive on the ground, but the rest of the zombies were nowhere to be seen. It was clear that there were zombies all over the mountains and plains before, but now it is difficult to see large-scale zombies appearing. The contrast is too great. Suddenly, Zhang Zi saw footprints on the snow, and the dense footprints led to the hill in the distance. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zi immediately realized that there were so many footprints, numerous and messy, there must be zombies left behind. In other words, the zombies headed to a certain place in groups when it snowed. Zhang Zi quickly chased in the direction of the footprints. When she came to the bottom of the hill, she saw a big hole at the foot of the mountain. The hole was so wide that even two 1.8-meter strong men could pass by side. And here is where the footprints gather. Zhang Zi looked around, and was immediately shocked, because there was not only this big hole at the foot of the mountain, but at intervals in the distance, there was a dark hole. These holes were dug out from the foot of the mountain, and there was another hole around. Obviously, these mounds are the soil that has been dug out prior to this. The satellite had checked many mounds on the ground long ago, but no one cared about this at the time. Everyone thought it was just the corpse king who was greedy for life and afraid of death, and must hide underground, so he kept digging tunnels. Could it be that the zombies have been digging tunnels for a month before this, just to prepare for this day? Zhang Zi was shocked in his heart. I expected the day when it would snow, so I even started digging the tunnel a month in advance. Doesn't it mean that the war is still going on? You can't rely on heavy snow to kill zombies, so you can only continue to fight until you kill the last zombie. At this time, Zhang Zi seemed to have lost his faith. After a month of fighting, she thought that it was snowing at this time, so she won the victory, but now it seems that the Corpse King is not an incompetent person. The Corpse King has already started to evolve and attack Yanjing, so the Corpse King still sends cannon fodder every day. Zombies go to digest to paralyze themselves. Zhang Zi glanced at the cave in front of her, and it seemed that she could still hear low growls in her ears, and she now understood that the remaining zombies were all hiding underground, and now, even if they took the initiative to attack, Yankai, it is also impossible for Fang to kill all the zombies easily. Suddenly, Zhang Zi saw a box not far away. It was an iron box. The whole body was turquoise. It looked like it was made of steel and painted with green paint. The box was placed on a boulder. Is there any red cloth around it? In the Snow-White world, red is particularly conspicuous. Zhang Zi slowly approached the box. She was worried that the box was a trap, but she could escape with great speed on the snow, so she couldn't restrain her curiosity and wanted to see what was in the box. Zhang Zi walked to the side of the boulder, slowly opened the box, and then saw an envelope at the bottom of the box, but there was nothing else. After taking out the envelope, Zhang Zi saw a few lines of words written on the envelope. Please submit to Yanjing headquarters, Corpse King Ma Jingshuang. This letter was actually left by the Corpse King, which means that the Corpse King had expected that someone would come to inquire about the news, so he left such a letter specially to pass the news to Yanjing. It can make people feel deeply scary. Zhang Zi didn't dare to stay, so she took this letter and quickly returned to Yanjing. She knew that something was wrong, and now she had to report the news to her superiors, because the war was still going on, and everyone's enemy was not that kind. A stupid zombie, but a Corpse King with a high IQ. Chapter 213. A letter from the Corpse King. Zhang Zi quickly returned to the city, and handed over the letter in her hand. Not long after, she found that the rest of her teammates who set off with her to inquire about the news had also returned, and they all had a letter in their hands. There is only one person who signed the signature, and that is the Corpse King Ma Jingshuang. In order for the letter to be sent to Yanjing smoothly, the Corpse King prepared more than one letter, and the personnel who inquired about the news found the letter and brought it back. No one dared to open the letter to read it, because such an important thing, only it is a huge matter to be handed over to the superior to handle it, and it cannot be acted without authorization. Many intelligence personnel were given a gag order. They must not talk nonsense after going out. They must keep their mouths tight, and everyone was dismissed one after another. The Yanjing headquarters urgently mobilized the commanders. After the person presiding over the meeting told the news that the zombies were hiding underground, everyone was silent. Who would have thought that the dead king had already thought about the problem of snowing, so he made an appointment in advance. The cave was dug, and now hundreds of millions of zombies are hiding underground, and the battle situation became anxious in an instant, because both sides had defensive measures. Humans hid behind the city wall, while zombies hid underground, and the defense could not be easily breached. Exclamation mark. Now, the battle situation has become anxious, and the people who were happy before are silent. It's not that everyone can't accept this, but because of the consequences of the continuation of the war. In order to support the Yanjing battlefield, a large number of troops gathered. In the face of zombies, we can only adopt a defensive posture. If it continues, the loss will inevitably be huge, and the task of recovering the country will be delayed again and again. The host continued. Here, we found some letters. These letters were all written by a Corpse King. Now, we have decided to announce the contents of the letters to all senior officials. He said that. The host looked at Marshal He, who was sitting aside, And Marshall, he nodded seriously at this time, agreeing with the host's decision at this time. The host took out the letter with a heavy face and began to read, and everyone listened quickly. This was the first time everyone communicated with a Corpse King. Before this, no one had ever seen the Corpse King, let alone with the Corpse King talked about. Everyone. In Yanjing, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Jingshuang. Of course, this is also my name when I was a human being. Now, I am the Corpse King in your mouth. A Corpse King who does all kinds of evil and is full of evil. But in fact, I haven't eaten a single person, and never hurt a single one. It's very strange that such a harmless Corpse King like me is considered to be full of evil. But what I want to say is this: why do you think I must be bad when I become the Corpse King? Is it because of a change in status? Or, am I no longer able to exist in this world as a human being? I have the memory of a human being, at least in my opinion. I am still a human being who has just changed in appearance, a human being infected by a virus. Until more than a month ago, I felt the disappearance of a companion, who was killed by you. If I expected correctly, it was in Rongcheng. This companion often communicates with me. He thinks that he is also a human being, and he also wants to live, but this dream has been shattered. I don't want to avenge him, because I know that this is the war he provoked first. He took the zombies to attack Rongcheng, causing huge casualties in the end, and he deserves to die. But his death reminded me, his death told me that I am no longer a human being, I am now the king of corpses, the king of many zombies. After reading this, the host paused for a moment. At this moment, his forehead was covered with sweat. He knew that the next content would be the most explosive. No one thought that the Corpse King would have such a request at this moment. It is impossible for the host to give up halfway. He needs to continue reading, so he continued. After I found out that my identity had changed, I was eager to know what species I was, so I ordered the zombies under me to catch him. I met a couple, and when I asked, all I got was swearing, which is the most vicious language in the world, and I realized that it doesn't matter whether I think I am human or not, because in the uninfected in the eyes of humans, I am a complete alien. I didn't kill the couple, I let the zombies send them away, and they didn't look back when they left. I knew they were afraid of my power ever since. I know that it is impossible for zombies and humans to get along harmoniously, because there is blood feud between the two, which is irreconcilable. However, as a zombie, I also want to live. This is a biological instinct. I also want to lead the zombies under me to live together. For this, I need bargaining chips and enough strength. It was me who led many Corpse Kings in the north to participate in the siege of Yanjing, and the final result is also very gratifying. I accomplished my goal, and you can only be passively exhausted by our actions, and there is no point in continuing the war. Significant, I suggest, make peace between the two parties. The Corpse King represented by me will restrain the zombies under him and stop attacking human settlements. Similarly, humans should also designate residential areas for zombies, and we will live in designated areas. Obviously any weird animals can be protected, but humans who are even a little weird will be excluded. I don't understand. Now, I just hope that humans and zombies can coexist. As long as the two sides don't meet each other and survive in their respective living areas, that's enough. So far, my meaning is very clear: to delineate the respective residential areas of the two parties, non-interference with each other, and everyone to live in peace. If everyone disagrees, I will lead my zombies to break through Yanjing in the early spring, and I will use my strength to snatch our own residential area. After the host finished reading the letter, he was already sweating profusely. This is not a letter for peace negotiation. This is obviously a blatant threat. If he disagrees with the Corpse King's request, the war will start again. Moreover, if it is true, if the living area is demarcated, wouldn't human beings coexist with zombies? Can this really be done? At this time, fierce stern words erupted at the meeting. It's wishful thinking that the mere Corpse King threatens us so much and wants to live in a residential area. Isn't it just to continue the war? Then fight. I want to see who will be the last one. Will win. That's right. Zombies also want residential areas. It's a good idea. These zombies have killed countless relatives of humans. If such a bloody feud can be reconciled, it will be a joke in the world. In short, the Corpse King's request absolutely cannot agree, since this zombie king has human memory and thinks he is human. He should not continue to help the zombies. While helping the zombies to besiege us, he still pretends to be a human being. How can such a good thing happen? It's all about engaging in service industries and building iconic buildings. Shameless. Most people are scolding the Corpse King for being shameless, and they all disagree with the Corpse King's conditions. Doesn't it mean that the war will continue? Whoever is afraid of anyone, let's fight on, even dare to let out wild words, saying that Yanjing will be breached at the beginning of spring. It's just wishful thinking. In front of modern weapons, zombies don't even want to get close to the city wall. However, a small number of people are also hesitant. They considered the overall situation and said, isn't it impossible to agree to the demands of the zombies? Isn't it just a residential area? Isn't it enough to drive them out to the north and let them live abroad? It can also be avoided. War escalates, everyone. Our original mission was to recover the whole country as soon as possible. For this reason, the headquarters set a time limit of 3 to 5 years. If the stalemate continues, the war will continue indefinitely, and the plan will be affected. We cannot. You have been pinned down in Yanjing for a long time. Why don't we pretend to agree to the Corpse King's request, concentrate our efforts to deal with the zombies in Central and South China, and finally turn against the Corpse King Ma Jingsheng? Soldiers never tire of cheating. These few people also think that they have a view of the overall situation, so they started persuasion. It is not impossible to negotiate a peace, but it is only a temporary measure, and it is for the overall situation. If the troops are released, the overall situation will be revitalized. However, such remarks are like throwing a stone in a calm lake, and suddenly the meeting showed a situation where a stone stirred up thousands of waves. Countless people began to accuse these people of surrendering. How can they compromise on zombies? Moreover, this is just an excuse for his greed for life and fear of death, and it doesn't really take the overall situation into consideration now. Because of a letter, the people at the meeting started to quarrel. Unknowingly, almost everyone was following the Corpse King's train of thought, and was held back by the enemy, but they didn't notice it at all at this time. Marshal He fortunately stood up and said, everyone calm down, listen to me. The two parties in the quarrel stopped arguing afterwards. Now, only the respected Marshal is convinced, and no matter who he says, he must listen to his opinions. Marshal He frowned and said, you are really impulsive, but because of a letter from the Corpse King, you are in chaos at this time. Is it right for you to confront each other now? The most important thing now is to help each other and resolve the main contradiction. If you can't even see this clearly, then get out of the conference room as soon as possible. Seeing that the marshal was already angry, everyone could only keep silent. No one dared to contradict the marshal at this time. The most appropriate choice was to listen to the reprimand honestly. Fortunately, the marshal didn't say much because of this matter at this time. He stood up slowly, and said seriously, everyone listen to me, we must not agree to the zombies' request, because according to the laboratory, according to research, zombies cannot turn back into humans. They have died since they were infected with a virus, and they are no longer human. As for the Zombie King, what about having human memory? He brought zombies to besiege human cities. It's also a fact, and you can't show mercy just because of sympathy. Having said that, the marshal paused for a moment, and continued, as for the negotiation, it is impossible. How can we not avenge blood and deep hatred? The most important point is to let us be ruthless. Now facing the threat of North China, we compromise, so what about the battles in Central China and South China? Is it because the zombies huddled together and put pressure on us just now, so we have to agree to negotiate a peace? Is this still the recovery of the whole country? Therefore, we have no choice. For the sake of the soldiers who died, for the compatriots who died, and for the hope of the remaining human beings, we must not back down. We all know this. Even though it is winter, we must continue to fight. Zombies do not have logistical support, but we do. We must take the initiative to end the battle as soon as possible, and then restart the plan to recover the country. Marshal Lee said in a deep voice. This speech pointed out the way for everyone at that time. Everyone understands what to do now. It is not to negotiate a peace under pressure, nor to belittle the zombies to nothing, but to face the enemy squarely, and to defeat the enemy with dignity and crush the zombies. A dream of coexistence. In the end, a long banner was sent out of the city wall and sent to the outside of the cave more than 10 kilometers away from the city. Not expansive enough to accommodate 2 intelligent beings. Afterwards, the headquarters also mobilized urgently, and everyone was discussing how to defeat so many zombies. Could it be that after the beginning of spring, the weather warmed up and the zombies came out of the ground for a decisive battle? This is obviously impossible. Time is running out. Yanjing needs to take the initiative. Chapter 214, Easily Instigating Rebellion. After the heavy snowfall, many people are thinking about when they will be able to go home for the new year, especially the folks who came to support. Now that it is snowing, the zombies are obviously unable to carry it. Now is the time to disband and go home. As for the rewards, anything, you can give it slowly, whether it is honor or material, you can accept it. But at this time, the headquarters announced the latest order: the battle is not over, the battle is still going on, until all the corpse kings are killed, and there are no more tens of thousands of corpses near Yanjing. This can be regarded as a victory. Until then, the battle will continue. After that, the headquarters announced the current situation of the zombies. It turned out that in the previous month, the zombies surrounded Yanjing, but the attack rate was only hundreds of thousands per day. This was just to paralyze everyone. The zombies were already secretly. The underground cave was dug, and after the heavy snowfall, they hid in the ground. In the past month, although at least 30 million zombies were killed, there are still 150 million zombies hiding underground, still ready to attack at any time. After hearing this news, everyone understood that the battle was not over, and if the zombies were not completely eliminated, victory would be far away. A large number of soldiers began to curse the cunning of the zombies. They didn't expect these zombies to build plank roads and secretly hide their warehouses. They were attacking Yanjing on the surface, but in fact they had already started digging caves. After Chu Qiaoan heard the news, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Ke Yiming, that bastard, was tricked by him. He said at the beginning that as long as there is heavy snowfall, we can kill the zombies and we will win, but now it seems, how can it be so simple?" Chu Qiaoan remembered what Ke Yiming said before: as long as it snows, the zombies will all be frozen to death, and the war will be won by then. But he really naively believed the news, and it snowed, and the zombies hiding underground. The situation became even more bizarre. Shen Feng was not particularly excited after hearing the bad news, because he had already prepared himself psychologically. After all, he had seen the cunning of zombies in Rongcheng, and knew that these zombies were not stupid. Indeed, the zombies did not lose their helmets and armor due to the heavy snowfall, but hibernated temporarily. It seems that there will be a hard fight ahead. Shen Feng couldn't help sighing. While Shen Feng was meditating, a soldier suddenly came to report, "City Lord, Li Qi is here to look for you." Hearing this, Shen Feng frowned immediately, and said, "Then I'm going to hide. This guy is so entangled, it's best for me to walk, so as not to be bullied by her." Said, Shen Feng resorted to follow the wind, left the place in an instant, turned into an afterimage and disappeared in the distance. Li Qi, in order to become a supernatural person, is now entangled with him like crazy. Shen Feng just hopes to make a deal, and now Shen Feng can only avoid her entanglement. It's just that Chu Qiaoan rolled his eyes at this moment, and said to the communication soldier, "Take me to meet this woman for a while. If you can't beat her, I can scold her, and with my sharp tongue, I will keep her to turn against her. Take off your armor and come down with courtesy." At this time, Chu Qiaoan regained her self-confidence. She is a literature student, and she has learned countless satirical articles. Shouldn't she use one or two now? For this Li Qi, she should be insulted severely, so that she retreats in spite of the difficulties, and don't continue to pester Shen Feng. If you understand it with emotion and reason, it will definitely make the other party feel ashamed and run away in embarrassment. When Li Qi arrived at Shen Feng's residence, she began to look around. Now that she knew that Shen Feng had the corpse king's head in his hand, she immediately had a burning hope. She knew that this might be the only chance I have to become a supernatural being, so I must seize this opportunity. Normally, outsiders are not allowed to come and go on the front line, but Li Qi is special. She has a special pass, because she often challenges people with supernatural powers, and she never troubles others when the front line is fighting. So, Li Qi can enter and leave the front line area on his own, and there will be no other obstacles other than routine registration. However, Li Qi searched around Shen Feng's residence, but found nothing in the end. It seemed that Shen Feng had disappeared from the world. Li Qi understood that Shen Feng was deliberately avoiding her, and she couldn't even try to find Shen Feng. Feng is the fastest man. Li Qi knew where Shen Feng's tent was, and she didn't want to leave empty-handed, so she walked towards Shen Feng's tent, opened the tent quietly, and found only the bedding and a pile of comic books inside the tent. That is the messy clothes and pants. Obviously Shen Feng is not a delicate man, and he is too lazy to tidy up his own. Then Li Qi shook his head helplessly, and said to himself, "It seems that Shen Feng didn't take important things with him. and I don't know where he hid them. While thinking about it, Li Qiyi began to pack Shen Feng's clothes, stacking the messy clothes neatly, and preparing to take away the dirty clothes for cleaning. As for the pile of comic books, Li Qiyi also carefully stacked them aside to make them look neater. I have to say that Li Qiyi must be a good wife and mother in the future if he tidies up the tent so skillfully, but at this moment, Chu Qiaoyan came over, and when she saw Li Qiyi who was packing up the tent, she couldn't help laughing and said, "I didn't expect you to be so careful. Since you are so gentle, why don't you find a man to marry?" Hearing Chu Qiaoyan's voice, Li Qiyi just shrugged his shoulders, but said without turning his head, "You don't have to worry about that. Whether I marry or not has nothing to do with you. It does matter. I am the person who supervises Shen Feng. You have violated my bottom line by pestering a married man shamelessly. I warn you, you'd better get out of here honestly, or I will beat you up. Mom doesn't even know you. I was giving way to you before, but now if I really do something, you won't even be able to get close to me, and you will fall to the ground and die." Chu Qiaoyan directly threatened. Li Qiyi turned around and glanced at Chu Qiaoyan, and suddenly had an idea, so she got out of the tent and wandered around Chu Qiaoyan, nodding while wandering, as if treating Chu Qiaoyan as a work of art, while I am the person who is admiring the artwork. Chu Qiaoyan felt a little uncomfortable being sized up and down, so she asked, "What are you doing? If you don't speak, I'll beat you up." Li Qiyi said solemnly, "I was wondering how Shen Feng, Hida, could have such a confidant by my side. After looking carefully, I realized that you are so outstanding. Not only are you beautiful and good-looking, but also your appearance, voice and learning is a one-in-a-million task, and being able to have your company can only be said to be a blessing that Shen Feng cultivated in his previous life, and I think you are also a good woman with a kind heart and a general knowledge of advance and retreat." When Chu Qiaoyan heard such compliments, her face turned slightly red. She didn't expect that the other party would start to praise herself as soon as she appeared. She would wear flattery and not wear it. Even if she didn't like Li Qiyi, Chu Qiaoyan didn't need to refute these compliments. It's just that she is still awake enough at this time, and said directly to Li Qiyi, "Stop flattering, you can go quickly. Shen Feng already has a family background, it is useless for you to pester him." Li Qiyi shook his head, let out a sigh, and said helplessly, "I know that Shen Feng is very good, and he already possessed powerful and terrifying strength at a young age, but you misunderstood me. To complete a deal, he kept procrastinating, which made it impossible for me to achieve my goal, and I also know that the person Shen Feng likes must be you. How could I rob a man from you?" Hearing this, Chu Qiaoyan blushed immediately, and retorted seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between me and Shen Feng. We are just ordinary friends. If Shen Feng's wife listens to your words, it's here. I can't eat and walk around." There was a smile on Li Qiyi's face. She knew that Chu Qiaoyan was hooked, so she said regretfully, "That's a pity. In my opinion, you and Shen Feng are a perfect match. After all, you are both talented and beautiful. A match made in heaven. It must be too late for Shen Feng to meet you, otherwise, you would be her wife. What a pity, a pity." Although Chu Qiaoyan agreed in her heart, she didn't dare to speak nonsense. If someone told Chang Jianyi what she said, she would be in big trouble. She quickly said, "Stop talking nonsense, and you don't need to say too much about the matter between Shen Feng. I know it well. Besides, is there any deal between you and Shen Feng to be completed?" Of course I exchanged important items with Shen Feng. He had agreed before, but then he regretted it. If possible, please intercede for me and let Shen Feng go to agree to this transaction." Li Qiyi saw that the reason why she said so many good things just now was to get Chu Qiaoyan's help at this moment. "Well, I don't seem to have any reason to care too much about Shen Feng's affairs. Moreover, if one party disagrees with a transaction, we can't force it." Chu Qiaoyan hesitated at this time, and she didn't want to help, because she felt that if the control is too wide, it will arouse Shen Feng's resentment sooner or later. "Please do me a favor and explain it clearly to me. This is related to my future and my family's happiness. I must obtain strong power. You are so smart and virtuous. You must be a good woman who understands the general situation. Please be kind, pity my hard work, and let Shen Feng complete the transaction. If he wants to get the information in my hand, I will provide it as much as possible. The most important thing is that Shen Feng is only surrounded by you. I know you must hold a lot of weight in Shen Feng's heart, and he will seriously consider what you say." Li Qi showed a begging look, and his face was full of tenderness at this time. Chu Chaoyan was flattered by these flattering words. She was not afraid of fighting, nor was she afraid of being ridiculed by others, but now that she encountered such sweet-talking attacks, she was still dizzy for a while, and didn't know how to answer. It was determined to be worthy of these flattering words. "Don't worry, this matter is on my shoulders. I promise that what I said will make Shen Feng change his mind and let him complete the deal with you. Now that Chang Jianyi is not here, he will definitely consider what I say." Chu Chaoyan at this point, "The ticket is guaranteed, isn't it a deal? Just go and finish it directly, so as not to save Li Qi from pestering him all day long." Shen Feng can't see such a thing clearly, it's really only an inch away. When Li Qi heard Chu Chaoyan's words, she burst into tears of gratitude, rushed forward with a big hug, and said with a choked voice, "Good sister, thank you so much. I don't even know what to do, but luckily you can help me. She is really a fairy from heaven and earth. Save me from the sea of suffering. Ahoha, is it so great?" Chu Chaoyan grinned. She had completely forgotten the purpose of her trip afterwards. Li Qi took Shen Feng's dirty clothes and left. Before leaving, she said that when the clothes were washed, she would send them over in person. In addition, she would bring gifts for Chu Chaoyan. Please be sure to a few words. Chu Chaoyan has never encountered such a situation before, and she lost herself after being flattered, and now she is still immersed in Li Qi's words. "Yeah, Shen Feng and I are a natural match. It's just not a coincidence. Forget it. If Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi met later, wouldn't I be able to take her place?" As for the smile on Li Qi's face after she left the front line, she thought to herself as she walked, "This little girl is too easy to deceive. She will be in a good mood if she just says a few nice words. I think she must be. I haven't tasted sugar-coated cannonballs. I only see sugar-coated cannonballs, but it's okay. With her help, wouldn't I be able to become a supernatural person sooner?" Shen Feng may not have dreamed that Chu Chaoyan, who had always been at odds with Li Qi, was now defeated by the language offensive. As for Li Qi, he obviously caught Chu Chaoyan's mind, so he poked at him with a few simple words. It caught Chu Chaoyan's heart, making Chu Chaoyan feel that Li Qi is a sincere woman, and finally stepped into the design trap step by step. Chapter 215 Late Night Hot Pot Part 1. It was impossible for Shen Feng to leave the station and run around. After all, he still had to abide by the rules when staying in other people's territory, so as not to arouse disgust from others. However, walking in the defensive area was allowed to a certain extent. The garrison was surrounded by military garrisons, and it was impossible for the soldiers to talk to Shen Feng. It was too late for them to rest, so who wanted to chat with Shen Feng? The civilians were all scattered around the city wall for defense. Obviously, the headquarters also felt that the combat effectiveness of the civil organizations was not good enough. It would be troublesome if they gathered together and were attacked by zombies. Therefore, the civil organizations were scattered in various sections of the city wall. Once there was a problem, the surrounding armies can send troops to help. Shen Feng wandered around the neighborhood, and could only see soldiers clearing the snow, and the sky was gray, as if it might snow again at any moment. Shen Feng could only lament that there would be so much snow if there were no snowball fights. That would be a pity. At this moment, Feng Qinghao appeared beside Shen Feng. "Shen Feng, do you have time tonight? We treat you to hot pot, and the 6 of us will go to you." Shen Feng asked suspiciously, "Why would you invite me to eat hot pot? Although I like hot pot very much, this is too sudden, and it is still during the war." Feng Qinghao patted his chest and said, "Believe me, there won't be a big war in the near future. Don't worry about that. After fighting for so many days, we must have a meal together. Just in time. We also need to thank the people from the Ability Management Bureau. Now we can control the ability better." As a member of the Ability Management Bureau, Feng Qinghao is of course very aware of the recent battle plan. He said that if there is no battle plan, there will be no battle. Regarding this, Shen Feng said indifferently, "Then you all come to me. Remember, don't come to me empty-handed. Of course, we won't catch you, and you won't want to kidnap us morally again." Feng Qinghao said with a smile. The food that Shen Feng eats these days is very simple, either pancake rolls with scallions, sometimes with a little soy sauce, or egg fried rice with a little pickled mustard in the rice. It can't be said that the food is single, but there is really nothing new. All day long, except for flatbread, rice is enough. As for side dishes, Chinese cabbage is enough, and only occasionally have the opportunity to eat meat in order to have hot pot to eat at night. Shen Feng repeated his old tricks. When eating dinner, he sighed, put down the big cake in his hand, and said bitterly, "Oh, I thought that there are thousands of suffering people in the world. I can't eat it now." Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Chaoyan squinted her eyes immediately. She knew that last time Shen Feng looked like he was concerned about the country and the people, but in fact he secretly went to eat seafood at night, and he didn't even bring yourself. This is too much. Eating alone will not gain weight, and Chu Chaoyan remembered that he had persuaded Shen Feng to eat more before, but now that he thought about it, he was too naive at that time. How could this heartless guy not be able to eat? Chu Chaoyan coughed at this time, and put the remaining pancakes in a plastic bag to store, ready to eat when she was hungry. She stared at Shen Feng while drinking water. "You can't eat." I can't eat it either, because I remembered some people eating alone." Seeing Chu Chaoyan's actions, Shen Feng also understood her thoughts. Apparently, Chu Chaoyan also suspected that Shen Feng would secretly eat delicious food at night, so Shen Feng couldn't say much. Lu Xian also saw Shen Feng's movements, and thought to himself, the city lord said such things again, so he must be playing tricks again, right? But he didn't tell me in advance not to eat too much, and it's not easy for me to follow him like this. Let's do it, let's eat the pie honestly. After it snowed, the dark clouds in the sky did not dissipate, and kept covering the top of the head. It seemed that it would snow again sometime, and the darkness would soon fall. Do you want to eat hot pot yourself? It's almost here now, right? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Sheng showed up at Shen Feng's residence with a stove and charcoal fire. At this time, Shen Feng was so hungry that he was ready to give up waiting. "Brother-in-law, I'm here. Here are the stove and coke. Others will come later. Let's find a place to wait." Xiao Sheng walked to Shen Feng enthusiastically and said. Shen Feng was very disgusted when he heard this address, and said directly, "You are not married yet, don't call me so affectionate. My sister is very moody, maybe she will kick you one day, then we will be strangers." At this time, Shen Feng still couldn't accept the relationship between Xiao Sheng and his sister. Why did his sister and Xiao Sheng fall in love not long after he left Rongcheng? What happened during this period? In fact, Shen Yu and Xiao Sheng's acquaintance was when Rongcheng encountered a zombie crisis. Shen Yu had to go to the streets to maintain law and order, but was attacked by zombies. Stationed in Rongcheng, the two had a chance to meet, and they got to know each other after coming and going. "Well, then I'll call you a few more times, so that I won't take advantage of you after breaking up with your sister," Xiao Sheng said indifferently. Shen Feng found a leeward area under the city wall, placed a plastic stool, and then waited for Xiao Sheng to start a fire. Xiao Sheng himself is a supernatural person, and he summoned a blue flame with a wave of his hand. 10 minutes later they lit the coke, and the two waited for the rest of the people to arrive while warming up. The second person who came here was Qin Kui. She was holding a pot and a pack of hot pot ingredients in her hand. "Only now did I use the food stamps to buy the hot pot base, and it cost me 20 caddies of food stamps, so my heart aches." Yanjing has already implemented a rationing system, and the currency has long lost its function. Under such circumstances, Yanjing issued food stamps, and food stamps are linked to food, so they naturally became a special currency. Generally speaking, 10 caddies of food stamps can be exchanged for 1 caddy of meat, but Qin Kui spent 20 caddies of food stamps on hot pot bottom ingredients, which is equivalent to buying 2 caddies of meat. Zhang Zi came after her, and she brought fresh vegetables and a bucket of water. It is impossible to eat hot pot without vegetables. Fang Qinghao and Yu Hangai came together. They were carrying quick frozen food in their hands, while Fang Qinghao himself was looking around, as if he was afraid of being discovered by others. It turned out that he secretly brought 3 bottles of liquor. Drinking is prohibited on the front line, but he still found a way to bring the wine over. Seeing that everyone was almost here, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning and said, "This is your gift, why don't you bring any meat? It makes no sense." Xiao Sheng argued, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, Jin Zidu is here to buy meat. He hasn't come yet, so don't worry, let's wash the vegetables first." While talking, Jin Zidu appeared here with a sack on his shoulders, looking around while walking. His sneaky appearance was really suspicious. "Are you people from the Ability Management Bureau so sneaky?" Seeing Jin Zidu like this, Shen Feng couldn't help laughing. Jin Zidu said with a gloomy face, "You talk a lot of nonsense. If we hadn't agreed to come together, I wouldn't bother to see you. I have meat on my back. I like to eat it or not. The relationship between Jin Zizhu and Shen Feng was not very good in the first place. The main reason was that they had a bad relationship in Rongcheng. Last time they met, they were ridiculed by Shen Feng. He didn't have a good face either. Jin Zizhu threw down the sack on his back, opened it, and found that it was a pet dog, and it was the most docile dog in the legend. However, the dog had obviously been electrocuted to death. As a source of meat, everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, Jin Zizhu got dog meat. Well, you stole someone else's dog. Qin Kui asked tentatively. Jin Zizhu shook his head quickly. Don't talk nonsense. This is a stray dog. Look, there is no collar around the neck. Don't be stunned. Boil water and pluck the hair. Do you still want to eat hot pot? Didn't I ask you to buy meat? You just found a dog and asked us to cook on the spot, which is really a disservice. Yu Henggai said regretfully, as if he felt a deep pity for Jin Zizhu's IQ. Jin Zizhu became angry when he heard this. Damn, you guys are so brave to say, give me the task of buying meat, but you can see where you can buy meat in Yanjing. Now I finally brought the meat, you are accusing me instead. Isn't this picking up the bowl to eat and putting down the bowl? Jin Zizhu also has something to say at this time. It is not easy to find even vegetables in the city, let alone sources of meat. Ordinary people may not even be able to eat dried noodles in this situation. Where can I buy meat? Now that I have found meat, it is not easy, so don't be picky. Okay, stop arguing. At least there is dog meat as the bottom of the pot. The skin is peeled off, the internal organs are thrown outside the city, and the rest is edible. The 7 of us here are enough to eat. Xiao Sheng saw that the two were quarreling, and he couldn't help trying to persuade them to fight. What's the point of plucking now? Just peel them off. Shen Feng has also been hungry for a long time. Seeing that the hot pot has not started, he doesn't want to continue arguing with these people, so he stepped forward to persuade the fight together. Okay, hurry up and clean up the ingredients. I'm too hungry. In order to wait for your meal, hot pot, I ate half a flatbread for dinner. The group quickly started to process the dog meat, but at this time Chu Chaoyan approached quietly, and said with a sneer, HMPH, you have to avoid me when you eat hot pot. You have to be sneaky about meals too. No, I must record this matter in my notebook and tell Chang Jianyi. The beauties that Chu Chaoyan mentioned are naturally Zhangzi and Qin Kui. One of them has a nice snow temperament, elegant and cold, and the other is calm, gentle and generous. Their appearances are naturally flawless. People are automatically filtered by Chu Chaoyan. Don't overdo it. I'm just having dinner with good friends. If you talk nonsense in front of my senior sister, I won't forgive you. What Shen Feng is most afraid of is that senior sister will be angry. Now that Chu Chaoyan said this, he immediately feeling overwhelmed. Chu Chaoyan smiled slowly, and said, it's fine if I don't talk nonsense, unless I'm added to the hot pot. Okay, sit down. If I knew there was a problem with you eating so little dinner, you really discovered it. Shen Feng said helplessly. Chu Chaoyan sat down contentedly, ready to wait for the hot pot next, but her appearance only made the rest of the people take a second look, and then continued to process the ingredients. In fact, there is another reason for Chu Chaoyan to appear here. She has already promised Li Qiye that she will help her complete the transaction, but Chu Chaoyan will not find a chance to talk about it for a while, but now that she saw that there was liquor here, she immediately had an idea. As long as Shen Feng was drunk and unconscious, and Shen Feng agreed in a daze, wouldn't that be alright? As for the content of the transaction, Chu Chaoyan didn't care, it was just a private exchange of some materials. Li Qiye probably wants the evolutionary base. After all, she is a third-order evolutionary, and she has almost encountered an evolutionary barrier, so she said she wants to become stronger. It's okay. Last time, Shen Feng exchanged the evolutionary base. Did you kill the corpse king's head? Chu Chaoyan thought in his heart. Chu Chaoyan was deceived by Li Qiye's rhetoric, and now she is determined to help. In Chu Chaoyan's eyes, if she didn't know Shen Feng later than Chang Jianyi, who is the current deputy city lord? Not sure yet. I heard that Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi were not very familiar with each other before Doomsday. Chu Chaoyan thought in her heart. Li Qiye said that Shen Feng and I are a good match, so it must be true. Soon, the dog meat was processed. Qin Kui cut it into thin slices, mixed it with a hot pot base and fried it, and waited until it was fragrant before adding water to stew. Feng Qinghao poured white wine for everyone, but Zhang Zi and Chu Chaoyan didn't drink. so they had to give them a glass of plain water. Although there was no dipping sauce, it was rare for everyone to get together, and the lively atmosphere was immediately created. Shen Feng didn't drink much before, but now he is trying to drink. The more things that are not allowed by his superiors, the more Shen Feng wants to try. Anyway, Feng King Hao also said that there will be no big wars in the near future, so why worry about it? Old man, honestly drink a bar. As a man who doesn't know how to drink, especially in this apocalyptic atmosphere, you should drink some wine to enjoy it while eating hot pot, Xiao Sheng said in a depressed mood. I didn't expect the zombies to be so difficult to deal with. Nowadays, it is obviously not easy to eliminate the zombies. The future battles will be particularly difficult. I really don't know how long it will take to win. Jin Zijia looked at Qin Kui and asked, Big sister, isn't your ability to control the soil? Can't you use this oil to seal all the caves and suffocate all the zombies? Qin Kui shook his head, and said helplessly, what are you thinking? Although I am a 5th level supernatural being, I can't do many things. The underground space of a giant cave that can accommodate more than 100 million zombies must be huge. After digging for more than a month, can I seal all the caves? Shen Feng comforted, don't worry, there must be a way for the cart to reach the mountain. Victory will come sooner or later. We just have to persevere. You are not in a hurry, that's because your position is different from ours. You got Yazhao, that's your foundation. You can't go back to Yazhao, but we can't. We have to consider the overall situation, we have to wait for the victory of the war. Feng King Hao shook his head helplessly. Chapter 216 Late Night Hot Pot II. At this moment, Chu Qiaoyan asked, speaking of which, it's safe for the zombies to hide on the ground, but we can pour poisonous gas into the ground, wouldn't it be good to just poison all the zombies to death? Chu Qiaoyan thought of her battle in Yazhao back then. To deal with the rats hiding in the ground, she just released poisonous gas to kill them. Wouldn't it be enough to fight in one way, while scooping up the dog meat in the hot pot? Yu Henggai said, I don't know the situation underground now. Who knows how much poison gas will be used to have an effect? Besides, poison gas means going out of the city to fight. Who knows if there will be any danger? Chu Qiaoyan nodded in a sudden realization. It seems that he was still thinking simply. Zombies are not mice hiding in the ground, and underground caves are not the sewers of Yazhao. It is obviously unrealistic to release poisonous gas to kill zombies. Just the poison gas needed is not an order of magnitude. Shen Feng picked up a fishball, put it in his bowl, and asked, how about setting fire to the mountain? There are a lot of woods around. Light a fire and suffocate all the zombies underground. As long as the underground caves cannot get fresh air, and sooner or later you'll be smothered underground. Bad idea. The weather is now winter, and there are no firefighters to control the fire. If it spreads, what if humans are burned to death? Besides, no one knows the situation of the underground space. What if the zombies are transferred underground? Isn't it a waste of money? Feng King Hao immediately vetoed it. Come, let's go. Drink first, don't just eat food. Xiao Sheng raised his cup and said to everyone. Everyone hastily raised their wine glasses, and everyone was very respectful of Xiao Sheng's toast. After all, apart from Qin Kui, Xiao Sheng's words were the most effective. There are street lights above the city wall. These street lights are designed to see the surrounding situation clearly in the dark. Now it is convenient for everyone who eats hot pot. They just brought a lot of ingredients. Everyone is a big eater. I kept cooking hot pot under the light of street lamps, and unknowingly ate half a dog. The 8 people present began to discuss the next battle, but in the end they only got one answer, that is, if they can't really understand the situation in the ground, it's impossible to eliminate the zombies hiding in the ground, and the situation in the ground is obviously not something that can be detected by satellites. How about it? In order to understand the underground situation, this has become the most difficult problem. Shen Feng got a little drunk after drinking for a while. Before that, Shen Feng couldn't drink alcohol. Now it's freezing cold, drinking some wine is just a good way to warm up, but when the alcohol picks up, he feels dizzy. It feels like, if he had known how uncomfortable it was to be drunk, he would have stopped drinking. After he got drunk, his whole body was not right. Seeing Shen Feng's performance, Chu Qiaoyan also knew that the opportunity had come, so she whispered to Shen Feng, let me tell you something, Li Qi, that is the deal you promised earlier, and it should be completed as soon as possible. You promised him. Let's do it quickly, don't talk nonsense. I didn't agree, I was joking at the time. Shen Feng said in a daze. Although he is drunk now, he still has reason, and he will not be because of what Chu Chaoyan said. He agreed without hesitation. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Chaoyan still refused to agree, and couldn't help being a little angry. Isn't it just a deal? Just finish it, so that Li Qi won't pester you again in the future. What are you worried about? It's obviously your love and I'm willing. You've whetted the appetite of others, and you regret it when you turn around. You're not a man. Shen Feng shook his head hard, and said seriously, no, no. If I agree to the deal, there will be endless troubles. I am the choice of a good man. When Chu Chaoyan heard Shen Feng talking nonsense, she was obviously drunk, and it was the best choice to send Li Qi away, but Shen Feng did the opposite. It was extremely strange. Just when everyone was enjoying themselves, a loud shout came from not far away. Hey, what are you doing? The shout immediately startled several people present. Speaking of which, everyone is a supernatural being, and 6 of them are 5th-level supernatural beings. With this kind of lineup, no one will come to cause trouble without opening their eyes, right? Whoever dares to disturb himself to eat hot pot, don't blame us for being merciless. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to find that standing not far away was a tall woman. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Li Qi who had come. When Shen Feng saw her appear, he couldn't help saying, hello, beauty, would you like to have hot pot together? The more people you have, the more chopsticks you have. Li Qi's face was gloomy. At this time, her eyes were full of anger, which seemed to explode in an instant. She clenched her fists with both hands. Because the veins on the back of her hands swelled due to the clench too tightly, her tall body was constantly shaking, and her whole body was shaking. Almost in a state of madness. This situation immediately gave everyone present a bad feeling. It didn't look like they were here to grab a meal, but rather they were here to find fault. Li Qi took out a dog leash from his arms, threw it on the ground, lowered his head and said word by word, I took my rhubarb with me when I went out tonight, but in the end, I tied it by the side of the road. In a short while, I just went to the laundry, but when I went out, I found that the rhubarb was missing. Can you tell me, where's my rhubarb? Shen Feng was slightly sober at this time, and looked at Jin Ziju, and the rest of the people also turned their attention to Jin Ziju, with obvious meaning. Isn't this a stray dog? Why is the dog owner coming to the door now? Jin Ziju spread out his hands, expressing that he was also helpless at this time. Feng Qinghao stood up calmly, and said, your dog, we didn't see it, you can look for it elsewhere. If you give up, let's have a meal together. We got fresh ones here, fresh rabbit meat. Feng Qinghao was obviously unwilling to have conflicts, and chose to avoid the edge. It would be best if he could fool Li Qi. Li Qi was not easily fooled by Feng Qinghao. She walked slowly to the nearby snowfield. At this time, there was still blood and a piece of dog skin on the ground. Under the dim light, Li Qi's face became more and more gloomy. Does the rabbit you are talking about have such a big fur? Li Qi slowly raised her head with a cold expression, because her pet dog was dead and she was about to run away at this time. Everyone regretted it, and they had thrown away the dog skin if they knew it earlier, but now it's good, and they exposed the truth about what they ate. Chu Chaoyan secretly thought something was wrong, and the current situation seemed to be involved in trouble. Jin Ziju stood up directly at this time and said, one person does things and one person is in charge. I killed your dog, but I also have a reason. When I saw this dog, it was wandering on the street. I saw it. It's a stray dog. If you want revenge, you can come to me, and if you want to kill or cut it, it's up to you. Li Qi did not give up because of Jin Ziju's words, but instead looked at Shen Feng and asked, Shen Feng, tell me, how to solve this matter. In Li Qi's view, Shen Feng should stand up at this time, and all he needs is an apology. As long as everyone admits their mistakes, this matter will be over. After all, she can't really kill a dog to avenge her. May be more precious than people, the most important thing is attitude. As the host, Shen Feng should show his attitude. It's a pity that the current Shen Feng is drunk. He staggered towards Li Qi, stretched out his hand and pushed him. How to solve it? Let's eat hot pot together. What else do you want? You are annoying me enough these days now. What else do I need to say? I'll just say, I'm the one who took the lead in eating dog meat. What are you going to do? Either sit down and eat dog meat, or get out of here. Shen Feng, don't be impulsive. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Chaoyan quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. It was just a misunderstanding. But Shen Feng's pushing and shoving now easily irritated Li Qiyi, and, it's unreasonable on my side, how can I act impulsively? Okay. Li Qiyi was completely angry. Originally, he was patient enough, and he only needed an apology to let go, but Shen Feng squeezed himself out in such a way, obviously looking down on himself, obviously loathing himself, obviously disliking himself for being here. If it's in the way, if that's the case, then let's just shoot and break up. Thinking about it, I have been too low-key these days, which caused Shen Feng to be so arrogant. If I don't take this revenge, I swear that I will not be a human being. Li Qiyi stepped back half a step, made an arhat fist kick, lunged forward, clenched his right fist at his waist to accumulate strength, and then suddenly struck out, exerting strength from his waist to make an ordinary right fist. Ho! Li Qiyi punched out with anger. The fist was so fast that there was a whoosh sound in the air, and then he punched the unsuspecting Shen Feng in the abdomen. Boom! Shen Feng, after receiving this punch, Feng immediately bent over and fell to the ground, turning into a shrimp, moaning continuously. Ah, it hurts so much, I didn't even say a word when I moved. Come to cheat, come to sneak attack, don't play such a clever trick. Shen Feng was still in a state of drunkenness, lying on the ground and still yelling, hey, don't fight, we are all on our own, so we have something to say. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Xiao Sheng quickly stood in front of Shen Feng. Brother-in-law, I have to block this matter for Shen Feng. Li Qiyi slowly retracted his fists, retracted his lunge, looked at Xiao Sheng who was standing in front of Shen Feng, looked around, recorded everyone's faces, and said in a low voice, tonight's business is not over, you wait, let's wait until the day I become a supernatural being, and then, I will settle accounts with you all for bullying me. After finishing speaking, Li Qiyi picked up the dog skin on the ground and turned to leave. When she was in public, she stubbornly did not shed tears, but as soon as she walked away, tears rushed out of her eyes like water from the gate. She looked at the dog skin in her hand and thought of the companionship of pet dogs over the years has contained so many emotions. Since the end of the world, countless cats and dogs have mutated, and my rhubarb has been well protected and has survived until now. The guy peeled and ate. How can this kind of hatred be forgotten, especially when Li Qiyi thought of Shen Feng's appearance just now? The anger in her heart became even worse. In her eyes, Shen Feng ate her own dog and was still venting his dissatisfaction confidently. He obviously didn't take herself seriously. He already regarded himself as a clown in his heart. How could such a hateful person be easily let go? Especially the group of people who eat hot pot are all defending Jin Zizhu and Shen Feng. Isn't this Chiguaguo's bullying, Shen Feng? I can still become a supernatural being without you. The day I become a supernatural being is the day I will take revenge. Just wait for me. Li Qiyi thought silently in his heart. After returning home, Li Qiyi found that her parents were still up, so she hurried back to her room and hid the dog skin. She didn't want her parents to find out about it. Qi, have you found the rhubarb? Father knocked on the door and asked. Li Qiyi quickly said, I didn't find it, maybe it was lost. It's all my fault. I didn't change the dog leash when it was found to be loose, and let rhubarb get lost. I think it knows its home after all. Maybe it will be gone in a few days. Came back, okay, I hope rhubarb is okay. You should go to sleep too, you are busy outside all day, how can you not take care of your health? Father said to Li Qiyi with concern. Li Qiyi lowered her head and did not answer her father's words. She is very angry now, and in the midst of her anger, she is deeply sad. Today, she was first seduced and sad by the incident of losing her pet dog, and then she was stung by Shen Feng's powerless arrogance. Now, the mental state of the whole person has also deteriorated. Supernatural person. To become a supernatural person, besides obtaining the head of the zombie king, there is another way, that is to crack the mystery of the supernatural potion. As long as I understand the nature of the supernatural potion, I may also be able to become a supernatural person. A person with supernatural powers. Li Qiyi thought silently in his heart. Li Qiyi knows that the brain of the corpse king can make supernatural potions, but why supernatural potions work is a technology that scientists all over the world are cracking. Supernatural powers cannot appear out of thin air. There must be an essential reason for supernatural powers to appear. Or, and she puts her hope on this matter, you must study the principle of the ability clearly. You must become a person with the ability, and then take revenge on these bastards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Under the Heavy Reward, There Must Be a Brave Man. When the morning came again, the sun reappeared, and the dark clouds of last night had dissipated a lot. It seems that it will not snow again in a short time, and the atmosphere here in Yanjing is very strange, because everyone is suspicious. Can the battle with the zombies end quickly? There were bursts of laughter outside the tent. Without the pressure of the zombies, the soldiers were very relaxed. Although they couldn't go home yet, their safety was guaranteed, which was enough to make people feel relaxed. Shen Feng inside the tent was woken up by the shouting outside. After he opened his eyes, he was in a daze and his head hurt a little. How much did I drink last night? Why am I only waking up at this hour? Something strange happened last night. Shen Feng mused to himself while holding his head. All of a sudden, Shen Feng saw a pile of clothes beside his pillow. He vaguely remembered that they were his dirty clothes before, and he threw them in the tent before he had time to wash them. But now the clothes are neatly stacked. And you can still smell the fragrance of the laundry detergent on it. It's strange. How come my clothes are cleaned? Could it be that there is a conch girl? But I have never picked up conchs. Shen Feng couldn't figure out to clean his clothes. Under normal circumstances, no one will casually enter Shen Feng's tent. After much deliberation, Shen Feng couldn't figure it out, so he found Chu Qiaoyan and asked, "Did you do the laundry for me?" Hearing Shen Feng's words, Chu Qiaoyan sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, "In the future, you'd better stop drinking. It's definitely a mistake. Even though you're a supernatural being, your drinking capacity isn't very good either. Last night, you were the only one who was drinking crazy." Drinking crazy. Shen Feng couldn't help frowning when he heard this, and then began to recall carefully, "Didn't I have hot pot with a group of people from the Ability Management Bureau last night? Feng Qinghao brought liquor, and after that, well, I can't remember clearly. If you are crazy about drinking, can't so many of you stop me?" There was a look of helplessness in Chu Qiaoyan's eyes. She was defeated by Shen Feng. He actually forgot about such an important matter last night when he woke up. This kind of memory is completely fish-like. Forget about it. Chu Qiaoyan could only briefly recount what happened last night. To be honest, Chu Qiaoyan was on Li Qi's side for what happened last night. A group of people on Shen Feng's side ate Li Qi's lost dog, and then Li Qi came to ask for an explanation, but they were run on by Shen Feng, and they didn't even mean to apologize. They were treated like this. Li Qi was just a punch from Shen Feng, which was already considered cheap. But at that time Xiao Xing was also blocking Shen Feng's body, and Li Qi's failure to continue to attack was also a reason. Listening to Chu Qiaoyan's explanation, Shen Feng's heart sank. He didn't expect that he would do such an outrageous thing when he was drunk last night. Moreover, in this way, the clothes that had been washed in his tent, in fact, it was Li Qi who washed it, and his actions last night obviously hurt Li Qi. "I will never drink again." Shen Feng regretted and slapped himself hard. Seeing Shen Feng, Chu Qiaoyan blamed herself, and quickly persuaded, "Don't worry, you should apologize seriously, and blame what happened last night on drinking, and Li Qi will forgive you if you think about it. You can call now. What use is there for me?" Shen Feng shrugged, "Don't apologize. If she forgives me, she will pester me again. Let's continue to misunderstand. At worst, find a way to compensate her in the future, such as buying a dog and returning it to her. But there are no mutated dogs now. There are still too few, and we need to look for them carefully." Chu Qiaoyan shook her head lightly, but said nothing. The relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. Although the zombies were all hiding underground after the snow fell, it was enough pressure. No one knew when the zombies would rush out of the ground again and besiege Yanjing City again. Zombies are not completely wiped out. These zombies are always a sharp sword hanging above their heads. However, Yanjing's high-level officials have discussed many times and screened many tactics, and finally found helplessly that everyone is completely unclear about the distribution of zombies underground, and they don't know the enemy's layout. No matter what kind of tactics they are all on paper. Therefore, the first thing to do for the current plan is to find out the situation underground. Now is the time for high-tech means to come on the scene. Special personnel remotely control the unmanned detector to enter the ground. This detector has wheels and a robotic arm. It can move forward steadily no matter it is on flat ground or on steep slopes. Especially the backup power supply of the detector can be used for the detector to advance for 3 days. The detector will automatically upload the surrounding terrain data when there is a signal. If there is no signal, the detector will return according to a certain time. The most important thing is that there is a small radar on the detector, which continuously releases ultrasonic waves to the surroundings, and draws a map of the underground cave autonomously through the detected ultrasonic waves. It seems that the detector seems to be the most suitable means of inquiring underground news. After all, the detector can advance smoothly even in the ground. But the researchers overlooked one point, that is, the zombies will not just watch the detector moving around the ground in a foolish way. As long as the zombies find the detection vehicle, they will rush up and tear it apart. The research institute responsible for the detectors invested dozens of detectors in a row. The cars entered the cave continuously, and went down from the caves around Yanjing. As long as the detector enters the ground, it will be destroyed immediately, and there is no time to upload the terrain data in the cave. So far, researchers have understood that it is unrealistic to use detectors to accurately detect the ground. However, if you don't know the situation underground, you can't formulate a strategy for combat. For the current plan, you must quickly find out the situation underground, so that the war can be ended quickly. If even the zombies in Yanjing can't be defeated, in the future, there will be more zombies in Central China and South China, and the battle will be more difficult in the end. The headquarters deliberated for several days, and finally made a decision: implement a pathfinding plan, recruit evolutionists and supernatural beings from the army and civilians. As long as you complete a certain level of tasks, you can get evolution potions as rewards. The top 10 who explore the underground map will be rewarded with 10 liters of evolutionary bases, and the person who explores the most maps will be rewarded with a supernatural potion. When the headquarters announced the plan and rewards, countless people signed up enthusiastically, and everyone was fascinated by such generous rewards. Not to mention the evolution potion and the evolution base, just the supernatural potion that can be obtained by the first place. It can allow people to gain power beyond ordinary people. Once they become supernatural beings, it is equivalent to reaching the sky in one step. Those who signed up were not only evolutionists, but also many powerful supernatural beings participated in this plan. Everyone wanted to be rewarded. Even supernatural beings were moved. For those with supernatural powers, they naturally don't need supernatural potions, because people with supernatural powers will have no effect on you if they drink supernatural potions. But people with supernatural powers also have family members or friends. If they can't sell them privately, this is also a huge wealth. It is said that someone abroad bid 100,000 tons of grain to buy supernatural medicines, but they have never been able to buy them. This is the supernatural medicine. Appeal. Shen Feng was also moved, and immediately called Chu Qiaoyan and Lu Xian to sign up together. The number of supernatural beings under his command would never be too small, and Shen Feng included Chang Jianyi and his brother Chang Jianyi from Yazhou. There are only 7 supernatural beings, and the number is still too small. At critical moments, supernatural beings have the power to change the situation of the battle. Shen Feng hopes that the number of supernatural beings under his hands will increase. There is actually a supernatural potion in Yazhou, but it was left by Shen Feng to his family. He hopes to have the opportunity to give the supernatural potion to his family in the future. In this way, the self-protection ability of his parents and sister will also rise a lot. So Shen Feng lacks supernatural potions, so Shen Feng must win the first place in the plan this time. Yang, Chang, Lao Guo, the team will be handed over to you, and you will guard the city wall honestly. If there is another opportunity for this kind of action in the future, I will take you with you. Before Shen Feng left the station, he turned to Yang Chang and Guo Pinming warned seriously. Guo Pinming nodded quickly, and said seriously, "Don't worry, City Lord, I will definitely complete the task." The reason why Shen Feng brought Lu Xian and Chu Qiaoyan was because the abilities of these two people are very important in the underground. Chu Qiaoyan can use chlorine gas to seal the road, so as to avoid being unable to protect himself after encountering zombies underground. Lu Xian's ability can detect the enemy's situation, especially his ability covers a large area, so he can perceive the enemy in advance underground. There are so many people who signed up for the Pathfinder project. There are more than 3,000 people in all kinds of places, and as long as they are people who have participated in the plan, they have to go to an area outside the city. After registration, they can get the exploration equipment, and then they can set off to explore the caves in the surrounding mountains and forests. After Shen Feng brought people to the assembly point outside the city, he found that it was densely packed with people, including many familiar faces, especially when Shen Feng saw a few people standing behind Wang Aoi not far away. Suddenly frowned Lu Xian, also nervously said to Shen Feng at this time, "Look, City Lord, there are 6 supernatural beings appearing beside Wang Aoi over there, and they seem to be the ones who attacked us back then. I remember that we have already killed them. Well, it turned out that they are still alive now, isn't it too strange?" Shen Feng also saw a few people behind Wang Aoi. He frowned and thought about it, and said, "Probably there is some strange ability, otherwise, these people would not have survived. It would have been better if we had made up the knife at that time, but unfortunately, it's too late now," Lu Xian said regretfully. Shen Feng also felt a little regretful. At that time, he considered that the impact of killing the supernatural beings would be bad. If they cut off their heads and left, it would be too much, so Shen Feng didn't do that, but he didn't expect that these people now he's still alive. If you don't die after beating a snake, you will have future troubles. Wang Aoi also seemed to have noticed that Shen Feng appeared here, so he walked over with the people behind him, pretending to be confused while walking, and said, "Mr. Shen, hello, long time no see, are you alright?" Shen Feng looked at the 6 people behind Wang Aoi, and said casually, "Recently, it's so-so, but it's a pity that I saw a few enemies, and my mood suddenly became bad. Can you explain the men behind you?" Wang Aoi asked in surprise. "Mr. Shen, do you have any problems with my incompetent subordinates? I didn't even know, because I saw them on a dark and windy night, and they were all dying. I have a heart, I don't want to see others die in front of me, so I saved them." Shen Feng smiled and said casually, "Since they are your subordinates now, let's forget about it, but I still remind you that trash is always trash, and no amount of trash can increase your strength. You think about it, thank you for the reminder, but now I'm already a 4th-order supernatural user, as long as I'm not a waste, that's enough." Wang Aoi replied with a smile. Of course Wang Aoi is aware of Shen Feng's taunt, but he doesn't care, he only hopes that he can become stronger. Other than that, that is to enjoy life to the fullest, and he is also qualified to say so. While speaking, Wang Aoi waved his hand and caused a lot of sand around him. Countless sands flew from all directions, gathered and formed into a sandcastle in an instant. It still looks very delicate, and it looks much better than children building sand buildings on the beach. This sand carving is for you, Mr. Shen, see you again." Wang Aoi laughed, and led the people away from Shen Feng. Seeing this scene, Chu Chaoyan was immediately upset, and whispered in Shen Feng's ear, "This guy is mocking you, it's really disgusting, you must teach him a lesson if you have the chance." Shen Feng shrugged and said, "Let him go, leave him alone, we still have our own tasks." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng kicked down the sandcastle in front of him. Now, he knows what Wang Aoi's ability is, and it turns out to be manipulating sand. This ability is quite good, at least not lacking on land. Sand, his home field should be in the desert, but unfortunately, there are no deserts in the south. This ability can be regarded as material type. Although it is not as powerful as the natural type ability, its combat effectiveness is quite good. Chapter 218 Re-entering the underground cave. When Shen Feng led the people to wait at the gathering place, he found Qin Kui and Yu Hengai who appeared here. He quickly waved for them to come over and asked, "Are you going to participate in this plan too? It's very difficult to be in the ground." "Dangerous?" Qin Kui smiled and said, "Don't forget that I can change the terrain at any time. If the situation is not good, I will run away. Besides, isn't Jianyi still by my side?" Yu Hengai clenched his fists with both hands, and said confidently, "My ability is group control. Now I can use 4 times the gravity, and I can directly crush zombies to death. Even speed zombies don't want to get close to me. With me, there will be no danger." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, "Your ability is good, but there is a special bad thing, that is, except for yourself, everyone else will be affected by gravity. Don't let the zombies be crushed to death at that time." Sister Qin was also crushed to death. Yu Hengai's abilities are very strong, but his shortcomings are also obvious, that is, he is easy to accidentally injure his teammates. That's a problem. It seems that I need to be careful in the ground and not use too much gravity. Yu Hengai nodded and said seriously. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan excitedly grabbed Shen Feng's hand, shook it and said, Shen Feng, Look carefully, there's a birdman over there, Chu. Chaoyan had never seen such a strange person before, and now he was so excited that he told Shen Feng. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction Chu Chaoyan said, and saw a 1.8-meter tall man standing in the distance on the stone. The most striking thing is the pair of jet black wings on his back. This pair of wings grew from his back, not a decoration. Shen Feng said seriously, Chaoyan, this is not a birdman, this is an angel, understand? Angel, hey, angels don't have such black wings. Angels all have snow-white wings, and they come down from the sky in white clothes. Look at that person, how does he look like an angel? Chu Chaoyan said with a look of disgust. Her impression of angels it was very good, but the person in the distance obviously had wings like a crow, and was not worthy of the title of angel at all. That's because you haven't heard of fallen angels. Shen Feng said with a serious face, I remember, there is another formula to become a fallen angel. What is the formula called? The darkness condenses the soul, and only the fallen can be free. Therefore, they are called fallen angels, not birdmen. Chu Chaoyan pouted, not satisfied with Shen Feng's explanation. Qin Qiyi explained with a smile, the person you are talking about is called Zhengju. He is a body strength and supernatural being. He doesn't have much other abilities. The only advantage is that he can fly. But, it happens to be this: the advantages are too obvious. As far as I know, there are not many supernatural beings in the world who can fly. Zhang Ju is a member of the Ability Management Bureau, so Qin Qiyi knew him, and Shen Feng only knew K Yiming, except for the 6 geniuses of the Management Bureau. Now that he saw Zhang Ju, he didn't know him for a while. Fortunately, Qin Qiyi, as the captain, explained it again. Shen Feng rubbed his chin, and murmured, are there very few people with supernatural powers that can fly? My brother-in-law can also fly and ride clouds. This is a promising future. Several people chatted at the gathering point, and after waiting for a while, the researcher appeared. The researcher brought the detection equipment. This is a small box with 2 straps. As long as it is tied on the body, it can automatically detect the surrounding environment, terrain, and the terrain detected underground will be automatically uploaded, and the person who detects the most areas will be rewarded generously. Qin Qiyi sighed, and said helplessly, once the generals are successful, their bones will be exhausted. I don't know how many of these people who went into the cave will survive. Shen Feng, you also take care. Everyone wants to get rewards, but most people ignore the danger of going underground. They all see the rich rewards and the possibility of getting rich overnight, but they ignore the zombies underground. Quantity: before the snow fell, the number of zombies was so large that more than 10 million people hid behind the city wall to defend, but now there are more than 100 million zombies underground. With so many zombies, once they attack, people in the ground can't even run if they want to. Not to mention that Shen Feng brought Lucian, a heat-detecting supernatural being, who could predict the situation of zombies in advance, and that Qin Qiyi and Yu Hengai, 2 5th-level supernatural beings, also had to form a team to act together. The 4th-order supernatural being Wang Aoi, he had to bring 6 subordinates of supernatural beings before he dared to set off. One can imagine how serious the danger of the underground is. But many evolutionaries who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth also participated in this operation. It can only be said that it is the ignorant who is fearless. Shen Feng took Chu Chaoyan and Lucian to receive the detectors from the researchers, put them on and set off. After walking a long way on the snow, Shen Feng saw a cave in the distance, but Shen Feng didn't go in directly, but continued to set off. Chu Chaoyan was very puzzled by Shen Feng's approach, and quickly asked, Shen Feng, should we choose the cave closest to Yanjing to explore? If we encounter danger, we can return to the city as quickly as possible. Isn't it safer? Shen Feng shook his head and said seriously, no, the closer the cave is to Yanjing, the easier it is to be targeted by others. If the path we explore is repeated with others, and others upload the terrain in the cave first, we will waste our time in vain. So, we must choose terrain that few people can find, and avoid exploring the same area with others. Hearing Shen Feng's analysis, Chu Chaoyan nodded. That's indeed the case. It's best not to overlap with others in the exploration range. Otherwise, you may travel a long distance underground, but you can only get very little terrain data in the end. Period. Shen Feng led Chu Chaoyan and Lucian into the mountains. He chose the direction of the mountains to the west. After entering the forest, Shen Feng could often see the hillside and the caves on the ground. Near the caves there is also fluffy soil. These mounds are piled up on the surface randomly. Obviously, the ground has been hollowed out, and these soils are sent out after being excavated. Shen Feng doubts the situation of the zombies, because the underground ventilation can't be too good. So many zombies live underground, wouldn't they consume a lot of oxygen? Then, if the zombie wants to get enough fresh air, it must open a lot of vents, otherwise, the air problem alone will easily suffocate the zombie to death. Shen Feng has not been in a hurry to go down to the cave. He took the two behind him for more than 20 kilometers, until he entered the deep mountains and old forests. He stopped and began to look around for the cave leading to the ground. Unexpectedly, in such a far away there are still many cave entrances in the ground. Chu Qiaoai inside, it's amazing. There are so many holes, and you can still see them after walking more than 20 kilometers. How many holes have you dug? Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, Lu Xian has been observing the number of surrounding caves all along the way. In his opinion, the number of surrounding caves is getting smaller and smaller. Presumably, he has reached the edge of the caves dug by zombies. However, the cave stretching for more than 20 miles, the underground cave, and the entire Yanjing city is surrounded. It is conceivable that an underground cave of this scale cannot be explored in a day. Shen Feng found a relatively wide cave and walked in first. The cave went straight down. After entering the cave, the three of them had to turn on the flashlight. The sun could not shine in the underground cave, so the underground it was pitch black, and the air was extremely turbid. If you didn't turn on the flashlight, you couldn't see the surrounding scene clearly. The temperature at the entrance of the cave is very low, that is, 2 or 3 degrees. After all, it has just snowed, and now it is time to melt the snow again, so the temperature is even lower. But after walking 20 meters underground, the temperature gradually rises. This is because of the heat insulation effect of the land. The caves are warm in winter and cool in summer. For example, there are not many people living in the caves in northern Shaanxi. A long time ago, cave dwellings were very comfortable to live in. The temperature would not be too high in summer, and they could be insulated in winter. If you don't consider aesthetics, living underground is also a good choice at this time. There was a fork in the tunnel. There were 2 roads on the left and right. These 2 roads were very dark, and I didn't know what the situation was like in the distance. Let's make a mark so that we won't find our way out when we come back. Shen Feng suggested. Lu Xian quickly found the dagger from his body, drew an arrow at the intersection, and then started from the fork on the left. The 3 of Shen Feng carried a backpack on their backs, which contained batteries and food. If there is no food in the wild, it is easy to starve to death. Shen Feng has already brought enough food for a week, although most it's all compressed biscuits, but as long as it fills the stomach, the rest doesn't matter. As for the water source, Shen Feng only carries a large bottle of mineral water, which has a capacity of 2.5 liters, and can only drink it for a day. Therefore, Shen Feng plans to explore a cave every day and come out from the ground to camp at night. Although the underground is very warm, no one can guarantee whether zombies will rush out while sleeping. The 3 of them walked underground for half an hour without encountering zombies, but Lu Xian waved his hand suddenly and said in a low voice, "Stop, I feel a high heat reaction ahead, be careful, you may encounter zombies already." Shen Feng hurriedly became vigilant, gently pulled out the sheath of the deviation sword at his waist, and slowly approached. He was always on guard against possible dangers ahead, but after turning a corner in the tunnel, it was found that there were zombies lying on the ground one by one in front of them. These zombies had entered a dormant state. This state weakened the energy consumption to the extreme, and even breathing became slow. In this state, as long as the zombies do not emit too much loud voice, there won't be much movement. Shen Feng gestured to Chu Qiaoyan and Lu Xian, telling Chu Qiaoyan and Lu Xian to stay away, and now he wanted to test the state of the zombies. The 2 retreated quickly, and they were not ready to escape at this time. If the situation was not good, everyone would run away quickly. As for Shen Feng, the speed was already fast, and the escape was even easier. Shen Feng took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Hey, a bunch of idiots! Hey, a group of idiots! Hey, a group of... Hey!" There was a continuous echo from the cave, and Shen Feng was ready to run at this moment. As long as any zombie made a move, he will turn around and leave. I don't know how many zombies are sleeping in the ground. If this is alarmed, they will all come to surround and beat him. Even Superman can't bear it. However, Shen Feng was surprised to find that these dormant zombies didn't move at all, as if they didn't hear their shouts. Shen Feng became puzzled, turned around and shouted to Lu Xian, "Lu Xian, come and see these zombies. Use your ability to detect the status of these zombies." Lu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to detect the zombies. After using the ability, he thought deeply. These zombies have all fallen into a dormant state, and they are in a deep dormancy, almost like a coma. We can't wake them up. Maybe this is the Corpse King. In order to save energy, I specially issued an order to enter a dormant state. In Lu Xian's perception, a group of zombies emit very little heat. This is to avoid energy consumption. Apart from maintaining the body's necessary heat, there is no excess energy at all, so they fall into dormancy. So, except for the orders of the Corpse King, these ordinary zombies won't move anymore. Shen Feng pondered. Now Shen Feng also feels in a dilemma. So many zombies are all crowded underground. If he continues to go deep, once the Corpse King is alarmed, he will be besieged. But if he doesn't move forward, it seems that the exploration of the tunnel will come to an end. It's really hard to choose between retreating at this time. Chu Chaoyan stood up, and she said confidently, "Now, it's my home game. Don't forget what my ability is." He said. Chu Chaoyan found salt from his backpack, mixed it with pure water, and started making chlorine gas on the spot. After the blue-green gas appeared, it immediately spread forward, and the surrounding ordinary zombies were killed one by one. Death, and Shen Feng and the three followed behind the chlorine gas. As long as we kill these dormant zombies, then we won't have any worries. It's impossible for zombies to cheat, right? Chu Chaoyan said proudly. Judging by the expression on her face, it was obvious that she was asking for credit. Okay, you are the best," Shen Feng said perfunctorily. Chapter 219 All Beings as Pawns. Not only Shen Feng found that the zombies had entered a deep dormancy state, but the rest of the team also discovered this situation. After entering the ground for 20 to 30 meters, everyone was surprised to find that the zombies were sleeping in the tunnel, and these zombies, even if it makes a loud noise, it doesn't move properly, and it seems to be completely dead for these dormant zombies. Different teams deal with them in different ways. Some teams choose to kill all the dormant zombies, some ignore them and move on, and some choose to kill the dormant zombies. Looking for valuable jewelry on the body, whether it is a big gold chain, a diamond ring, or a necklace and bracelet, there are people who specialize in collecting it. It turned out that some ordinary evolutionists thought that they could not match the speed of detection by supernatural beings, but they couldn't come here in vain. After all, they finally participated in the plan. It would be a big loss if they left for nothing. Start collecting jewelry from zombies. Everyone knows that thieves don't go empty-handed, and many people also understand this truth. They can't go to the burrow in vain, so they started searching for useful items around them. There is a saying that goes like this: in prosperous times, antiques, and troubled times, gold and silver are natural currencies, and many people can see clearly. So, in this case, if you don't want to leave empty-handed, it's best to bring some gold. Yin goes back. At least he can exchange for some food. There has been no danger in the cave, and the explorers have gradually given up killing zombies. The main reason is that the efficiency is not good. Killing hundreds of zombies every day may only advance a few hundred meters, but regardless of the zombies on the ground, a few kilometers of tunnels can be explored in a day. The tunnels are intertwined. If you don't mark them, you may get lost. In this case, you must hurry up and explore hard, otherwise the first place will be rich. Rewards are given to others. Many people dream of becoming the person who explores the most underground, so that if you become the first, you can get the supernatural potion, and becoming a supernatural person will soar into the sky, and from then on, you will be able to rise to the top. Such a rich reward, even a fool can see it clearly, so countless people started exploring desperately. As everyone knows, somewhere underground, there is a huge stone room, where dozens of corpse kings talk and play. The stone room is lit with candles. Although it is dim, it is enough to see the surrounding situation clearly. The corpse kings all have big heads, and there is no hair on the top of their heads, but the huge heads mean that they are very smart. The corpse kings in the stone room were either playing mahjong or cards, some were playing chess, and even some corpse kings were exercising with dumbbells. If you don't say that they are corpse kings, they look like ordinary characters playing games, and they are no different from ordinary people except that their heads are a little bigger. The leader of the corpse king is playing chess, and his name is Ma Jingshuang, the corpse king who wrote Tianjing. No one thought that he would stay in this stone room, surrounded by so many corpse kings exist. Old Ma, Those people have already killed many of our subordinates. Should we fight back now? The Corpse King, who was playing chess with Ma Jingshuang, couldn't help asking. Ma Jingshuang made a casual move and said, "It's okay. I don't want my children to play with wolves, and my wife doesn't want to play with wolves. Besides, the peripheral areas are just ordinary zombies. If you kill them, you will kill them. We have more than 100 million men. It doesn't matter if you lose tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, but it will make these people relax their vigilance. Wait until they go deeper, wait until they run rampant for a while, then we will use Thunderbolt to wipe them all out. In this way, Yanjing will focus more on us." Haha, your idea is really flawless. You deliberately acted with great fanfare, deliberately aroused Yanjing's anger, let them investigate the situation, and let them find a way to eliminate us, but in fact, our real killer move is not here, but in the south. The Corpse King opposite Ma Jingshuang was extremely excited. He knew that as long as his strategy was not seen through, the victory would be his own sooner or later. Ma Jingshuang said unhurriedly, "Actually, war is very similar to playing chess. The more you pay attention to one place, the more you will ignore another place. I just let human beings focus on us, but the real killing move is already in preparation. I can already imagine how serious the fear of human beings will be after breaking Yanjing. At that time, they will have to make peace with us. We will build a living area belonging to the zombies. When the zombies can reproduce, the zombies will be completely destroyed. Defeat humans." The Corpse King said frantically, "It's your turn to play chess, don't talk nonsense." The Corpse King Ma Jingshuang urged, "Damn, isn't this being checked? I lost." Only then did the Corpse King on the opposite side realize that he had already been checked to death by Ma Jingshuang's wonderful chess. While he was talking just now, Ma Jingshuang shrugged, and then walked out of the stone room. When he first became the Corpse King, he still thought he was a human being, but a strange human being. As long as he still thinks and thinks like a human, he is still a human being. It's a pity that he thinks so, but humans don't think so. Ma Jingshuang discovered that she had become another species, the Corpse King that everyone feared. At this time, Ma Jingshuang completely gave up her human identity, so since she is the Corpse King, she must fight to the end. To survive, he wants to use his actions to prove that even if he becomes a zombie, he has to fight to the end. Why did he suddenly become another species? Why should I be hated by humans? Just wait and see. Ma traveled all over the world, relying on one-handed attacks. Now, let you humans be rampant, and when the time is right, I will enter the city and use my strength to prove that I am qualified to negotiate." Ma Jingshuang said to himself outside the stone chamber. Mutated zombies stood neatly, and these mutated zombies did not fall into a deep sleep state, but stood there with dull eyes, holding a lot of daily necessities and food in their hands. Ma Jingshuang picked up the fruit from a mutated zombie and started to eat it. Although as a zombie king, he can eat any kind of food he wants, but as a former human being, he still can't use human beings or zombies as food. It will eat the meat of mutant beasts, but will not eat humans and zombies. From this aspect, Ma Jingshuang is not like a zombie, but more like a human being. After the evolutionists and supernatural beings entered the huge underground world, the exploration mission was particularly smooth, because they would only encounter ordinary zombies when operating underground, and all of these zombies had fallen into dormancy. Zombies will not react at all. In this case, explorers naturally explore the underground cave at a fast speed. The explorers thought that there would be some dangers in the underground. After all, the previous detection cars were often destroyed, and the zombies must have destroyed these cars. However, after more than 3 days of exploration, no one found anything abnormal. As long as human beings go down into the cave, everything will be fine, so everyone became bold and ignored the staggering zombies in the tunnel, and walked deeper and deeper in the tunnel. As for Shen Feng, dealing with the zombies in the tunnel is relatively simple. He knows that no future troubles can be left. If the Corpse King orders all the zombies to riot, wouldn't everyone die underground? Therefore, Chu Qiaowen's ability played an important role. She manipulated the chlorine gas to open the way in the tunnel, and the places she passed past no zombies survived. In this way, even if she went deep into the hinterland, even if the Corpse King ordered ordinary zombies to do it, the 3 people on my side can also return the same way, so it can be said that they are invincible. However, during this period, Shen Feng's eyelids kept twitching, as if he was restless. After going down to the burrow, he had cleared out all the dangers, but at this moment, he still always felt that he had missed something, and the danger was always looming over him overhead. What the hell? What the hell am I worried about? Shen Feng sat by the fire and muttered to himself at this time. Shen Feng, Lu Xian and Chu Chaoyan were repairing in the mountain. It was already dark, and the three of them did not dare to stay in the cave, so they left the cave and chose to spend the night in the mountain. Although it was freezing outside, find a place sheltered from the wind, and light a fire to maintain basic body temperature. As long as you don't burn the forest, everything will be fine. Chu Chaoyan gnawed on the compressed biscuits and drank water, but she was very relaxed now, and she said relaxedly about Shen Feng's worry at this time. It's okay, the tunnel we passed through has killed all the zombies, is it? In this case, we'll just run away and we'll be fine. Lu Xian also patted his chest, and said seriously, City Master, don't worry, I can now detect all the heat conditions within a kilometer, especially underground. You only need to detect the conditions in the tunnel to know that there is something in the tunnel. Without zombies, you can know the enemy's situation in advance, which is safer. Shen Feng heard the two people's explanation, shook his head helplessly, and said, it seems that I am too tired, so I am always thinking wildly, I should have a good sleep. Shen Feng was very cautious when exploring the underground, and never made dangerous moves at all. Once a threat was discovered, he had to deal with it as soon as possible, but the rest of the team was not like this. It can be said that they showed their talents in the 8 immortals crossing the sea, and some people lived directly in the cave, except for the need to leave the ground to upload terrain data every day. They never leave the cave at all, and the terrain data uploaded by these people is indeed far ahead. After all, these people even eat and sleep underground. Most people chose to explore the caves close to Yanjing. After all, in the event of a zombie siege, everyone can quickly retreat to the city to avoid being chased and killed by the zombies. A small number of people chose to explore places far away from Yanjing. Among them, Zhangju, who grew wings on his back, was the representative. Besides, go down to explore from the cave here. Zhangju's calculation was well planned. He thought in his heart, the closer the cave is to Yanjing, the more people will explore it, and if I follow these people, wouldn't it be a waste of time? I should give full play to my strengths, that is, I can fly. Zhang Ju used his abilities to fly in the sky all day long. If he found a cave, he would go down to explore it, but he never went deep. He knew his advantages and disadvantages. If he was beaten by zombies underground, then there is no difference between himself and ordinary evolutionaries, so his strategy is to cast a net all over the sky. Ordinary people, when they explore the caves, go straight into the ground. As long as the flashlight is still on, they won't come out at all, but Zhang Ju does the opposite. He just doesn't explore deeply. He chooses to investigate. Caves are places that ordinary people cannot come to, and in this way, the quantity can make up for the lack of quality. In short, we must get the supernatural potion. When the time comes, give the potion to my sister, and then she will have the ability to protect herself. Zhang Ju thought silently in his heart. However, Zhang Ju found something different that day. After he entered the underground cave, he never found any traces of zombies. Normally, he wished he could not see zombies, but now he was in a tunnel full of zombies. It would be too strange if there were no zombies. Could it be that there are no zombies living in the tunnel here? Zhang Ju thought in his heart. Zhang Ju thought about it, and walked a long distance in the tunnel. As long as no dormant zombies were found, he would keep investigating to the end. After walking about 2 kilometers underground, Zhang Ju has already been defeated by the tunnel that turns from east to west. The tunnel is too complicated. The fork is connected to the fork, and they are still connected with each other. If there is no mark, it will be easy. Just get lost underground. Suddenly, Zhang Ju discovered that the end of one of the tunnels was gradually descending. After discovering this, Zhang Ju immediately became suspicious, and said to himself, could it be that there is a second tunnel under these tunnels? Can't make it. Thinking of this, Zhang Ju couldn't help exploring. Perhaps he was the first person to discover the second underground space, and if he uploaded the terrain data, he might be able to get more rewards. But at this moment, a roar came from the depths of the tunnel on the second floor. Ooh! After this roar, there were shouts, and Zhang Ju had heard these shouts before. They were the sounds made by countless zombies roaring together. This shows that in the second floor tunnel, countless zombies gathering. Damn it, the zombies are going to attack. Zhang Ju turned around and ran. When he heard the voice, he knew that it was impossible for him to beat the tide of corpses. Even a strong zombie of the 3rd rank could kill him, but he is now in the tunnel. It is impossible to fly. The only way is to escape. Chapter 220 Annihilation of the entire army. When a new day comes, the explorers have entered the cave one after another. As usual, everyone wants to complete the task of exploring the cave as soon as possible, and then get rich rewards. For this reason, they must be among the more than 3,000 people in the exploration team. 10. Otherwise, the ordinary rewards are really not qualified, only the evolution potion, which is of no use to everyone who is already an evolutionary. Eating the meat of mutant beasts can also become an evolutionary, so the evolution potion seems to be rich in rewards, but the value is really not high. After the previous 4 or 5 days of investigation, everyone found that the tunnels were basically dormant zombies. Even if these zombies were killed, they would not resist. It is true that many people killed zombies, but more people if you choose not to care. Time is the most precious thing. Isn't it good to use the time spent killing zombies to explore tunnels? Shen Feng also went underground like ordinary people. He chose a cave far away from Yanjing to ensure that the terrain he explored would not overlap with others, but today's tunnel seems to be different. The tunnel is very quiet, although he can often see dormant zombies on the ground, but this scene as usual made him suspicious. I have been killing zombies these days, roughly counting, tens of thousands of zombies have already died under the poisonous gas. Is it possible that the Corpse King knows nothing about our actions? It shouldn't be. As usual, Chu Chaoyan used chlorine gas to kill the zombies and then moved forward. Lu Xian also used supernatural powers to detect possible dangers in the tunnel. As long as no awake zombies were found, there would be no danger. Suddenly, Shen Feng thought of something, and quickly asked, Lu Xian, can your ability detect the heat in the soil? Lu Xian didn't expect Shen Feng to ask about this matter. He couldn't help shaking his head and said, no, I can only detect the heat on the surface of the solid. As for the heat distribution inside the solid, I can't detect it. No, let's leave the tunnel right away. I feel there is a conspiracy. Shen Feng was about to turn around and leave when he heard this, because he suddenly thought of a terrible question. If there were zombies hiding in the mud, wouldn't it be can it easily cut off the tunnel? Why did you leave? There are no sober zombies nearby. Lu Xian asked suspiciously. Shen Feng said patiently, it's not snowing now, but why don't the zombies leave the cave to fight? Why are they still hiding in the tunnel? It must be a conspiracy, especially underground. Once the cave is blocked, we will die. Now, the underground is not our home field. At this time, Shen Feng was really panicked. He has been feeling restless these days, and felt that he must have overlooked something. Now that he thinks about it, the wrong place is the zombies. With a hiding place, people will definitely not randomly explore the cave, but now after 5 days of exploration, I don't know how many ordinary zombies were killed during the period, and the Corpse King still didn't respond at all, which is too bizarre. Shen Feng was a little panicked now, but Chu Chaoyan asked instead, Shen Feng, do you think zombies will seek their own death? The underground world has difficulty in ventilating, and there are vents all over the mountains and plains. If zombies block the tunnel stop, with so many zombies staying underground, wouldn't they all be suffocated to death? That's true. Am I being too suspicious? Shen Feng thinks about it carefully. The air in the ground comes from above. If the zombie completely blocks the tunnel, it will cause huge damage to the zombie itself. Maybe even the corpse the king will be suffocated underground, so the zombies will definitely not block the entrance of the cave. Lu Xian also patted his chest at this time and said, don't worry, City Lord, if there is any danger, I will give an early warning. According to my opinion, the zombies don't care about such casualties at all. These zombies just want to wait until the beginning of spring before acting, so well, we just need to explore the terrain. Shen Feng was finally persuaded. Indeed, he did not see any dangerous situation now. If he blindly suspected, he would have no chance to explore the cave. The three of them continued to move towards the depths of the cave, and there were only killed zombies behind them. The underground world is very complicated. Shen Feng once encountered an underground battle in Yazan, but the cave was huge and empty at that time. Looking at the past, you can see everything at a glance, but the caves on Yanjing's side are different. The 20 to 30 meters underground are all tunnels. Shen Feng didn't see an empty place, but one passage connected to another. It's like a spider's web. There's no way to investigate the terrain carefully, right? Shen Feng said in distress. Shen Feng speculates that these labyrinth-like tunnels may be deliberately created by the Corpse King to confuse humans. After all, 5 days of underground investigation have been conducted, But no mutant zombies have been found, so we can only speculate on the mutant zombies and the Corpse King. It's hidden in other places, so I won't be able to find it for a while. The number of mutated zombies is 1 in 1,000. There is only one mutated zombie in 1,000 ordinary zombies. But now that the tide of zombies is so huge, there must be a lot of mutated zombies. It is speculated that there are a million mutated zombies. Such a large number can completely wipe out a small city, but now it is hidden, which is intriguing. If the Corpse King took the initiative to do this, then there must be a huge conspiracy. Shen Feng advanced 5 or 6 kilometers underground, and suddenly saw an upward passage. It turned out that Shen Feng had already walked from one entrance to another. This entrance was an upward passage at an angle of 30 degrees. If you look at it, you will find that there is a faint light at the end of the cave. As long as you walk from here, you can leave the ground. However, at this moment, the ground vibrated slightly, and the pebbles were also beating lightly. The three of them immediately felt such a strong vibration, and a roaring sound came from the depths of the cave, and the three of them immediately felt too bad. Let's go quickly. Luckily there is a road here. Shen Feng took the lead and prepared to leave from this exit. The situation in the cave now shows that the zombies have already moved, otherwise, there would be no vibrations and roars in the cave. Shen Feng took the lead and was about to walk to the ground, but he just raised his head at this time, only to find that the twilight light from above was no longer visible, and the light on the ground disappeared in an instant, replaced by several huge stones coming from the top rolled down. Damn, there's such a thing. Shen Feng didn't expect that the entrance of the cave would be blocked suddenly, and there were huge boulders rolling down from above. The slope was not very steep, and Shen Feng could barely support the boulders. Presumably, these boulders also weighed more than 10 tons. If they fell on humans, they would definitely turn into meatloaf on the spot. Seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoan also panicked, and quickly said, "Let's go back quickly and leave the cave we came in just now." Shen Feng pushed the boulder vigorously, but the boulder did not move at all. Obviously it was impossible to leave here, but Shen Feng didn't listen to Chu Qiaoan's suggestion, but explained, "If I'm not wrong, the hole we came in just now was also blocked. Now, we are trapped underground and want to get out of the underground. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. How could this happen?" Chu Qiaoan was stunned. She didn't understand. Aren't the zombies afraid that they will also suffocate to death in the ground? Why did the zombies do this? Why? Shen Feng thought for a while and said to Lu Xian, "Lead the way quickly and leave through the passage without zombies. I don't believe that all the cave entrances will be blocked. There must be caves that we can leave, but we must be careful. The zombies may all be awake." Lu Xian hurriedly took the lead to move towards the passage without zombies. He used his abilities to the extreme. At this time, his abilities extended along the passage, and he could sense the zombies in the passage 1 kilometer away. Now he is trapped in the ground. This is still a trivial matter. After all, there is no danger of death for the time being, but once the zombies catch up, they will face endless attacks, which needs to be avoided. Shen Feng's guess was right. The zombies that had fallen into a dormant state woke up instantly at this moment. In the dark tunnel, the zombies stood up one by one and wandered in the tunnel. Once they found humans, they would rush forward and attack frantically. In just a few minutes, the zombies in the whole underground are awake, and they are constantly attacking in the tunnel. As long as they see humans, they will rush up and attack. Many explorers did not expect the zombies to wake up at this time. These zombies are still in a state of being slaughtered, but now they are attacking crazily, which is simply exaggerated. The explorers wanted to leave the ground immediately. While fighting the zombies, everyone retreated towards the road. As long as they could leave the cave, their survival would be guaranteed. But when they arrived at the exit, they were surprised. I found out that the entrance of the cave has been blocked at some point, and it is completely impossible to leave the entrance of the cave. The explorers immediately despaired. They didn't expect the zombies that had been silent for a long time to attack humans, and they didn't expect that the entrance of the cave would be blocked at any time. It seemed to be a luxury to leave the ground. Not only was the entrance of the cave blocked and zombies running away in the west of the city where Shen Feng is located, but Yanshan in the north of Yanjing also had a zombie riot at the same time, and the plains in the east and south of the city were even more direct. Zombies wake up and attack humans. The zombies in the tunnel are just ordinary zombies, and an ordinary evolutionary can easily deal with 10 or 8 ordinary zombies, but it's different in the underground. The zombies rush forward frantically, kill 10 and there will be 100 more. The zombies charge endlessly. The evolutionaries are fighting bloody battles, but in the end they can only be bitten to death by the zombies. Qin Kui and Yu Henggai also encountered the same problem, and endless zombies rushed over. Looking brave and fearless seeing this situation, Yu Henggai acted decisively and used his supernatural ability, Gravity Domain. In an instant, the gravity in the 20-meter area around Yu Henggai's soared, and 3 times the gravity enveloped the area. The zombies rushing towards Yu Henggai and Qin Kui stopped instantly at this moment, and their bodies fell down involuntarily. The weak zombies died here at that time. The sudden increase in gravity made these zombies fall to the ground. The force of gravity is applied from the outside to the inside. Perhaps the bones will not be broken, but the internal organs are different. The liver and spleen cannot bear it. Such a great pressure exploded in the body one after another at this time. Yu Henggai solved the threat of zombies, and then turned his head to Qin Kui and said, "Sister Qin, change the terrain and leave. The corpse king seems to have started to move. It will be dangerous for us to stay underground." At this time, Qin Kui was standing with difficulty while leaning on the tunnel wall. She was already a supernatural being, but she still felt a little difficult for Yu Henggai's supernatural power. The triple supernatural power caused her a huge burden. If so, she would also kneel down on the spot. "Okay, I'll open a way out of the ground right away." Qin Kui nodded. After activating the ability, the land around him split to the 2 sides in an instant, and a straight passage was formed instantly, and this passage led obliquely to the ground. "As long as you leave here, the danger will be automatically lifted." Similarly, Wang Aoi also encountered danger. Fortunately, there is Ulixa by his side. She is a supernatural being defeated by Shen Feng before. The supernatural power is hypnotic radio waves, and human beings will be affected by radio waves. And the hypnotic radio wave is a radio wave specially designed to induce humans to sleep. She stretched out her finger and pointed into the tunnel, and the zombies who rushed over immediately fell into deep sleep again. The radio waves that are effective for humans are also effective for zombies. Ulixa looked at Wang Aoi very anxiously, and said, "Boss, the zombies are all gone berserk. We can only run away, find a way to leave, otherwise, we will all die when the mutant zombies appear." Wang Aoi nodded, looked at Zukai, and asked, "Isn't your ability to control rocks? You must be able to control the land to form passages, right?" Under the light of the flashlight, Zukai's face was a little ugly, but he still said seriously, "My ability is indeed to manipulate rocks, but I have to explain that there are not many rocks in the soil, and I can make tunnels. Leave, but it will take at least half a day. There is a difference between rock and dirt." Wang Aoi nodded seriously, and said, "Half a day, right? We'll get it for you. You just need to be responsible for making the passage to the outside world. Let's block the zombies. Even if the corpse king appears here, I will cut off his head too." All the zombies in the tunnel started to move, and Wang Aoi didn't kill the dormant zombies before. Now, the consequences of not clearing up the danger have appeared. The zombies are all attacking humans frantically, even if there are 7 of them on Wang Aoi's side. The existence of the supernatural beings also felt the danger, and the narrow tunnels could not be avoided, but the zombies were endless, as if they were endless. Under such circumstances, everyone hoped to leave quickly. Zukai hurriedly concentrated on making a passage leading to the outside world, while the task of defense was handed over to other people. Everyone has never been united like this before. Between the mountains, a black figure soared into the sky, soaring towards the sky. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a supernatural being with a pair of black wings on his back. After he rushed out of the underground cave, he was worried about zombies. He will come in pursuit, and simply soar into the sky, avoiding the fate of being killed by zombies. Zhangju flew in the sky, still in shock. He ran away the moment he discovered a zombie riot. Even if he found the problem in time, he was almost overtaken by the speed zombies in the tunnel. If he escaped slowly at one point, it has now been explained underground. Hoo-hoo. Zhangju was panting heavily while flying. Although he was safe now, he didn't know what to do. It would be dangerous to continue exploring the cave, but now he hasn't explored too many areas. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to give up the mission like this? Forget it. Go back to Yanjing to report this matter first, and then come to investigate the underground situation in a few days. Zhangju flapped his wings and flew in the direction of Yanjing. Now that the zombies have woken up, they will continue to stay here. It's useless. It's better to go to Yanjing to rest. However, after Zhangju returned to Yanjing, he heard that something big happened today. Today, all the underground caves in the 4 directions of Yanjing, southeast, northwest, and all the underground caves have appeared. Zhu returned outside Yanjing. No one came back, no matter whether it was an evolutionary or a supernatural person. They all disappeared without a sound. In one day, the explorer team was completely wiped out. The headquarters finally got such news. Chapter 221 The Hunter and the Prey. The relationship between the hunter and the prey often changes. For example, if a person goes hunting and is going to hunt a tiger, if he gets the fur of a tiger and makes it a bargain, he will definitely be affirmed and admired by countless people. If you are not careful, the hunter will also become the prey, and it is not uncommon for tigers to be eaten by tigers instead. The people in Yanjing City did not expect that within a day, the team of explorers would all be wiped out. If Zhangju could not fly, no one would even know what happened underground now. The exploration device worn by everyone before, in fact, this is the most important thing. It can actively release signals every once in a while, and these signals will be detected by satellites. In the previous 5 days, countless signals appeared every day. As long as there are signals it means safety, but now, there is no signal. When Yang Chang and Guo Pinming heard the news that the explorer team was in danger, both of them panicked, because they were worried about Shen Feng underground. What if something happened to the city lord? Would 5,000 soldiers have no leader? The city lord is already a 4th-order supernatural being. There will be nothing wrong with him. He will survive. We must trust the city lord. Yang Chang said with difficulty. Guo Pinming nodded, and said together, the speed of the city lord is the highest in the world. I heard that someone escaped from the ground, so the city lord will definitely be able to escape. We shouldn't worry too much. Both Yang Chang and Guo Pinming were saying words in support of Shen Feng, but these words made them doubt themselves. The more worried about Shen Feng's safety, the more they wanted to say something pleasant. It looks like Shen Feng will turn the corner by saying it a few times. They said they believed in Shen Feng, but the two of them had no idea in their hearts. They both knew that thousands of people entered the underground detection tunnel, but now only one person came out alive. One can imagine how terrifying the underground is in the end. Yang Chang and Guo Pinming could only look into the distance on the city wall every day, hoping to see Shen Feng's figure, and this was the only thing they could do. They could not leave their posts without authorization, and they could only guard here all the time. City walls. Qin Kui and Yu Hangai started to run away as soon as they encountered danger. Fortunately, Qin Kui and Yu Hangai's abilities were like fish in water underground. Qin Kui opened the passage to the ground in an instant, but at this time, the hole at the entrance of the cave, a mutated zombie with a particularly large upper body, suddenly drilled out from one side. He pushed a huge boulder around him and rolled towards Qin Kui and Yu Hangai underground. Neither Qin Kui nor Yu Hangai expected such a thing to happen. In the passageway they made, a zombie of the digging type suddenly appeared and pushed a boulder to attack the two of them. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would naturally be able to blocking the boulder, but they overlooked one point, that is, after Yu Hangai's ability was cast, the triple gravity would act on everything around him. I saw the huge boulder appearing from the straight passage, and when it rolled down, the speed became faster and faster. After entering the supergravity field created by Yu Hangai, the speed instantly increased, and its kinetic energy also tripled. The boulder with a diameter of 2 meters slammed into the two of them fiercely. Block it together. Qin Kui yelled quickly, and Yu Hangai also responded to her suggestion, stretching out his hands to stop the boulder from rolling down. Boom! The forearms collided with the boulder, and huge kinetic energy immediately acted on the two of them, and the impact of the boulder directly caused the two to fly backwards in an instant, and the two finally hit the earth wall, just right. The detectors of the two were tied to their backs, and the impact caused the detectors to shatter. The huge boulder rolled down again in the passage. Qin Kui grabbed Yu Hangai's arm and quickly dodged, but Yu Hangai didn't dare to continue using the power. If he was hit by the boulder twice again, he would really hang here. The enhanced gravity, on the contrary, it would increase the kinetic energy of the boulder, so Yu Hangai had no choice but to withdraw his ability and escape with Qin Kui. Qin Kui saw that he couldn't leave the ground for a short time, so he chose to do the opposite, and actually created a passage underground, and jumped into the passage with Yu Hangai, and then blocked the passage. After entering the lower passage, Yu Hangai was out of breath, and the muscles in his arms ached. When he resisted the rolling boulder just now, he almost broke his arms. Sister Qin, I'm the one who dragged you down. If it wasn't for my supernatural ability that caused you to move slowly, You should have escaped by now. In the dark space, Yu Hengai apologized under the light of the flashlight. It's a waste of time, my own abilities are too much of a hindrance. Qin Qiyi reached out and touched Yu Hengai's head, and said with a smile, "Little fool, why do you think so? We are teammates, and everyone makes unexpected mistakes. Don't blame yourself for a little mistake. Besides, we aren't you living well." Qin Qiyi thought of her younger brother when she saw Yu Hengai, because Yu Hengai's youthful face looked very similar to her younger brother before the doomsday, but unfortunately, after the doomsday came, her brother turned into a zombie, and the whole family became a zombie, but after she got wet in the rain, she unexpectedly awakened her abilities. In order to free her family members, she tearfully killed the zombies that her family members had turned into. Therefore, even if he fell into a dangerous situation now, Qin Qiyi couldn't bear to blame Yu Hengai, but Yu Hengai couldn't accept this matter. If he had behaved better at that time, if he could have easily killed the zombies, if he could have controlled the release range of the ability, wouldn't he have already left the ground? It's all my own fault that I'm in such a mess now. Thinking of this, Yu Hengai punched hard on the earth and stone wall, making a dull sound. Boom! The sound of smashing the wall echoed. Yu Hengai made up his mind in his heart, he must perform well, and he must protect the big sister. But at this time Qin Qiyi frowned. She heard something different from the sound of smashing the wall. Wait, it seems that there are passages around. If it was a solid wall, the sound would not be empty, but just now when Yu Hengai punched the wall, he made a hollow sound, which means that there is a passage behind the wall. Thinking of this, Qin Qiyi used his ability to open a new passage to the side. Immediately, the two saw dark space obliquely below, and there were many running zombies in this space. He quickly turned off the flashlight and quietly listened to the situation in the underground space. It turns out that the underground passage has 2 floors, and this is also the territory of zombies. Qin Qiyi blocked the passage and said in shock. Yu Hengai slapped his head and said, "No wonder we haven't found the Corpse King and mutant zombies for so long. They are hiding on the 2nd floor. Even if we search all over the 1st floor, it is impossible to find the Corpse King." Both of them found themselves in a misunderstanding. They always thought that there was only 1 floor in the underground space, but they didn't think about it carefully. If there is only 1 floor in such a vast underground space, it would be too one-sided. Qin Qiyi thought about it seriously, and then said in a low voice, "Let's continue to investigate. When the zombie riot is over, I will open the upward passage, and we will escape together." Qin Qiyi didn't want to let go of this opportunity to investigate the details of the zombies. Since he found out that there is still a 2nd layer of space, he must continue to investigate. If he can find traces of the Corpse King, a grenade will kill the Corpse King. This can also weaken the command ability of the Corpse King. Of course, Yu Hengai followed Qin Qiyi's command, and said quickly, "Just do as you say. Anyway, we still have enough drinking water and food for several days." Wang Aoi is also working hard to defend against the attack from the zombies. In order to buy time for Zukai to create a passage to the outside world, the zombies become stronger and more ferocious, and finally even mutated zombies appeared. A frenzied attack was launched against Wang Aoi at this time. Wang Aoi encountered such a difficult situation in his first battle as a 4th-order supernatural user, which immediately aroused his fighting spirit. Under the light of the flashlight, Wang Aoi waved his hand and summoned countless sands to come. In front of him, the loose sands formed a sword in an instant, and stabbed at the mutated zombie rushing towards him. Shua, shua, shua. Countless mutated zombies were pierced by swords made of sand, and fell to the ground one by one, and the dark red blood stained the ground. At this moment, Wang Aoi sneered, and said to the surrounding men, "See clearly, this is your boss's strength. No matter how many zombies come, I will kill them. Especially in this narrow in the tunnel, it's completely like 1 man guards the gate and 10,000 men don't open it." Wang Aoi's strength is long, and he didn't feel any signs of exhaustion at all. Since he became a 4th-order supernatural power user, he seems to have entered a new realm, and he has a new perception of supernatural powers. It seems that the whole world has become different, and the fighting method has become simple and rough, but it is extremely efficient, and the mutated zombies will definitely be killed with a wave of hand at this time. Hulixu also looked at Wang Aoi enviously, and said, "The boss is naturally extremely powerful, and I admire him endlessly. I believe that under your command, we will be able to escape from birth, and we will definitely make great achievements in the future." Wang AOI is very useful to such flattery. He is the boss, so naturally he should be admired by his subordinates, otherwise what would he be called, the boss? As the boss, you must have strong strength, but at this moment, a round zombie flew towards Wang Aoi. Wang Aoi's eyes were serious, and he waved his hand and made a sand sword to kill the zombie. Who? Lixu saw the slain zombie clearly with a flashlight. She was shocked immediately, pointed to the ground and said in horror, "Boss, what you killed is a self-explosive zombie, and the body of this zombie is full of flammable grease. Watch out for fire, Wang." Aoi looked down and found that there was indeed a lot of grease flowing out of the corpse of the zombie he had just killed, but he still didn't panic, but said seriously, "Don't worry, there are no flames around here now, these grease will not be ignited as soon as the voice fell, a strong zombie came out from the end of the passage in the distance. This zombie held a lighter in his hand. After lighting the lighter, he threw it over, and suddenly the flames burned. Now it's time to face the threat of flames. Damn. Go, get rid of these zombies first, otherwise we won't have time to create an escape channel. Wang Aoi panicked. He didn't expect that the zombies also mastered the method of fire attack. Now if he doesn't run quickly, aren't they going to be burned to death here? A group of people are leaving quickly, ready to find a quiet place, but the zombies are constantly chasing them. These zombies kill one group and another group, and they can't kill them all. If they stick to this place, they will definitely die. The situation on Shen Feng's side is much simpler. Fortunately, Shen Feng killed all the zombies in the passageway before. Now Shen Feng will not suddenly encounter zombies around Shen Feng, but Shen Feng led Lucian ran into trouble when escaping from the ground, because as soon as Shen Feng came to an exit, the exit would be blocked immediately, and there always seemed to be zombies blocking the exit quickly. Shen Feng thought, no way, the exit will be blocked every time he goes, so sooner or later there will be no place to escape, so he must use his own advantages. If he competes in speed, his speed will not be faster than any zombies. Poor Lu Xian, come and lie on my back, Jiayan, I'll hold you. Now I'll take you two to run together. Shen Feng made a quick decision. Lucian was stunned for a moment, then said, isn't it appropriate? You are the city lord, you are my boss, you shouldn't be behind my back. Stop talking nonsense, can you keep up with my speed? Shen Feng didn't bother to explain, so he bent down and asked Lucian to lie on his back. Feng has his back then. Shen Feng hugged Chu Qiaoyan and left. At this time, he cast accompanying like the wind, and his whole body turned into a strong wind and kept running. Lucian and Chu Qiaoyan could only hear the whistling wind coming from their ears. But the two of them couldn't even open their eyes, because the speed was too fast. If they opened their eyes, they would be easily confused by the dust in the air. Shen Feng made a decision, I probably still remember a few exits in the surrounding area. Later, I will put you in an exit, and the three of us will go separately. At this time, one can count as one. I doubt it. Soon there will be zombies chasing us. Lu Xian nodded quickly and said, don't worry, City Lord, if I go out, I will definitely find someone to rescue me. If we all go out, then find a place together and let's go back to Yanjing together. It's too dangerous here. It's also fortunate that Shen Feng has a few more foresight, remembers the underground passages and exits around him, and can find the exits in the shortest time, so Shen Feng can find the opportunity to leave the underground, and what he is most worried about now is every hole. They were all blocked. If the zombies blocked the hole after they approached, there would still be a corresponding chance. As long as you are faster than these zombies and get out before they block the hole, that's enough. Shen Feng galloped in the empty tunnel. The target was the entrance of the cave in the distance, and now Shen Feng used a company like the wind, and his speed suddenly surpassed others. At this moment, Shen Feng's speed is already invisible to the naked eye. Yes, this is also the limit that his body can bear. If the speed continues to break through, his speed will surpass the speed of sound. Shen Feng quickly rushed to the previous hole, and at this moment he could still see the faint light of the hole. He put down Lucian quickly, and said, run, be careful that the hole is blocked. Lu Xian didn't dare to be negligent, and ran towards the entrance of the cave as soon as his toes landed. Just after he escaped underground, a big hole suddenly opened in the side wall of the cave, and the earth-digging zombie came out, pushing a stone from above to block it. A smile appeared on Shen Feng's face, and he said, it seems that my solution is feasible. Although this passage is blocked, at least there is a chance to escape. Shen Feng did an experiment. He didn't believe that his luck was so bad. Every time he found the exit, he would be blocked. So he tried it with extreme speed, and confirmed that there were mutated zombies in the ground who took the opportunity to block the entrance of the cave. It is possible to block all the openings, and in this case, they will also die of lack of oxygen. Shen Feng changed Chu Chaoyan to carry it on his back, and Shen Feng's backpack had already been thrown away. In order to carry 2 people on his back, he had to give up some necessary things, otherwise his speed would be affected at this time. Shen Feng once again maximized his speed and approached the other cave entrances. However, Shen Feng's plan didn't work this time. As soon as he arrived at the cave entrance, a lot of earth and rocks immediately fell down at the cave entrance, directly blocking the cave entrance. Not only that, Shen Feng continued to move towards other cave entrances and encountered similar situations. At this moment, Shen Feng was puzzled. He didn't understand why the hole he wanted to go to was always blocked in advance. Could it be that there were zombies moving faster in the soil than himself? Impossible? My speed is no longer something ordinary people can catch up to. Even a sports car can't catch up. But how can the zombies block the entrance of the cave one step ahead? At this moment, Chu Chaoyan spoke, and she said seriously, Shen Feng, in order to reduce the load, let's throw away the detector on our bodies. This thing also weighs 2 kgs, and it will slow down your speed. Chapter 222 Trapped Underground. When Shen Feng heard Chu Chaoyan's suggestion, he immediately froze in place, because at this moment he suddenly thought of something. It seems that the method used by the Corpse King to control the zombies is ultrasonic waves, and the detector he carries also emits ultrasonic waves. The instrument, in this way, once the zombies can hear the ultrasonic waves emitted by the instrument, doesn't it mean that everyone's position is exposed, and it is impossible to escape the zombies as long as they carry the detector? Chu Chaoyan felt strange. Why did Shen Feng stop suddenly at this moment? Didn't he want to compete with the zombies for speed? Is Shen Feng stupid? Shen Feng put Chu Chaoyan down, and said anxiously, throw away all the detectors, hurry up, otherwise we will never be able to escape smoothly. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan put down the detector, and then chopped the detector in half with a sword. The detector was immediately scrapped and could no longer emit ultrasonic waves. Damn it, why did I just remember this now? If I could have discovered this problem before, wouldn't I have never encountered such a danger? Shen Feng blamed himself very much. Obviously he knew it a long time ago the Corpse King can emit ultrasonic waves, but he made a mistake on this issue. Chu Chaoyan quickly comforted, it's okay, haven't we encountered any zombies yet? Let's leave through the other entrances. Fortunately, we have killed all the zombies in these tunnels. Will there be any danger now? Shen Feng was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned off his flashlight, and said to Chu Chaoyan, we must save supplies now, and we can only turn on the flashlight once. Without light, we can't see the road, let alone find the road in the tunnel. Shen Feng then proceeded in the tunnel with Chu Chaoyan on his back, but only then did he realize that all the exits around him were blocked by zombies. No matter which exit Shen Feng went to, he could only find the one blocked by earth. The exit seemed to have lost all escape routes in an instant. Chu Chaoyan guessed, the Corpse King must have found out that the 2 of us were missing, so he simply blocked all the surrounding holes, planning to come and catch a turtle in an urn. Shen Feng stopped running inside. If it's what you said, it would be too troublesome. We have never been to the farther tunnels. We don't know the terrain at all. It is very likely that we will encounter zombies. Once we are surrounded by zombies, we are sure to die. Damn. Zombies, they are so despicable. Chu Chaoyan couldn't help cursing. The hateful zombies are so despicable. The task of exploring the underground is a pure trap, and the 2 are now trapped underground. If they can't leave quickly, I am afraid there will be fear of life. Shen Feng opened Chu Chaoyan's backpack, and there were more than 20 pieces of compressed biscuits in her backpack, but there was only 1 bottle of drinking water left, and only 5 dry batteries left. They can only stay underground for 2 days, and during this period, the 2 will face the threat of zombies appearing at any time. In addition to the necessary supplies, there were several bags of salt and some notebooks in the backpack. After thinking about it, Shen Feng threw the salt on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chu Chaoyan quickly stopped and said, don't throw it away, I rely on these salts to perform my abilities. If you throw it away, what kind of abilities will I use? Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, we are running out of drinking water, and your ability can only produce chlorine gas from the water. If you use the ability, You will definitely consume drinking water, and we will die of thirst by then. Don't worry, now I will protect you and not let you get hurt." When Chu Qiaoan heard this explanation, she had no choice but to put down the salt. She was thinking that it would be great if the battle took place by the sea. With her own abilities, she would definitely be able to summon a piece of chlorine gas with a wave of her hand. No matter how many enemies there are can be eliminated. But what Shen Feng said also makes sense. If you need to consume drinking water, there is no room for your own abilities to be used. Well, it's all up to you. Chu Qiaoyan said helplessly. The reason why table salt is needed by humans is that humans need to supplement sodium ions from table salt, but the supplement of sodium ions is also within a certain range. Once sodium ions are taken in excessively, it is easy to cause hypertension-type diseases, and ingesting a large amount of sodium ions in a short period of time will increase the osmotic pressure of the human body, making people extremely thirsty and need to drink water. As for the water left after Chu Qiaoyan produced the poisonous gas, it was full of sodium ions, and anyone who drank it would get thirsty and it was completely useless. Therefore, Shen Feng threw away the salt after weighing it. It's better to increase your speed after throwing it. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan sat in the tunnel and began to rest. Shen Feng planned to go to the unknown tunnel in the distance to find the exit. It is impossible for all the exits to be blocked. There must be a hole in the distance. The only problem is it is easy to encounter zombies on the way to these exits. Once surrounded by zombies, it is difficult to escape. Chu Qiaoyan is more optimistic. She thinks that Lucian will definitely come to the rescue with reinforcements. As long as he finds that Yi and Shen Feng have not shown up, he will definitely return to Yanjing to ask for help. In this way, as long as he can persist until the reinforcements appears, then you will be saved. Shen Feng touched the two long swords at his waist. He knew that these were the only things he could rely on now. As long as the long swords were still in his hands, it was impossible for him to be killed by zombies. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan didn't rest for too long. When the ground suddenly trembled slightly, the two immediately became vigilant. Roaring sounds came from both ends of the tunnel, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Zombie figures appeared at both ends of the tunnel. These zombies walked hurriedly, bringing countless dust in the tunnel. Shen Feng hurriedly said to Chu Qiaoyan, "Come on, put it on my back, and put on the backpack." Chu Qiaoyan drew two daggers from his body, and said seriously, "I can also fight." "I'm not going to fight, I'm going to run away with you. Fighting these zombies will only consume energy in vain. Hurry up," Shen Feng said. Shen Feng bent down in front of Chu Qiaoyan, and Chu Qiaoyan quickly lay on Shen Feng's back, with her legs wrapped around Shen Feng's waist, so that Chu Qiaoyan could stay firmly on Shen Feng's back on his back. At this moment, Shen Feng chose a direction and rushed out, slashing with both swords, and finally cut a bloody path. Shen Feng wants to increase his speed to the extreme, but the tunnel is really narrow. As long as he moves forward, he will inevitably encounter zombies. The speed cannot be really fast, so he can only move forward while slashing until he is blocked by zombies. Fortunately, after Shen Feng became a fourth-order supernatural user, he couldn't use up all the strength in his body, so Shen Feng didn't feel exhausted in a short period of time, and he also walked towards the strange tunnel with Chu Qiaoyan on his back. All the tunnels I am familiar with are blocked, so I can only go in an unknown direction. If God blesses me, I will definitely be able to find a new exit. With such an idea in mind, Shen Feng struggled forward. The zombies in the tunnel seemed to appear endlessly. He killed one and then rushed up to 10. In this situation, Shen Feng could only cheer up and wear the zombie belt. Fortunately, Chu Qiaoyan was able to help Shen Feng share part of the pressure, which allowed Shen Feng to move forward. Before he knew it, Shen Feng had killed thousands of zombies, and at this moment he was already feeling tired. In the narrow tunnel, the zombies rushed up in line, as if they were queuing up to die, but in fact, these zombies were just consuming the cannon fodder of Shen Feng's physical strength. No matter how many people die, the Corpse King will not feel distressed. Hard work pays off. Shen Feng saw a hole leading to the ground in the distance. After looking carefully, the hole was not blocked. This shows that the hope of leaving the ground appeared. Can survive, Qiaoyan, hold on, we can survive as long as we rush over, Shen Feng said to Chu Qiaoyan hastily. Chu Qiaoyan lay on Shen Feng's back and kept wielding the dagger to kill the zombies in front of her. She breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and echoed, "There is only a distance of more than 10 meters, as long as we rush over, we will be safe. We'll hold on." Now that the opportunity to leave the tunnel appeared in front of them, Both Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan had to cheer up. They were only one step away from escaping, and the opportunity was in their own hands. If the shot went wrong, if so, wouldn't it be too late to regret? However, at this moment, the tunnel started to vibrate. Shen Feng and the surrounding zombies couldn't stand still, and the surrounding earth and stone walls were also shaking, as if they would collapse at any moment. Could it be an earthquake? Chu Qiaoyan asked hastily before Shen Feng could answer. The ground began to collapse instantly, and this section of the tunnel fell downward, and Shen Feng and countless zombies also fell down. Can leave the ground through the newly found exit. Boom. In the collapse of the ground, Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan fell down, and there were many zombies falling together. In the darkness, Chu Qiaoyan's flashlight stopped shining. At this point, the entire tunnel was in turmoil, plunged into darkness. After Lu Xian left the tunnel, he couldn't wait for anyone to appear, and couldn't see Shen Feng's figure when he waited right. He couldn't help but went to the caves that he had explored around, but found that all the caves were blocked. He panicked immediately. It seemed that the city lord and Chu Qiaoyan were trapped below. The entrance of the cave was now blocked, and he wanted to rescue them, but he didn't know where they were now. No, I have to go back and ask for help. My own strength is still too weak. I can only rescue the city lord by asking for help. After thinking about it, Lu Xian only had one way to ask for help. With their help, the supernatural beings will be more confident on their own side. Lu Xian figured this out, and quickly ran in the direction of Yanjing. However, before leaving, he also put his backpack outside the entrance of a cave. If the city lord dug earth and rocks from the ground, he could get a little supplies after returning to Yanjing. Lu Xian quickly found Yang Chang and Guo Pinming and explained what happened today. One thing is, they are always not good at leaving their posts without permission. Before Shen Feng left, they had told them to guard the city wall. However, Guo Pinming came up with an idea at this time, and he said seriously to Lu Xian, "Go and contact Xiao Sheng from the Ability Administration Bureau. He is the boyfriend of the city lord's sister, and he will definitely not die now. You let him help. Besides, I will set off together tomorrow morning, and I will leave the city wall to Yang Chang." Yang Chang originally wanted to rescue Shen Feng. After all, Shen Feng single-handedly picked him up. Now this time must be the right time to search and rescue Shen Feng, but he can only stay in Yanjing. If he leaves too, the 5,000 people under his command completely lost their restraint, and Guo Pinming could only leave the matter of saving lives to Guo Pinming. Yang Chang took a deep look at Guo Pinming, and said seriously, "Old Guo, I leave everything to you. The city lord must return safely, otherwise, how can we still have the face to go back to see the deputy city lord?" Guo Pinming nodded earnestly. He understood what Yang Chang meant. He thought that he had disobeyed the city lord's order and attacked without authorization, which eventually led to the annihilation of 1,000 soldiers. In the end, Shen Feng also let go of the past and asked him to go to the south to buy medicines and use missions come to make amends, and now I also need to repay Shen Feng. Since Zheng Yang, he has been taken care of by Shen Feng. If this kind of kindness is not repaid, it is ungrateful, and Yang Chang can't leave Yanjing, and the rescue mission is on his own on people. Lu Xian didn't have time to say anything, so he turned around and went to look for Xiao Sheng. Now Xiao Sheng is the only one who can participate in the rescue. He is a genius of the Ability Management Bureau and has many friends. If he is willing to help now, he must be able to play of great effect. Chapter 223 Rescue Operation. When Lu Xian found Xiao Sheng was already packing up his things and preparing to go. It turned out that they had already decided to go to the rescue after hearing the news that the zombies ran amok today and everyone was trapped underground. Yes, and Qin Kui and Yu Henggai are also on the missing list. These two are teammates who fought side by side in the past. Now it is impossible to sit idly by and must go to the rescue. It is not easy to cultivate a 5th level ability user in a laboratory. One evolutionary potion can produce one evolutionary person, but 10 evolutionary potions can only produce one 2nd level ability user. After careful calculation, the 5th level ability, the latter, is equivalent to consuming 10,000 supernatural potions. Even gold of the same volume is not so valuable. After Xiao Sheng met Lu Xian and learned the news that Shen Feng was also trapped underground from Lu Xian, he immediately became in a dilemma. Shen Yu definitely couldn't spare herself, but it wouldn't make sense if she didn't rescue Qin Kui. This was obviously a dilemma at this time. Xiao Sheng saw Jin Zizhu at the side, and said to Jin Zizhu seriously, "Tomorrow you will follow Lu Xian to save Shen Feng." "Good brother, Please help me this time, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Jin Zijiu was stunned when he heard this request. He wondered if he had heard something wrong. There was a lot of trouble between him and Shen Feng. He had been threatened several times by Shen Feng and Rong Chang before. Now, Xiao Sheng is begging himself to save Shen Feng. Doesn't it seem too strange? Hey, Xiao Sheng, what are you talking about? Shen Feng is your brother-in-law. Even if you want to rescue him, you are the one to rescue him. The big deal is that sisterkin will leave it to us, but you let me rescue Shen Feng. Is it reversed? Jin Zijiu said, very dissatisfied. Xiao Sheng said seriously, you are more suitable than me to rescue Shen Feng, so I'll leave this matter to you. I am not suitable to go to the tunnel, and Shen Feng is trapped there, and only you can save him. As for the relationship between you, I believe this is a good opportunity to make amends, and the misunderstanding should be resolved. Jin Zijiu nodded helplessly, and said, it means that you, Xiao Sheng, are begging me, otherwise, I wouldn't help you with this favor, but I agreed. It's best to find Shen Feng. If you can't find Shen Feng, it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Sheng nodded seriously, and said, that's natural. Lu Xian quietly pulled Xiao Sheng aside, and asked suspiciously, should it be appropriate for you to save the city lord yourself? Why do you let others do it? Xiao Sheng looked around and said to Lu Xian in a low voice, my ability is flame, and it is a super high temperature flame. It must be very serious to consume oxygen underground, and the 4th level ability users on our side also. Only Jin Zijiu's ability is suitable for going down the burrow. I asked him to go with you all for Shen Feng's sake. On the contrary, I went to save Shen Feng myself, but it didn't work. Xiao Sheng also made the decision after careful consideration. No one is more suitable for rescue than Jin Zijiu. If he wants to ask someone for help, he should be looking for Jin Zijiu. The only thing to worry about is that Jin Zijiu will never agree. Lu Xian suddenly realized that it turned out that Xiao Sheng's ability could not play a big role in the underground. Instead of this, it is better to let Jin Zijiu, who is more suitable, follow him. In this way, the chance of rescuing the city lord can be increased. In the early morning of the next day, Lu Xian took Guo Pinming and Jin Zijiu straight to the entrance of the cave 20 kilometers away. He knew where the area he was exploring these days was, and Shen Feng must give priority to walking around here. Right now, the best thing to do is to search nearby, and then gradually expand the scope of the search. Lu Xian looked at the detector on his body, sighed helplessly, and threw the detector away. He knew that now was not the time to use the detector, and the most important thing right now was to save lives. Guo Pinming drove the truck to the destination. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he stopped the car, carried a large bundle of steel bars from the truck body, and followed Lu Xian up the mountain. Seeing Guo Pinming carrying a large bundle of steel bars, Lu Xian was puzzled, and quickly asked, we are here to save people, not kill people. What are you doing with so many steel bars? At least a dozen tons. Come on, throw away such an energy-consuming thing. Guo Pinming said seriously, I heard what happened from you. In my opinion, the reason why the city lord couldn't escape smoothly was because the zombies of the digging type pushed down the stones and dirt to block the entrance of the cave. That being the case, in order to ensure that our back road will not be cut off, we must reinforce the hole. At least it cannot be easily destroyed, and these steel bars can play a role. It was only then that Lu Xian understood what Guo Pinming was carrying so many steel bars for. It turned out to be to ensure that the exit would not be cut off. It seemed that Guo Pinming was also a man full of tricks, and he must have considered the issue comprehensively and meticulously. Lu Xian led people to the entrance of a cave near the exploration area. All the caves explored before were blocked, so they could only go down from the nearest cave. Guo Pinming used his supernatural ability to manipulate steel bars to weave them into a cylindrical cage. This cage perfectly fits the wall of the passage, so that the passage will not be easily blocked unless the cage made of steel bars is bitten open. Jin Zijiu was carrying a huge backpack, which contained a lot of food and water sources. He knew what was most important when going underground. It was not guns and ammunition, nor high-tech equipment, but materials that could last for a long time. Whether it is drinking water or food, they are particularly precious materials. The three of them quickly entered the cave, and Jin Zijiu took out a light bulb. His fingers flickered, and then the light bulb was lit. He didn't need to carry a flashlight at all. He only needed to bring the light bulb. He can generate electricity by himself, and he will not be troubled by vision problems when moving forward in the underground passage. At this time, Lu Xian suddenly realized, and finally understood why Xiao Sheng said that Jin Ziju's supernatural ability is the most suitable for going underground. As long as you walk underground with a light bulb, you will not be troubled by the darkness at all. This kind of supernatural ability is indeed burrows are most useful. Not long after the three of them left, the ground suddenly shook, and countless zombies rushed towards the three of them. At this time, the zombies still haven't stopped running away, and are still looking for humans. Otaku Pinming hurriedly stood up, carrying a big iron ingot on his back. This iron ingot was his weapon, and then he cast a supernatural power, and countless iron spikes flew out of the iron ingot, but in the blink of an eye, the zombies in the cave were pierced by the iron thorns, and the iron thorns extended toward the depths of the cave as if alive, killing all the zombies in this passage. Lu Xian closed his eyes and cast the supernatural power, and all the heat distribution in the tunnel was displayed in his mind. Within the range of this kilometer, there were no more zombies. There are no more zombies around here. Let's move on. Lu Xian said hastily. Lu Xian now knows how important his task is. He must find out the number of zombies in advance. Once the zombies appear, he must warn in advance. There were only hundreds of zombies appearing here just now. Guo Pinming can solve them in an instant, but once tens of thousands of zombies appear, this will not be solved in a short time. Once entangled by zombies, let alone saving people, even self-protection is very difficult. Lu Xian took the people underground for a long distance, only to find a familiar mark. This is the mark left by Shen Feng in the passage to prevent getting lost. In other words, the three of them have arrived at a previously explored area. Today, there are still many corpses of zombies in this area. These corpses were killed by Chu Chaoyan using supernatural powers. There are also many footprints on the ground. These footprints are obviously left by zombies. If only Shen Feng, and it is impossible for Chu Chaoyan to leave so many messy footprints. Lu Xian continued to walk forward, and suddenly found a black backpack on the ground. At this moment, he remembered it, and quickly said, "By the way, this is the place where the city lord threw away the backpack and carried me forward. I know way to go, follow me quickly." Lu Xian remembered Shen Feng's previous route, and now he can be found by following Shen Feng's direction, and the route suddenly became exciting. It seems that this time the crisis can be resolved. Look! Over here, there are several bags of salt on the ground. After walking a few kilometers, Jin Ziju had sharp eyes and saw the salt on the ground beside him, and quickly reminded him. Lu Xian looked down and saw that the salt was brought by Chu Chaoyan. That is to say, Shen Feng was walking this way, but why did he throw away the salt? At this moment, Guo Pinming pointed to the distance and said, "Look over here, there are a lot of corpses on the ground. All of them died of traumatic injuries, and they have experienced battles here." Lu Xian and Jin Ziju hurried forward to observe, but found that there were many dead bodies lying in the tunnel. These corpses covered the entire tunnel, and there was almost no place to step down. The original yellow ground had turned dark red. It was stained red by the blood of the zombies. One can imagine how desperate Shen Feng was to get out of here. Guo Pinming lowered his head, carefully observed the zombie's body, and said, "There are sword wounds and dagger stab wounds. It seems that the city lord and Ms. Chu are both safe. They fought out from here." Hearing such an analysis, Jin Ziju couldn't help shaking his head with a smile, and said, "Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, Shen Feng can kill a bloody road, which is really admirable." Suddenly, Lu Xian sensed that there was a heat reaction in the distance of the passage, but it was rapidly increasing, and his expression changed drastically, and he said, "Let's go quickly, there is a heat reaction from zombies ahead, and there are a lot of these zombies." Lu Xian wanted to leave here instinctively, but Jin Ziju said, "What are you afraid of? I am a 5th-level supernatural being. Can't I save you both? No matter how many zombies there are, I will kill them all. If Shen Feng can fight his way out, can't I?" Jin Ziju said so. Lu Xian and Guo Pinming could only stand here and wait to see Jin Ziju's performance. More and more zombies appeared in the depths of the passage, and these zombies stepped on the corpses of their companions and rushed towards Jin Ziju. He came over, and Jin Ziju held the light bulb in one hand, pointed the other hand at the front, looked into the depths of the cave with piercing eyes, and stood there without fear. Seeing that the number of zombies was increasing, Jin Ziju shouted angrily, "Green snake dancing wildly!" In an instant, countless electric currents were emitted from Jin Ziju's hands, and the rushing zombies would fall to the ground instantly when hit by the electric currents. The moment the electric currents touched the zombies, They would directly paralyze the zombie's whole body. This is not the most important thing. The reason why Jin Ziju is confident is that the lightning he released in his hand can destroy the zombie's brain in an instant. If the brain is destroyed, the zombie will not be able to live. Crackling. The arc danced in the air, and the sound was extremely crisp, and after Jin Ziju's move, hundreds of zombies were eliminated on the spot. It's a pity that after the zombies in front were killed, more zombies continued to rush over, and there was no fear at all because of Jin Ziju's move. Jin Ziju could only wait until the zombies approached again and continue to release the electric current. Kill these blind zombies. Lu Xian has been using supernatural powers to observe the situation of the channel. Although Jin Ziju killed thousands of zombies effortlessly, in his observation, the number of zombies has not decreased, and is increasing. Many zombies are in the. He rushed over without fear of death. Suddenly, Lu Xian's face changed. It's not good. There are zombies appearing in the passage behind us, and they are rushing towards us. Jin Ziju frowned. He didn't expect the number of zombies to increase. Why are these zombies still rushing forward? Are these zombies not afraid of death? Let's retreat quickly. After Mr. Jin is finished, I'll open the way forward. Guo Pinming couldn't calm down at this time. Seeing that Jin Ziju had killed thousands of zombies, the zombies were still appearing continuously. After killing them all, no one knows how many zombies will rush over. Now, they can only retreat temporarily. Jin Ziju didn't object at this time either. After the battle, he suddenly realized that he was too big. He could kill tens of thousands of zombies, and he could also bounce off all the rushing zombies, but the number of zombies was not only 10,000. There are tens of millions of zombies in any direction in Yanjing, so many zombies are beyond his ability to deal with. Hurry up, don't be surrounded by these zombies. Lu Xian also hurriedly urged. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Few survivors. After falling from the cave on the second floor, Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan suffered violent impacts all over their bodies. Fortunately, they are supernatural beings, and they still didn't get injured after falling from a height of more than 10 meters, but the surrounding zombies rushed over, and in the panic, Chu Chaoyan's flashlight also fell to the ground, and was quickly crushed by the zombies. The cave was instantly plunged into darkness. Neither Shen Feng nor the zombies could see the surrounding situation. Shen Feng had an idea. Since the zombies couldn't see him, then this is the time for him to take the opportunity to leave. After a long fight, both Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan's bodies were stained red with the blood of the zombies, and this happened to cover up the smell of Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan themselves. Shen Feng hugged Chu Chaoyan and started to run wildly. When passing by the zombies, Shen Feng forcibly squeezed the bodies of these zombies and escaped through the gap. Originally, the actions of the zombies were carried out under the light of the flashlight. The eyesight of these zombies was not as good as that of humans. Now that the light has been lost, all the zombies have become blind. They can't see the target at all. Chu Chaoyan hugged Shen Feng tightly. She didn't dare to say a word at this time, for fear that the zombies would find out that she was human. But now that she and Shen Feng had landed in a strange area, she didn't know what to do. Shen Feng hugged Chu Chaoyan and walked forward only, touching the wall beside him with one hand, and walked forward with a sullen head, pushing away the zombies around him, ignoring the guy who was barking his teeth and claws, walking for more than an hour, and finally at the end of the passage, there are no zombies here, only thick stone walls ahead. Shen Feng waited for a while, and after making sure he couldn't hear the voice of the zombies, he turned on the flashlight. Chu Chaoyan and Shen Feng used the light of the flashlight to see the situation on their side clearly. In the distance was an extremely dark passage, underground. The passage on the second floor is much wider than that on the first floor. I think the second floor is the main force of the zombies, and the number of zombies on the first floor is still too small. Seeing the scratch marks on the stone wall, Chu Chaoyan immediately understood, this is a stone wall. After the zombies dug here, they found that they couldn't move forward, so they stopped digging here, and this passage must be an abandoned passage. Shen Feng was also sore and weak at this time. He was extremely exhausted after fighting for a whole day. He picked up his phone and saw that it was already late at night. He and Chu Chaoyan had been buried for a whole day. I don't know how to get out of the ground. Once I am entangled by zombies again, I will really die. Chu Chaoyan took out the water bottle, took a sip of drinking water, and handed it to Shen Feng. Shen Feng took the water bottle and began to drink water. He was thinking about how to leave the ground next. This is a strange area. He managed to hide in this abandoned passage by relying on the darkness. It would be bad if the zombies continue to chase him now. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan saw water stains on the stone wall, quickly grabbed Shen Feng's flashlight, and began to observe the water marks on the stone wall. It turned out that there was a thin crack on the stone wall, and water flowed out of this crack. Although the water is very small, it is indeed a source of water. Shen Feng, look quickly, there is water here, we are saved. Chu Chaoyan said to Shen Feng quickly. Hearing this, Shen Feng hurriedly moved to the rock wall and began to observe. Sure enough, there was a small stream of water flowing out of the crack. This discovery made Shen Feng relax a lot. As long as there is water, he can persist for a longer time. God bless, it is finally a road that never ends. Chu Chaoyan sat on the ground very relaxed, looked at the crack on the stone wall, and said, we can dig a hole along the crack in the stone wall, and we will get water from this hole in the future. Shen Feng didn't think about this. He put his eyes on the top of his head and said, since the water flows down the cracks in the rock wall, the top must be the ground. We can always dig along the rock wall. Dig through the soil layer, and since this is an abandoned passage, we can dig it out one day. Chu Chaoyan was shocked by Shen Feng's words. She looked at Shen Feng and asked, are you out of your mind? We are at least 50 meters underground, and we want to dig up from here? Do you think it is possible? Is it? 50 meters, we want to dig until the year of the monkey, horse and moon. Shen Feng said seriously, there is no other way. There is water flowing down the stone wall, which proves that there is not much soil between the ground and us, otherwise the water will not seep here. If we have to wait for rescue, that is to pin all your hopes on others, since this is the only way, why not give it a try? Chu Chaoyan was persuaded by Shen Feng, and quickly said, I think we should dig a hiding place to the side first, otherwise, once the zombies accidentally enter this passage, we will be discovered and have a hiding place, and we dig further. Shen Feng nodded and said seriously, I calculated, as long as the water source is sufficient, we can persist underground for at least half a month. During this half month, as long as we can dig through the soil layer, I can leave. Chu Chaoyan looked at the cracks on the stone wall, and nodded in agreement with Shen Feng's decision. She considers herself to be a supernatural being, and she can definitely last for a long time with sufficient water, but she only needs to dig 5. It is already a good decision to escape from the soil layer of 1.5 meters. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan then started to act, first digging a hiding hole on the side along the stone wall, and then digging upwards. Unfortunately, the murderous weapons such as long swords and daggers can only be used as hoes. The soil layer of 1.5 meters is particularly hard, and the two dug hard, transporting the excavated soil to the far side of the passage. When they were hungry, Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan would break open a piece of compressed biscuit and eat half of it each. When they were thirsty, they would go to the edge of the crack and suck the water from the crack in the rock wall. It usually took 10 minutes to suck it. Barely drinking enough water, and under such difficult conditions, the two became more and more silent. Time is passing day by day. Yang Chang is concerned about the detection team outside the city every day, thinking that more than 3,000 people gathered in one day and set off with detection equipment, but no one thought that the poles would flip within a day. The explorers were trapped underground one after another, except for a flying Zhangju who escaped by chance. The rest basically did not come out. Even Lu Xian only returned to Yanjing in the evening for a while. Yanjing didn't know what to do. The probe car couldn't enter the ground. As long as it went down, it would be destroyed. After humans set off to enter the ground, they were wiped out in just one day. It seems that the situation in the ground it is impossible to be detected clearly. If the distribution of zombies in the ground is not clearly detected, then there is no way to make an effective attack. Finally, 5 days after the zombies went berserk, someone escaped from the ground. It was none other than Wang Aoi, who had just become a 4th-level power user. At this time, there were only 3 power users left behind him. One of whose subordinates has already confessed to the ground. Even if he is a supernatural being, after being surrounded by endless zombies, he will die. What Wang Aoi was most angry with was not the death of his subordinates, but the detectors he carried on his body. When he took the people back to the gathering place, He found a person who was researching the detectors and gave him a punch, and then slammed through the probe at the researcher. You guys are trying to kill us, right? Wang Aoi asked angrily. With the stuff you researched, no matter where we escape underground, we will be found by zombies, and the detector was accidentally damaged. Now, we can get rid of the zombies' pursuit. The researchers didn't expect such a thing to happen, so they could only speculate. It may be that the ultrasonic waves emitted by the detector were detected by the Corpse King, but we have never encountered such a situation before, so we can't blame us. At this time, the research institute was also very wronged. We also manufactured the detector according to the requirements. Who would have thought that this could become the target of the Corpse King's detection? It can only be said that this is too coincidental, and the Corpse King is too cunning. Wang Aoi gave the researcher a cold look, then turned around and left with his subordinates. At this time, he wished to kill people, but now that he was in Yanjing, it was impossible to kill people at will. He could only take the remaining few subordinates with him. Return to station, please. Stay. I'm the liaison officer from the headquarters. I want to know what's going on underground. Can everyone still fight? At this moment, Xu Daping stopped Wang Aoi and asked. Xu Daping was asked by Yang Cheng to inquire about the news, so he wandered around the gathering point outside the city all day long. Once search and rescue personnel or survivors came back, he would know the news as soon as possible. Come to inquire about the news, then Yang Cheng will come over in person, Wang Aoi said coldly. Hundreds of thousands of zombies are besieging humans underground. Who knows what happened to others? My site is full of supernatural beings, and 3 of them died. The others probably died underground long ago. After finishing speaking, Wang Aoi turned around and left. He thought it would be a simple task for him to detect the terrain, mainly because he could obtain supernatural potions underground, and I ended up in such a field because of this damn detector. Carrying the detector underground, the Corpse King can keep track of himself at any time. Xu Daping was helpless, and continued to wait for news at the gathering place. It seemed that the underground was extremely dangerous, and it would not be easy to get out of it alive. Another 5 days later, Xiao Sheng and Zhang Zi returned to Yanjing through the gathering place with Yu Hangai and Qin Qiyi on their backs. The two experienced a near-death underground, and finally came out alive. They had already been crashed, and they could come out of the ground as long as they found an opportunity to create a passage, but they were greedy for grades and stayed in the second floor for a long time, only to run into a group of mutated zombies, and almost died in the hands of these zombies at the last moment. It was Qin Qiyi who used his last abilities to open the passage to the surface. Yu Hangai desperately carried Qin Qiyi on his back before reaching the ground. After the two appeared on the ground, the zombies wanted to continue chasing and killing them. Fortunately, Xiao Sheng arrived in time and burned all the mutant zombies that were chasing to death with a fire, thus saving the two. Xu Daping wanted to go forward to inquire about the situation, but he finally got this answer: it is impossible that there are still people alive, and the mutated zombies also participated in the battle. They were surrounded by hundreds of mutated zombies. It is impossible to survive, and every exit is guarded by mutated zombies. No one can escape. Hearing this, Xu Daping became more and more worried. From his point of view, Shen Feng and Xu Chaoyan probably died underground. If they could escape, they would have escaped now, but there has been no news of them. Although Lu Xian has been looking for it, but with little success, he has to face the siege of tens of thousands of zombies every day when he enters the cave, and he can't even move forward, let alone find someone. Could it be that Shen Feng really died underground? Xu Daping had a bad premonition. Shen Feng was also a powerful supernatural being. How could he be easily killed by zombies? Xu Daping's cooperation with Shen Feng was also very smooth before, and he did not want Shen Feng to have any accidents. Otherwise, it is unknown whether the cooperation will be smooth in the future. Lu Xian is also in despair. He, Jin Zizhu and Guo Pinming have been searching for Shen Feng in different places all day long, but they can't find any clues related to Shen Feng. It stands to reason that if Shen Feng is still alive, will definitely kill the zombies to protect themselves, but they go down to the ground every day. No matter how hard they search, they can only see the zombies they killed a few days ago. Jin Zizhu was also a little tired. After searching for 10 days, he found nothing. What else can he say? Give up, Lu Xian. It's not that I don't help you, or that I don't try my best, but you are watching from the sidelines. We have been exploring underground all day for the past 10 days, but we can't find any trace of Shen Feng at all. This shows that Shen Feng may be dead, so please let me know. Jin Zizhi said helplessly. Lu Xian suddenly thought of something, and quickly said, I can't give up. I heard that there is a second floor underground. Since there is no trace of the city lord in the tunnel on the first floor, then the city lord must be in the second floor space. That's even more useless. Jin Zizhi shook his head immediately. We can't beat the zombies on the first floor, let alone the second floor. There are more mutant zombies on the second floor. It's not that I look down on Shen Feng, but I, a 5th level superhuman, have been punched out of the hole several times by zombies, and Shen Feng is also carrying a mop bottle, which is useless. Could you hold on for a few more days? I believe that if you hold on for a few more days, we will definitely find the city lord. Lu Xian continued to ask. Guo Pinming also spoke. Mr. Jin, please continue to search and rescue for Mr. Xiao Sheng's sake. Thinking about it, we are also in Rongcheng sharing Will and Woe. It is too hasty to give up so easily. Jin Zizhi looked at the gray sky, shrugged helplessly, and said, it's not that I don't want to do my best, but that it's going to snow again, and the weather will be very bad, and I might be frozen to death in the wild. In December, the weather should not be underestimated. Guo Pinming gritted his teeth and said, then let's find another 10 days, and then find another 10 days. If the city lord can't be found within 10 days, then we'll go back to Yanjing. Guo Pinming knew that Shen Feng was short of supplies underground. Maybe the food was exhausted now, especially the water source. Without water, even a superhuman could only live for 7 days. Maybe Shen Feng would choose to eat zombie meat underground survive, but even so, 20 days is already the limit. Okay, I'm convinced by you. Jin Zizhi finally agreed, and he will search for Shen Feng for another 10 days. If he still can't find Shen Feng within 10 days, he can only give up. Chapter 225. A friend in adversity. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan have spent 10 days underground. During this time, the two have been digging the soil layer online, but the deep soil is too hard, and the digging progress of the two is slow, and the stone wall, the water flow on the bed is getting less and less. Shen Feng tore off a piece of underwear and placed it under the crack of the rock wall. As long as the water flows on the cloth, it will be absorbed by the fibers can squeeze out the moisture. Chu Chaoyan took out a compressed biscuit from her backpack, broke it and handed half of it to Shen Feng. She was silent for a long time before saying, I only have 5 compressed biscuits here. Shen Feng was silent for a moment, and then smiled again. Well, it seems that we can persist for a while. Now, we have dug 30 meters. If we persist, the soil on it will become softer and softer. Chu Chaoyan continued, there is only one dry battery left. In the past 10 days, Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan have been digging tunnels above their heads, but the soil has been accumulated for thousands of years, and the deep underground soil is extremely compact. Even if Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan were digging hard, and after 10 days, they had only excavated 30 meters, which was at least 20 meters away from the ground. Shen Feng also tried to find an exit in the second floor passage, but he was besieged by countless zombies. At this time, the zombies besieging Shen Feng were no longer ordinary zombies, but mutated zombies, the most numerous of which were speed zombies and zombies. Spray zombies. In a small space, any spout of acid sprayed by spray zombies will force Shen Feng to dodge. Under such circumstances, Shen Feng had no chance at all to find the passage to the upper floor. Instead, the zombies almost found his hiding place. Fortunately, he and Chu Chaoyan dug the passage to escape early. Dodge under the pursuit. Shen Feng looked at the flashlight and was silent for a long time before saying, now you can't use the flashlight anymore, turn it off. When the flashlight was also turned off, the cave was completely plunged into darkness. In the past 10 days, the two were relatively calm at the beginning, thinking that one day they would be able to leave the ground, but now it seems that the facts are not what they thought. Seeing that drinking water and compressed biscuits were consumed less and less, both of them had a premonition of the worst outcome. Compressed biscuits are like the lifeline of two people. Once the compressed biscuits are eaten, it means that the last lives of the two will come to an end. Chu Chaoyan said in the dark, Shen Feng, I don't think we can get out. Even if someone is searching for us, it may be too late. Chu Chaoyan was already desperate. She waited underground for 10 days, during which time she was digging the passage above her head. The bumps on the dagger were no longer sharp. During the 10 days, she had been working hard to survive. She just hopes to leave the ground, but no matter how hard she digs, she can't see a way to survive in this regard. Shen Feng quickly comforted, "It's okay, our supplies are not completely exhausted yet, you should take a rest and sleep, and I will continue to dig up." Shen Feng didn't want to give up on himself, and he still had reasons to persevere. He remembered that when he left Jiangyang, Chang Jianyi had been telling him to be careful, but now, Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan are trapped underground, complaining that every day should not be done, and that the earth are not working. Unless there is a sudden earthquake that cracks the ground, otherwise, it is impossible to leave the ground in a short time. Now in the underground world, zombies are searching everywhere. It is absolutely impossible for Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan to rush out. Shen Feng supported the sides of the passage with both hands, and quickly came to the end of the 30 meters above. He drew out his longsword and began to dig the soil. The soil above his hut fell down piece by piece. It can only dig 3 meters deep. After all, the longsword is not a hoe, so it can't dig well in the darkness. Chu Qiaoyan closed her eyes silently, and then began to transport the earth and rocks on the ground. There were earth and rocks falling from the passageway above. "I don't think I can leave alive, and I seem to be a drag on Shen Feng." 5 days passed, and there was no more water flowing from the cracks in the rocks. Both Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan stopped. Without water, they would surely die if they stayed underground. Chu Qiaoyan fell silent and didn't say anything, but Shen Feng analyzed. The water in the rock crevices should have entered the ground after the snow had melted, so there is no water in the rock crevices now, or the snow has all melted away, or it's snowing on top of it. Shen Feng calculated that he had already dug a passage of more than 40 meters, and perhaps he could reach the ground as long as he persisted, but at this time, there was no water in the crevices of the rocks, and it was very difficult to survive now. Shen Feng reflexively took out his cell phone to check the time, but the cell phone was out of battery for a long time, and now the estimated time is completely based on instinct, and he doesn't even know whether it is day or night outside. Chu Qiaoyan said in a low voice, "Shen Feng, go by yourself and take my backpack away with me. There is a suicide note I wrote before. You give the suicide note to my grandfather. As for me, it will only become your burden. When you lighten the load, the speed will be faster, and you will have more hope of getting out of the ground." Shen Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this, and quickly asked, "What are you talking about? We are not in a desperate situation yet. We can explore the rest of the tunnel. Maybe we can find the water source again, and we will definitely be able to persevere long time." Chu Qiaoyan shook his head, and said helplessly, "Shen Feng, leave me alone. You can go on your own. I can't hold on any longer." At this time, Shen Feng felt something was wrong. It seemed that Chu Qiaoyan's voice had become hoarse, so he quickly turned on the flashlight to observe, and took a closer look at Chu Qiaoyan's face. Shen Feng was shocked. At this time Chu Qiaoyan's complexion was withered and yellow, both cheeks sunken, her eye sockets seemed to be sunken into her face, her eyes also lost their spirit at this moment, there was only endless numbness in her eyes. Presumably in these days, Chu Qiaoyan's disappointment has become more and more serious. What Shen Feng cares most about is not Chu Qiaoyan's mental state, but her physical condition. At this time, Chu Qiaoyan's lips are shriveled and full of cracks. She is already dehydrated. Now she is dehydrated and dead. Shen Feng carefully recalled the experiences of these days. He himself had been digging tunnels all day long. When he was thirsty, he would find a piece of cloth under the crevice of the stone and twist it, and the water would naturally squeeze out. Until today, he always did this, but now that he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to hear the sound of Chu Qiaoyan drinking water. Could it be that you haven't drank any water these days? Shen Feng looked at Chu Qiaoyan in surprise. He thought of the reason why Chu Qiaoyan was dehydrated. It must be because she didn't drink the water from the crevice of the rocks, which caused this to happen. Chu Qiaoyan said weakly, "From the moment I discovered that the water source was getting less and less, I knew that the water would dry up sooner or later. I gave up. I don't want to work hard. Thinking about it, it's meaningless for me to live. You still have to go back. I went to Yazhou to meet Chang Jianyi, so I left you the water, and now you have seen it. I am going to die. I can't hold it anymore, so give me up." At this time, Chu Qiaoyan didn't want to continue to persist anymore. She went from being hopeful to fearful in the underground, and finally turned into complete disappointment. She didn't think she could leave the underground. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but shed tears, and said, "You are so stupid, you are so stupid. I am not a guy who can abandon friends casually. Will you abandon you? Talk about a burden, talk about reducing the burden. Without you by my side, I can't persist these days. Shen Feng is not telling lies. The reason why he has persisted until now is not only that he still has persistence in his heart, but also that he hopes to meet people he meets, and that Chu Chaoyan is by his side. Underground, even if Shen Feng is not eaten by zombies at this time, he will go crazy. Chu Chaoyan opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything in the end. She didn't know how to answer Shen Feng. At this time, her heart was already dead, and she had been trapped underground for 15 days. She couldn't bear it both physically and mentally. Living in such despair, she had already given up struggling, because it was meaningless. Shen Feng thought about it seriously, then suddenly took off his jacket, cut the jacket and tied it together to form a rope. He couldn't abandon Chu Chaoyan, even if it was tied to his body. He would take her away. Chu Chaoyan was tied on the back by Shen Feng, but she had a dull expression on her face. She was completely in despair at this time. People who have entered into a desperate situation cannot persuade them with a few words, because Chu Chaoyan got into it. The horns are sharp. After persisting for 15 days, you still can't leave, and you can't even see the hope of leaving. There is no point in continuing to struggle, unless a miracle happens, unless the two of you can be saved in an instant. Otherwise, Chu Asagao's despair would not be dispelled. Shen Feng looked up at the tunnel he had dug these days. He had already dug 40 meters. If his guess was correct, he only needed to dig another 10 meters to reach the ground. But now there is no water and no food. Chu Jianyi was still in a state of dehydration, and it was impossible for him to have more time to dig the tunnel. It's hell for me. If there is still water in the crevices, we can definitely hold on for a longer time, but at this time, we can only take risks. Shen Feng said to himself. Shen Feng tied Chu Chaoyan and the backpack to his back, and then used a company like the wind to rush out towards the passage full of zombies. The flashlight illuminated the road ahead. This is the last battery, and the flashlight also at most. He could persist for a day, and if he couldn't find the passage leading to the top within this day, he would be completely lost in the cave. Shen Feng rushed into an unfamiliar passage, and then saw many zombies in front of him. These zombies were strong and standing motionless in the distance. Shen Feng immediately felt chilled. It's a bad start. I ran into a zombie just after walking such a distance. It seems that I really have to confess here today. It was snowing heavily in the sky, and the snowflakes fell on the ground, and the ground was immediately covered in white snow. At this time, Xiao Sheng and a few friends were standing on the mountain. There is a pot on it, and soup is being boiled. Xiao Sheng looked at the boiling cauldron in front of him, and sighed helplessly. 15 days had passed since the zombie ran away, but Shen Feng still couldn't be found. Zhang Zi was also sitting at the side, and seeing Xiao Sheng's frowning face, he couldn't help persuading him. Xiao Sheng, it's no use worrying so much. Jin Zizhou and the others have been looking for it below these days. If Shen Feng is still alive, they must be able to find Xiao. Sheng looked up at Zhang Zi, and said helplessly, you know, I don't have any hope that Shen Feng is still alive. I just don't know how to tell Shen Yu about it. If you find out that your younger brother died unexpectedly, you will be heartbroken. Feng. King Hao said in a low voice, didn't there be miners trapped in the well before? These miners persisted for more than 20 days. Maybe Shen Feng is still alive now. Don't be too pessimistic. Hearing this, Xiao Sheng was even more depressed. The miners are not threatened by zombies underground. At least we still know where the miners can be rescued. But now the mountains here are all caves. Who knows where Shen Feng is? Moreover, there are at least tens of millions of zombies underground, and it is impossible for Shen Feng to survive. Xiao Sheng didn't underestimate Shen Feng. He didn't think Shen Feng was bad. After all, Shen Feng had singled out and killed the Corpse King back then. The siege of tens of thousands of zombies is exhausting, let alone living for so long without supplies. Zhang Zi thought about it seriously, and said, Sister Qin is recovering soon in the hospital, why don't we invite her over? Her ability can easily change the terrain. As long as she opens the passage leading to the bottom, we will find. Isn't Shen Feng also very simple? Xiao Sheng thought about it carefully, and felt that this sentence made sense. Qin Qi's ability itself played a huge role in this situation, and now she is needed here to help. Thinking of this, Xiao Sheng immediately stood up and said, I'll go find her right away. She has been recuperating for 5 days, and her body should have recovered. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.